Hallo zusammen! Hallo Berlin!
Welcome, Berlin. Welcome to everyone not from Berlin, most of you probably. Welcome to Republica 23. Great that you're all here. Ah, this is so nice. Last year the stage was back there and, it was sort of like split, but today to see everybody right in front of me, it's great. You're all looking fresh. It's Monday. We all have energy. Yesterday we could relax, watch a German crime show on TV, and now we can, fully energized, come to Republica, and I'm really happy you're all here. We have 3 really, really, really special days in front of us, and the topic this year is cash. We're going to talk about money, the economy. We're going to talk about everything that relates to money, like to earn money, to spend money. How did we pay yesterday? How will we pay in the future? Pretty interesting topic in Germany if you try to pay anything by card and not with cash. Like in London, you can even pay street buskers using your credit card, and that's not possible in Germany. And so there's a lot to talk about. We have this playlist curated with the biggest songs about money. Do you know the song "I'm Rich"? Very few people. And he sings "Ich bin Freischwimmer," meaning I'm a swim freestyle, and I always misheard that lyric. Anyway, so he was with the German band Ärzte in the 80s, and we have him with us now. He is behind this event together with 3 other people. So give it up for Johnny Häusler. Good morning, Republica. All right, have a look.
Ja, willkommen.
Welcome to our supermarket of fresh ideas. We're gonna do things a little differently than the last few years. So I'm gonna talk about we start planning Republica in the fall when we discuss what theme, what topic we want to discuss. Oh, Should have made a longer pause. So when we have the topic set, then it gets really interesting because we need to come up with a design as a team. And so with the topic of cash, we had to be like, what's a good fit? And so supermarket, right? Neon colors, special offers, and then we have to like transfer this into this space right here. And then we were like, oh yeah, a huge market, right? We have all this equipment right here, and so we could say it does look like stuff needs to be moved around, right? And that's on purpose because we feel like we need to move something. And so there's no items, right? But behind the stage, there's like this huge aisle, right? And you can use that. So cash is a very, very big topic and emotional, right? It's like charged, full of emotions. It's about rich and poor, haves and have-nots, and inequality. And I don't know about you, how old you are, more than 20 years old probably. And my parents always told me, to finish my meal, finish my plate, because children in Africa don't have anything to eat. And so early on, from an early age, I learned that, there's people who are hungry and people who aren't hungry. And now, 52 years later, my stepdad regularly calls us and tells us that, at Aldi or Lidl supermarkets, there's the special offers. And then we try to tell him he shouldn't eat that because of the animals, because of the planet, because the conditions in which these items are produced. And so, does that make a difference? Well, of course, the individual's choice has an impact on the market. And so, if there's nothing to rent, and the demand goes up, and then the supply chains crash because of a pandemic, and everything becomes more expensive, and so people have less money, right? But the big companies, the big supermarkets, the big companies, they got richer because of these crises. So the super rich became even more rich. And so we shouldn't, point fingers at each other and deal with these sort of small problems when the problems are obviously very, very big.
Well, there's a number that belongs to this. 1% of the world's population has half of the world's wealth. It always blows my mind. So if you want to change or to save the world, eat your plate. No, this is not it. Don't worry. Dear multi-millionaire people of here, we decided to go for vegetarian dishes here. And also in good old tradition at Republica, we don't have sexism, no racism, no anti-Semitism. We distance ourselves from the classism, which is why we invite all the rich people to be part of the solution. Maybe we can start by paying taxes and to be proud of the schools and hospitals that can be built with all this money instead of the next mahogany yacht. And I know that many people do want this. Many people want this, but the market doesn't rule this. We need politics. We need people who tell this. Politicians who take they want to make a sustainable future for this planet. And we're back again with cash. The climate crisis goes on, and media and politicians, they discuss the costs, how to defend ourselves from the climate crisis, but don't tell us what will happen if we don't follow this. The official climate targets aren't reached. We have to pay this with our taxes, that nothing is left for hospitals or schools. But instead of discussing this together to find solutions, well, there's a lot of Trumpism here. Some officials say they tell lies, and they want to tell people are foes, that the political winners of this are usually the right people who want to destroy the democracy. I ask all parties that we join together to fight against climate crisis, but also to join together against racism. No one. No one will elect you when you're hugging with neo-Nazis. They will always vote for the original and laugh at you. I'm pretty sure we need a consensus between all parties. No takeover of narratives of right-wing people. There's no space for this. Whoever wants.
So, who does this and who goes into the direction of far-right politics, really goes against the population, and who thinks about the results of the polls that we have every Sunday on what parties people would vote for, instead of thinking about the long-term future. That's just not right. And so there's so many people in this country who are willing to do the labor, to bring their ideas, their creativity, and they have this power to and the will to change something. I really notice after all these years of Republica and TinCon, so it's great that you're all here. And now, finally, a few words on this great program that our team created here. And so Markus Beckedahl is going to talk about the program this year. Welcome. Good morning. More people than I thought. We're really happy after all these months of preparation to step up on the stage and to see all of these nice people in one place. It's a once-a-year event. And so we always have this question at Republica, what digital society do we want to live in? And this year, like Johnny just said, do we live in a equitable society? So that's a question this year. So we're going to talk about inflation, scams, the art market, lots and lots of topics that relate to cash. And also the question, who controls our digital payment infrastructure and what values does that entail? And obviously, artificial intelligence, we know this from previous Republica instances. And now the whole society, you know, we have these new tools, and probably a lot of you like these new tools and use them. You know, the creative possibilities. We want to test all of this out, right? And the digital world has, for a long time, not been this interesting anymore, right? But you know, there's going to be a quick change, and I feel like we, as a society, aren't necessarily prepared for this change. And so, what systems are these? Like, on what values have they been built? Who takes care of the data within these systems? Who controls the infrastructure? How does that relate to equality and inequality? And how will these systems influence our lives today and in the future? We need to know if an AI made a certain decision. We need to know on what sort of basis decisions are being made. And if you earn money using this technology, you know, there should be people that can be actually held accountable when something goes awry. And so another question, the two great transformations of our time, digitization and the fight against climate change. How do we combine these two? How can we have a sustainable world without like intensifying the climate crisis through the effects of digitization? Yeah, and so a lot of us here loved Twitter, and the richest person in the world bought it, right? And so he's got the power over it, and he can just like on a whim change it. And now it turns out he's a far-right ideologue, close to, you know, the far-right fringe, and dealing with conspiracy theories. And so we have this shift to far-right topics. And so the question is, how do we create open and shared social media? What sort of strategies can we use to protect freedom of speech, but also prevent people from being, keep people included in the discourse? And again, surveillance, right? The Snowden revelations, and we need to have a digital life that's not being fully surveilled. And also, how do we improve the media, our public broadcast systems that we all pay for here in Germany? And yeah, so back to the beginning. A lot of the program comes because of all the talks that you sent to us, and so we had to read a lot of proposals, and half of the proposals, 500 proposals, arrived on the last day of the deadline. Yeah, and so the 1 or 2 months before, you know, we're like sitting idly by and waiting, you know, is there going to be a rush? Will there be interest? But yeah, so together with our team of volunteers in the track team, we read all of these proposals and had to make some hard decisions. So a few hundred talks is what we selected, and we also have talks and workshops that we initiated. We have lots and lots of stages. We're not even really sure how many stages we have, because, you know, there's like all of these different areas, and we're not really sure, you know, are they in the app or not? And so we have two apps. We have an official app and another one made by Toto, and both of those are great. And we have this, you know, printed flyers with the program on them, and that has to be finalized like 2 or 3 weeks before, and then we still have like last-minute changes. So, you know, it's like a great way to get a rough overview, but the printed program is not necessarily fully correct because of last-minute changes. And yeah, so 26 different like stages, very big stages, very small stages. And so, you know, we don't necessarily can predict how big the interest in a certain talk is going to be. And so if you cannot enter a certain space because it's full, don't be sad, go somewhere else. We really have a very interesting bunch of sessions for you, and so, or maybe even go talk to other people. And in the Arena Club this year, we have a media space with like art exhibitions, media exhibitions. So if you exit the door, then enter the other building left to the coffee stand. We have a ship for taking a swim. We have 3 days of a great program and great people. So enjoy Republica, and now Andreas Gebhardt is going to talk a lot about something else.
Hi, everybody. Also from me, a warm welcome to Republica 23. I always wanted to make this. Nice to have you here. As usual, I have the job to say thank you. Thank you, and a big hand and a big applause to all the partners and supporters who make this event possible. Thank you. There's even more possible, I think, because it's all about a motto. It's about cash. We chose this motto in parts because we are still in a post-crisis situation, especially when it comes to Republica, that many partners feel and they couldn't do what they wanted to do, because we also talk about our own experiences when we talk about cash. And that's why it's so important to have, society nearly forgot that a few months ago we've been in great sorrow about the pandemics, but now it's kind of through, basically. But for many people in society, it's not through at all, because many companies need money, and thanks to our partners. What's especially important for us, and you can also see that on our website, thanks to Nantjan, who's responsible in our team for sustainability. We published a sustainability report from last year. You wouldn't think how complex this topic is in context of events. There's no meat at our place. There's one piece we can do. Come by train or with a bike if you're close enough. There's a few things we can change to have a sustainable event here. If you're event makers yourself and you want to make your events more sustainable, we have a lot of experts in the team. You can talk to them. We really, it's deep in our heart that the whole thing is going to get a lot more sustainable, especially the industry of events. There's also something new we didn't mention. On our right side, if you go through the wall, there's one way that goes to the Oberhafen-Kantine. There's also a program from the afternoon on. And there's also a food court and old computer games and a stage and installations. There's really cool things happening here. Just walk right through. That's a new area we didn't use last year. There's not only the media parkour that you can look at, but also everything in the Flutgraben. There's one more topic I want to talk about, and I supported last year's. What we're talking about at 19 o'clock in the Adidas Run Base is women's football. There's no one who transmits this on the TV or something. It's not so difficult, but we need to support this, and that's something I want to talk to you about. Maybe you want to come back to the stage again? Yeah. Maybe we've forgotten something? Is my microphone on? Yes. Well, last sentence. Tanya has stage fright. She's not on the stage, but she's here. She's healthy, but yeah, she doesn't want to come up here. We also didn't fight or something. no one is forced to come on stage. That's not only about you, but also also about our team. Well, what else is to say? Use your time. It's the first day. It's half over, kind of. We have many interesting guests on our stages, and we want to thank our guests, all speakers. Thanks for being here and that you've come here, and I hope you have 3 wonderful days here, and use sunscreen. We walk down here.
So, vielen Dank an die GründerInnen der Republika. Oh, jetzt habe ich gegendert. Das heißt, wir haben jetzt wieder 100 neue AfD-Wähler hier im Saal. Jetzt geht es hier auf der Bühne aber ordentlich weiter, liebe Leute. Jetzt ist alles offiziell eröffnet. Jetzt können wir hier offiziell die Republika feiern und wir starten direkt mit einer sehr interessanten Session. Vorher aber ein klein bisschen Housekeeping. Es wurde ja jetzt schon erwähnt, was es hier alles für Bühnen gibt, wo es alles Bühnen gibt. Es gibt Stage 5 und 6 hinten am Festsaal Kreuzberg. Es gibt die Hoppetosse. Es gibt da vorne wieder einen Food Court. Es gibt Kids Spaces. Wir haben natürlich wieder das Badeschiff. Falls ihr Badesachen dabei habt, könnt ihr zwischendurch schwimmen gehen. Ich habe gehört, man kann da auch Badesachen erwerben, also falls ihr nicht ausgerüstet seid, dann könnt ihr euch da ausrüsten lassen, wenn ihr unbedingt schwimmen wollt, wenn ihr es braucht, wenn ihr eine kleine Erfrischung braucht. Es gibt noch viele andere Dinge, es gibt viele andere Bühnen. Wir haben zum Beispiel, hier ist ja auch alles ein bisschen neu, da ist unsere Expo-Area, ganz wichtig, auch für unsere international guests. We have some headphone hubs, and the main stage and the stage 2 will be translated the whole day, so if you get some headphones at the headphone places, you can hear the German sessions in English because of those damn crowds who are speaking German. So, also das auch. Übrigens, die Funkkopfhörer gelten natürlich auch an den ganzen kleinen Bühnen, an den Makerspaces oder hier in der Expo bei unseren PartnerInnen. Da sind dann so kodierte Tafeln mit so Farbcodes und dann wisst ihr, auf welchen Kanal ihr die Kopfhörer einstellen müsst und könnt dann da lauschen, weil es ist ja sonst ein bisschen zu laut, wenn jetzt jeder hier in die Halle brüllt, so wie ich, dann haben wir hier nachher irgendwie tierischen Lärmsalat und keiner versteht mehr was. Deswegen für die Stände und die kleinen Bühnen überall gibt es Kopfhörer mit verschiedenen Codes, damit ihr da auch hören könnt, was dort besprochen wird. So, was habe ich noch am Zettel stehen? Die meisten Sachen wurden euch erklärt. Es gibt den Media-Parcours im Arena-Club. Es gibt im Flutgraben die Stage 4. Da werden eher so nischige Perspektiven auf die ganzen Republika-Themen geteilt. Das wurde vor allem erstellt zusammen mit unseren Co-KuratorInnen. Wir haben, wie gesagt, im Festsaal Kreuzberg und im Biergarten Stage 5 und 6. Da ist Mittwoch übrigens TinCon, für alle, die es interessiert und die es wissen wollen. Wir haben auch noch die Oberhafenkantine für Sessions und da drüben so schräg gegenüber die Trödelhalle. Die würde ich euch vor allem morgen Abend empfehlen, denn sehr aufregend. Da gibt es morgen Abend etwas, was es lange nicht mehr auf der Republika gab, aber schwer vermisst wurde, nämlich Bingo. Da mache ich morgen mit Herrn Bingo, falls da jemand mal wieder seine Skills im Zahlen ankreuzen testen will, dann müsst ihr morgen Abend da sein. So, es gibt natürlich noch viel mehr Bühnen, viel mehr Programm. Um dann einen besseren Überblick zu haben, ist es, wenn ich euch jetzt das alles erzähle, dann schreibt keiner mit, dann wie war das nochmal und so. Ladet euch die App runter, es liegen auch überall Pläne aus, auf denen ihr das nochmal genau nachgucken könnt. Wir haben auch einen Infopoint, wo Leute euch mit Rat und Tat beiseite stehen, wenn ihr irgendwelche Fragen habt. Hier auf der Stage 1 werden übrigens in den Pausen den ganzen Tag die Questions of the Day gezeigt. Da sind so Umfragen, da könnt ihr per QR-Code teilnehmen. Und dann gibt es
Questions of the Day, those are queries or polls where you can vote for different questions that people pose to you. If you want to partake, that would be great. During the breaks, you can watch the monitors here on stage. You can find the QR code for accessing these polls. And one last thing I want to mention, just be careful, take care of yourself. We know this is reasonably safe, but this is still a public space and there's always the chance that something happens. We have an awareness team for that. You can find the context on the homepage, on the info point and some other places like brochures that we hand out, leaflets. If you see anything, if you hear anything, just let them know so that this space can be as safe as it can be. That's just about it for the housekeeping. And just to let you know, at stage 5, there is an opening panel on Me Too in the media. That would also be a really interesting talk. But here we now have another panel. This is our opening keynote. This is AI, privacy, and the surveillance business model, and it's being held by Meredith Whitney. She's the CEO of the foundation behind the Messenger Foundation. She is an expert on AI, on privacy, and on all sorts of other digital esports. She was an advisor to the White House, to the EU Parliament, for the state of New York, for the city of New York. She's an expert for internet policy, for privacy, security. She was also a professor at the NYU. She has worked at Google for many years, and thus she clearly knows what she's saying. And she's been a very big VIP in the tech space. And so if you have questions, just pose them to her. For example, is there any way to get around the platform capitalism? And is it possible to have an alternative for this business model? How can we prevent being spied upon? Are there any questions? Those are the questions that she's going to ask and answer. So.
Wow. Don't worry, I'll use the Signal Face Blur feature.
Okay, don't worry. Macht euch keine Sorgen, ich benutze das Feature von Signal, mit dem man Gesichter ausblenden kann oder etwas anonymisieren kann. Ich habe keine Folien, ich habe auch keine große Performance hier, aber ich habe versucht, das Ganze aufzuschreiben, damit ich meine Gedanken klar formulieren kann. Ich werde langsam reden. Ich danke euch allen dafür, dass ihr mir auf Englisch zuhört oder in unserem Fall hier auf Deutsch. Es ist toll, dass ihr mich hier begrüßt, dass ich hier da sein darf. Und es ist super, dass ich da sein darf. Ich werde heute über Datenschutz, über Privatsphäre reden.
And I want to look at the way AI technologies themselves extend both the gaze of surveillance corporations and governments and the epistemic authority of these actors, expanding the right to define people and communities in ways that often have more power than the claims of those being defined. I also want to contrast this briefly with what Signal is doing. How are Signal and the AI conversation even related? The answer is in many ways, and we'll get to them. A world where the current trajectory toward AI proliferation continues on this track is a world that will be increasingly hostile to privacy and to efforts like Signal that reject the surveillance business model in an ecosystem nonetheless shaped by it. So let's start with AI. What is AI? Well, AI is a marketing term revived in the early 2010s in a resurgence led primarily by large tech companies. Now, as a term, it's one of many that could have been chosen to describe the data and compute-centric statistical models currently assembled under its name. It's drawn from a grab bag of academic descriptors, from cybernetics to automata theory to information processing to machine learning, that, over the past 75 or so years, have been alternately applied to a heterogeneous continua of generally military-driven research and development animated by a desire for computational control and automated, centralized decision-making. Cognitive and computer scientist John McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence in the 1950s. And he did so not as a descriptor of the emerging properties of the systems he was building or saw around him, but for much more mundane and familiar reasons. In an interview, he acknowledged that he, quote, invented the term artificial intelligence because we had to do something when we were trying to get money for a summer study in 1956. Well, he got the money, and the Dartmouth Summer Research Project on Artificial Intelligence moved forward. But those familiar with academic grant-making will be sympathetic to McCarthy's need for an umbrella term capable of rhetorically containing the work of the people he wanted to invite, excluding those he didn't, all while being exciting to funders. And of course, making up a new term is a tried and true way to claim turf, another academic imperative, as is the petty turf battle. You see, McCarthy didn't want to invite Norbert Wiener, under whose term cybernetics much of the field was then organized. As for myself, he said in an interview a few years later, quote, "One of the reasons for inventing the term artificial intelligence was to escape association with cybernetics. I wished to avoid either having to accept Norbert as a guru or having to argue with him." Now, creating a new field, a new conceptual umbrella, creates a container into which funding and prestige can accrue. Importantly, it also posits the field's creators as inventors, not expanders. Novelty is a fetish in academia as elsewhere. Marvin Minsky, Claude Shannon, and of course McCarthy, the men we are instructed to look to as the fathers of AI, gained this status as much through their work as through their presence at the beginning of this term's invention. Of course, a name isn't everything, but I do often wonder where we'd be now if the name cybernetics had stuck, or if information processing had persisted in all its descriptive boringness, or simply if the word intelligence, with its grim history and eugenic moorings, weren't repeated each time we now refer to these corporate data and compute-centric statistical models. So I recite this short etymology in part to highlight that the term AI is a highly contingent one among many possible descriptors, and that it had at least as much to do with the imperatives of academic competition and the requirements of funders as it did with the nature of the technology it aspired to describe. So, given that the term AI has been applied to a wide-ranging array of heterogeneous techniques over the course of its over 70-year history, we should ask, why did AI, the term and the mythology, suddenly regain popularity in the early 2010s? Why, after a long lull, are we seeing this now? Well, for that, we'll turn to a quick potted history. Networked computation began as a military initiative, in the US at least, and was largely funded by the US government, who also underwrote the computing industry for much of its history. Cold War fears were an animating force throughout. Now fast forward to the early 90s, and the turn to neoliberal policies coupled with a Clinton-era belief that high tech would be a balm to an ailing economy saw the privatization and commercialization of the infrastructure for network computation, or the internet. Now here I'm drawing on the excellent work of Matthew Crane, whose book Profit Over Privacy is a vital resource for understanding these dynamics. As the privatization of these once publicly funded university and military infrastructures moved forward, the Clinton administration tasked various government agencies with assessing the risks and benefits. And it's here that we see clearly that the shape and structure of the surveillance business model was not a mistake. It was not an elision or a future that no one foretold. The dangers and harms we face now from the concentrated power of mass surveillance in the hands of a few private actors was foretold, and those warnings were ignored. Academics, civil society organizations, and multiple agencies inside the government raised alarms about the serious harms that allowing the private sector to self-regulate on privacy could produce. These predictions were largely correct, but they fell on neoliberal ears, and the zeitgeist of the time, privatizing gains while socializing costs, prevailed. The Clinton administration chose to prioritize the perspectives of the high-tech and advertising industry, including many familiar big tech players like Eric Schmidt, over its own experts. It ultimately endorsed a framework for commercialization that put no limits on the surveillance and data creation the emerging tech industry could engage in. So this was the enabling condition that supported the expansion of the surveillance business model, which grew through trial and error through the dot-com boom and the dot-com bust into an uneasy equilibrium before metastasizing into the consolidated monopolistic landscape we face today. Crane puts it bluntly: the industry's academic The industry's economic success is rooted in its virtually unconstrained monetization of consumer surveillance. And surveillance, driven by advertising, remains the foundation of the current tech industry. This model underwrote and incentivized the sudden proliferation of so-called free internet services, from search to email to social networks. And to power these free products and the valuable data collection they enabled, the firms at the forefront steadily built and invested in massive computational infrastructure and techniques to enable the rapid processing and storage of huge amounts of data. This brings us to a key point. The surveillance business model trends toward consolidation, or natural monopoly in the language of economists. The tech companies who honed the computational surveillance business model early had the opportunity to accrue massive infrastructures, massive data stores, and large user bases from which to continually pull data. These are resources that competitors cannot simply bootstrap or buy, and they are self-reinforcing. Almost without exception, the companies early to this model are the firms we now refer to as big tech. And by the early 2010s, these big tech winners had established themselves and were beginning to entrench their market dominance, settling in and acting more and more like the shareholder-driven mega corporations they were, slowly then quickly shedding the patina of technocratic exceptionalism that marked their ascent. But back to our question. Why did AI reemerge at this time? Well, it's not an accident. Data, the more the better, computational infrastructure, and market reach are the ingredients at the core of the recent AI boom. And the Venn diagram between these and the infrastructures built up to support and enable the surveillance business model is more or less a circle. Indeed, what was new about AI in the early 2010s was not new innovations in machine learning. The methods that were applied to prove AI's newfound utility date from the 1980s with a few modifications. What was new were the significant amounts of available data used to train AI models and the power of the computational infrastructure available to conduct this training and calibration. These are resources concentrated in the hands of a few private tech companies, care of the surveillance business model. So if we look at it from this perspective, we see that AI's primary role has been to expand what can be done with the massive amounts of surveillance data collected and stored by large tech companies. By sprinkling the magic and marketing of AI, surveillance data could be used to create models of reality, which are then applied far beyond surveillance advertising to make predictions and determinations across nearly every realm of human life, from transportation to education to medicine to confidently offering the wrong answer in response to a prompt, and much more. And it's worth noting that this too produces intimate data about us, which often has power over us, even if that data emerges via predictive models, not via direct surveillance and data collection. So in short, the marketing narrative of AI is working to mystify, entrench, and expand the surveillance business model at the heart of the tech industry. Okay. Before I move on, I want to
Bevor ich
touch on
jetzt
another
weiter
essential
fortfahre,
element. Because
möchte
all
ich
of this
ein
doesn't simply happen
weiteres
as an artifact of seamless mechanical and digital automation. It takes people doing labor. Lots of people doing lots of labor. This is never going away, and it's true at both ends, in the construction of AI systems and in their deployment once built to automate various roles and tasks. And in both the construction of AI and its deployment in the world, the narrative of intelligent automation helps the handful of companies developing and profiting from these systems claim their status as cutting-edge innovators and attribute to the systems they build the productive capacity actually contributed by workers. And even though Emily Denton, Timnit Gebru, Veena Dubal, Alex Hanna, Adrian Williams, and many others have written about this at length, the labor that enables AI remains routinely unmentioned in most mainstream AI coverage. So to bring this to the surface, I'll give just a couple of classic examples, starting with the ImageNet dataset and the ImageNet Large-Scale Visual Recognition Challenge, which was launched as a yearly competition in 2010. And here I'm drawing on a wonderful paper authored by Dr. Emily Denton and their colleagues, which offers a material history of ImageNet and its importance to the current resurgence in AI. ImageNet provided the first massive public AI dataset that helped prove old techniques could do new things with newly big data and compute. Now, ImageNet is a vast collection of about 14 million images scraped from Flickr, image search, and various web platforms, organized into about 20,000 categories based on the WordNet taxonomy. But this organization into categories, this sorting and labeling of random, odd, and opportunistically chosen images didn't just happen. And indeed, the question of how to shoehorn a massive collection of random images into some universally accepted labels that could be narrated as fixed and descriptive was the question that nearly ended the project before it saw the light of day. Fei-Fei Li, ImageNet's lead, noted that she was considering shutting the effort down after realizing that it would take years and far too much money to organize and label the data in a university context. Jia Dang, an ImageNet collaborator, estimated that it would take 19 years to label the entire data set if they solely relied on undergraduate labor. But according to an interview I conducted with Li in 2017, it was a coincidental hallway conversation with a student that shaped ImageNet's fate and its labor politics. Sometime in 2005 or 2006, the student mentioned to Li that Amazon had recently launched a crowd work platform, Amazon Mechanical Turk, and that it could be possible to outsource the epistemic labor of image labeling to these low-paid workers. This is precisely what the ImageNet team did, breaking the data set into pieces, drafting a consensus process that would accept labels that had been affirmed by multiple Amazon Turk workers, and ultimately relying on 49,000 workers from 167 countries to perform the task of organizing and labeling the data. So it is fair to say that without computationally mediated precarious piecework of the kind Amazon Turk helped initiate, ImageNet and potentially the AI boom that followed would not have happened. And though they're existentially important to this project, Denton and their co-authors note that these vital workers are not named anywhere as contributors or authors, even as they are the ones whose insights, whose understanding of visual culture and learned perception provided the universal meaning that ImageNet and AI models trained on and measured against ImageNet reify and project back into the world. Of course, this shouldn't be terribly surprising when we zoom out a bit. Indeed, this hiding of essential labor is arguably strategically necessary. The mythology of the intelligent machine is difficult to maintain if we were instead specifying the source of this intelligence, the tens and thousands of workers and the knowledge they brought to the task of labeling the millions of images, which were themselves created by uncredited contributors. And in case this example reads as out of date, or if there's any question that maybe, hey, generative AI or whatever the new flavor is next year has found an escape velocity powerful enough to jettison this requirement for human labor, let me assure you, this requirement is inescapable. So to take a more recent example from among many, reporting from Time's Billy Perigo exposed that OpenAI was dependent on Kenyan workers earning less than $2 an hour in its construction of GPT. Now, these workers are tasked with reading and reviewing tens of thousands of pieces of text that contain grim descriptions of child sexual abuse, bestiality, suicide, torture, self-harm, you name it. Garbage from the most disturbed corners of the internet, from which OpenAI scrapes some of the data it uses to train GPT. These workers are tasked with labeling these examples in order to inform GPT of what toxic and impermissible text looks like. Again, this labor is required. Without these workers and the trauma they endure, there would be no market for GPT. The tendency for these systems to replicate and mirror the data they were trained on means that without intervention, they frequently spit out racist, alarming, and disgusting content. And only by coaxing GPT and similar into the parameters of acceptable liberal discourse can a system like this be marketed as acceptable, intelligent, and suitable for use. We'll note that the traumatic nature of this work led to multiple worker complaints, serious mental health issues, and ultimately to the firm OpenAI hired as a subcontractor canceling the contract. But we should watch this case carefully. Recently, workers at this firm and others in Africa voted to form the African Content Moderators Union as a response to the precarity, harm, and pressure this work puts on them. So in short, we see that in the process of developing these AI systems, there's a capturing of human subjectivity, perception, and knowing. Large firms extract this knowledge and experience from low-paid workers, generally in the majority world, whose insights are then dehumanized, replicated, and remixed via automated systems that rely on the data these workers give meaning to. We see this extractive logic mirrored as well in the indiscriminate siphoning of artistic work that has been used to inform generative image systems like Midjourney and DALL-E. The vision, skill, and craftsmanship of millions of artists is extracted and displaced onto the machine, in this case, without credit or consent. Extractive logics also guide the deployment of these systems in the workplace. Claims of technological innovation, overstatements of capabilities, and the existing imperatives of employers collude to paint these systems as capable of replacing workers, even when this is not true, and it almost never is. But it doesn't have to be true to work. This mechanistically justified worker degradation is achieved not by building systems capable of actually replacing workers, but by making people believe that such systems can replace workers, and then labeling the workers who are required to maintain and respond to the system as low-skilled, thus justifying paying them less. Now, for some hope against this tide, I want to point to the Writers Guild of America strike, which is currently ongoing. This is a struggle that I view as the front line in the battle for meaningful and humane AI regulation. The WGA is the Union of Hollywood Writers, and they are echoing the struggles of industrial workers in the 18th and 19th century Britain, who fought for power over their workplace and a share in the benefits of automation. They are currently striking to demand the right to decide whether, and if so, how, AI will be used in their creative process. They recognize that while AI is not capable of creativity, it is capable of giving studios a pretext for decimating their labor power and livelihood, which would likely look something like firing writers, then rehiring the same people back as AI editors, likely via some gig work model that offers little in the way of stability, benefits, or a livable wage. But it would, of course, allow executives to report cost-cutting to shareholders. Okay. Now let's move on and turn to the question of who gets to define the world we live in. This is a question that AI companies are very invested in. And to explore this, I want to look closely at Neuralink, Elon Musk's AI cum human-computer brain implant company that somehow recently received approval from the US Food and Drug Administration to begin implanting chips in people's skulls, even as the company has come under scrutiny for maiming and killing the monkeys, pigs, and sheep that it was testing the product on in the run-up to FDA approval. Now, Neuralink is developing brain implants meant to be embedded in the skull, which dangle electrodes directly into the brain. Why on earth would we want this? Well, Elon explains that without it, humans will be no match for AI's supremacy, and we will be left behind. Quote, on a species level, it's important to figure out how we coexist with advanced AI, achieving some AI symbiosis. Neuralink effectively promises to unite us with this superintelligence via, quote, direct, lag-free interactions between our brains and external devices. So already, the mythology of AI intelligence, even supremacy, is animating the core rationale being used to justify this invasive technology. And the eugenic origins of the term intelligence also comes through loud and clear in other messaging. In a promotional video posted December 2020, Musk claimed that Neuralink will solve a host of what he calls problems. Quote, "The reality is that almost everyone, over time, will develop brain and spine problems." In the background of this video, we see an image with the words memory loss, hearing loss, blindness, paralysis, depression, anxiety, addiction, insomnia, brain damage. Musk continues, boasting that, quote, "An implantable device can actually solve these problems." So here, Musk presents a vision of humanity in which the future is better because disabled people are erased, fixed by being turned into a normative version of a non-disabled person. Make no mistake, this is a constitutively eugenic vision in which Musk and Neuralink implicitly claim the right to define what is normal, intelligent, and ideal. In this way, Neuralink and arguably a host of less invasive AI systems that are being tasked to judge, predict, and assess us and our world are inverting the classic disability rights slogan, "Nothing about us without us." What they are building is quite literally everything about us without us. And as disability activist and scholar Ellie Clare points out in relation to deafness in this case, quote, "Many deaf people claim themselves not as disabled, but as a linguistic minority. They locate the trouble they experience not in their inability to hear, but in the non-deaf world's unwillingness to learn and use sign language." So in other words, the deaf community doesn't universally welcome technologies that, in Clare's words, quote, "bring with them the non-deaf world's hope of eradicating both deafness as a medical condition and being deaf as an identity." Put another way, not everyone wants to be Elon's or AI's version of normal. Nor does everyone subscribe to this troubling worldview that paints humans as the problem and corporate tech as the solution. Now, Neuralink's former president, Max Hodak, who describes himself on his website as a general intelligence living in San Francisco, builds on Musk's AI-human symbiosis fantasy, positing Neuralink as the one weird trick that would transform people into some superhuman species. In a 2021 Twitter poll, he asked, in relation to Neuralink's potential capabilities, quote, "What do you think would have the largest impact on you? Eidetic or photographic memory, ideal attentional control, ideal emotional control, or control over the rate of time?" Here we see a familiar framing gone one step further. The medical model of disability, which as scholars Sarah Hendren and Mara Mills point out, quote, "views disability as an impairment, illness, or disorder lodged within the individual," is now applied to the sum total of our sordid, imperfect humanity, positioning our mortality and basic physical needs as problems to be solved. Indeed, in this familiar neoliberal frame, social issues are painted as individual failings and responsibilities. It is we who are broken and in need of fixing. Pay no attention to the structures that demand perfect attention, brutal emotional regulation, or memory recall incapable of forgetting trauma and distress. Neuralink is selling a fix to the problem of being a person with one life and relatable limitations. And in doing so, it is claiming the right to create the benchmarks against which our humanity would be measured, and thus claiming the authority to define us and our world. Now, we can zoom out from Neuralink and neural tech to see this pattern in the role of industrial AI products throughout our lives more generally. AI is already being used to determine who gets access to resources and opportunities. And whatever the marketing claims, these systems are being produced by companies whose primary incentives are profit and growth. They are being licensed to businesses and institutions to facilitate means testing, surveillance, austerity, and other forms of social control. And the users of these systems are not the people profiled and assessed by them. They're not you or me. Nor are the goals of these systems, the goals that are baked into them, calibrated to serve the subject population's needs. These are the tools of the businesses and institutions, not the people on whom they're used. So we need to situate Neuralink and other commercial AI within this landscape, and to seriously consider the risks of a future in which a handful of private companies have a claim, whether accurate or not, to a map of our lives, of ourselves, and of how we respond and feel at any given moment, where these companies, driven by capitalist incentives, could be positioned to interpret our thoughts, psyches, and bodies with more authority than us. We have only to go back to the 1960s to look at the political abuse of psychiatry when, as Jonathan Metzl has documented, changes to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or DSM, led to the increased diagnosis of Black civil rights leaders as schizophrenic, based largely on pathologizing Black activism. Or to a time before 1973, when the DSM included homosexuality among its listed mental disorders. Or before late 2012, when it included being trans, something many extremists in the US and UK are fighting hard to repathologize right now. So I want to be extremely clear before we move on. I do not see any evidence that such brain-reading technologies are actually possible, or that such claims would ever be valid. I would look to the work of Luke Stark, Javon Hudson, and others who have documented the fundamental limitations of the current crop of AI systems that claim to read people's emotions, character, and capabilities, for more on this. However, and this is the key point regarding epistemic authority, these technologies don't have to work as claimed to function in ways that meet the goals of companies and investors. And in reading the hype, we get a picture of the future these companies are aiming to create. The case of Neuralink shows that there is a will to extend the right to define our world even into our interior selves, to usurp the ability for people to speak their thoughts, feelings, and perceptions authoritatively without being eclipsed and corrected by a centralized computational system whose perspective will always reflect the imperatives of the companies that produce and use them. Now, normalizing the inevitability and exceptionalism of this kind of tech, while distracting from the corporate imperatives and present-day use case, is part of what I see the current hype around AI existential risk working to accomplish as well. This is one of the reasons that I think it's necessary to push back against this hype directly. There is no evidence that AI is on the brink of malevolent superintelligence or ever will be. Francois Chollet, one of the authors of Core AI Development Infrastructure and an AI researcher himself, put this bluntly, quote, "To be clear, at this time and for the foreseeable future, there does not exist any AI model or technique that could represent an extinction risk for humanity, not even in nascent form, not even if you extrapolate capabilities into the future via scaling laws." But, as many have noted, this narrative of existential risk is both compelling, producing adrenaline and awe, and an implicit advertisement for these systems, painting them as super capable, even superior to people. And again, it doesn't have to be true to affect the world. This is important, as Sun-Ha Hong noted in his excellent paper, Prediction as Extraction of Discretion, quote, "The social impact of technologies tends to exceed their actual capabilities or implementation. And this happens because the stories told about these technologies shape our understanding of the horizon of possibilities, of what is and is not inevitable, and inform policy, practice, and valuation." So in this way, the industry-backed wave of AI hype, which followed Microsoft's deployment of the ChatGPT advertisement and interface in January, is doing powerful work to narrate not an empirically grounded prediction of future capacities, but to shape our perception of AI and its future in ways that will inform our actions right now, from which regulations to apply, to how these technologies can be developed, to whether workers will have any protections. And this is, in my view, one of the reasons we see the companies and those aligned with them going so hard on the existential risk fantasy. The hope, I believe, is that the story will function to direct public opinion and policy in the present towards solutions that look to the far future, instead of perturbing the AI status quo and the serious dangers that come with it. This is why correcting this myth is so important, not simply because we want to be right, but because we need to insist on a reality-based foundation on which to make important decisions. Okay, before I close, I want to connect this back to Signal. What does all of this have to do with Signal, and why am I, Signal's president, up here giving this talk instead of reading from a cute little deck trying to convince you all to use Signal, as is the norm among my fellow tech executives? Well, one reason is that I'm in Berlin at Republica, and I'm pretty sure most of you already use Signal, so why would I waste your time? But I'm also lucky. I'm in a really rare position where I get to be honest. Signal is a nonprofit. We're not trying to sell anything, and I'm not going to walk off this stage and have an investor or board member on the phone telling me to tone it down. That's a huge privilege in tech. But, thank you. But the bigger reason this connects back to Signal in meaningful ways is that in meaningful ways, the world that AI companies and their boosters want is a world where robust privacy, autonomy, and the ability for self-expression and self-determination are seriously imperiled. And put simply, these are values Signal exists to uphold. And of course, the technologies we're calling AI are themselves constitutively anti-privacy. They require the extension and entrenchment of tech surveillance business model, both in terms of the increased default collection and creation of data used to train and inform these models, and in the expansion of the authority handed to these corporations to define our world via these systems. But Signal also needs to work to push back on this type of hype for another, more immediate reason. That's right, I'm talking about the EU's chat control proposal and the UK online safety bill's encryption provisions, both of which rely on AI hype and overstatement to justify their unworkable proposals. These center hopes for AI-enabled client-side scanning that could act as a magical solution, enabling governments to conduct mass surveillance while somehow maintaining privacy. Now, of course, nothing of this sort is possible. As I and many others have noted, these systems will not work as intended, and like all content moderation systems and all AI, they require significant human labor. Nor will they in any way resolve the unresolvable tension between the desire to surveil and the right to privacy and free expression. They are mass surveillance systems, full stop. And I could go on criticizing these proposals, but what I want to underscore is that it's sadly understandable that many politicians and members of the public would believe that client-side scanning hype, in the presence of an entire industry making overstated claims to technological magic while hiding the labor and material limits of these systems, why couldn't things like client-side scanning also perform this magic? And here we see a very clear example of how narratives and mythologies of superhuman capabilities, while nonsense, have very real and potentially harmful impacts in the present. And again, this is why it's imperative that we set the record straight. So, Signal continues fighting, along with many allies, against the online safety bill's encryption provisions, against the chat control proposals in the EU, and against similar efforts that use magical thinking to justify the elimination of the right to privacy and to figure tech companies as the arbiters of our shared reality. We also believe that it is imperative that we stand with those pushing back against the rush to AI, which is being used to justify mass surveillance, to normalize the significant concentration of power that typifies the tech industry right now, and to expand the surveillance business model. So with that, I want to thank you so much, and I want to express my hope that you will all stand with us in this endeavor. Thank you, Berlin. Thank you, Republica.
Meredith Whittaker, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Am I taking questions?
Sorry?
Am I taking questions?
Yeah, I have some questions for you, if that's all right for you.
I'll hang out. Yeah.
So, because we heard you talk about AI and the panic about AI, this wrong panic about AI, and the real effects it has on, for example, the WGA strike and stuff like that. So, can you give us a short summary? What are the real threats of AI at the moment?
Oh, I just gave you a long summary.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I think at the center of the motivation for AI is a motivation for worker control and social control. The WGA fight is a very clear example of this that can point to recent examples, such as the decimation of the livelihoods of translators, who, when machine translation became good enough, which doesn't mean it works, it just means they can make an excuse to say it works, translators were fired en masse and now are basically hired as contract workers to fix the bad machine translations. So we're looking at a phenomena like that across the board, in which these broken and often very unimpressive systems will be nonetheless used as a pretext that decimates people's labor and livelihood. So that is a core issue, and I've actually written about the sort of long history of this impulse to worker control and degradation and surveillance that started before the architecture for digital computation, but was directly encoded by Charles Babbage into his engine. So I think there's a continuum here we really have to look to around the persistent desire by those in control to use automation, mechanization, and other technologies as a pretext for taking more and giving workers less. So that, I think, is a core issue that sort of redounds beyond this. And then I think the more authority we give these systems, the more we believe that they're intelligent, the more that we believe that they're superhuman, the more we buy this hype, the more authority we're giving a handful of corporations to tell us how our world works and what our place in the world is, which both feeds back into worker control, of course, because that's a very good position to put workers as very subordinate, and gives them power to shape our world and our culture in other ways, which make me pretty sick.
Yeah. And we heard and know about the EU and the UK with their new bills about end-to-end encryption, stuff like that, and they want to like pose a threat via AI onto those encryption systems. How does that work? How is that?
I mean, who knows how that works?
Yeah.
What are you
neither.
talking about? What are you all doing? I thought the US was wild, but it seems like it's catching.
Yeah, but how do they think it works? What's the main threat from them?
Honestly, I don't completely know how they think it works, because what has been specified in each is fairly brief and kind of points to an outcome, not a technical implementation. But what we're looking at is something like Neural Hash or these other programs that are meant to scan anything you write, any picture you send before you send it, through some AI model that's trained on what, similar to what the workers in Kenya were doing, what does toxic content look like, right? Some subjective version of that will never capture the, dynamism of and differences of language and idiomatic expression or imagery, but that will nonetheless be making sort of judgments based on this, potentially comparing that to some database of canonical images. I'm vague because there's no clear proposal, right? And that will then flag whether your expression is permissible or not. And the justification for this is stopping child exploitation and child abuse material, even though there's no evidence that mass surveillance actually has an effect on these horrible actions. Nonetheless, mass surveillance is sort of pushed as the solution with this kind of article of faith that AI can somehow perform this magic that backdoors an encryption or other broken regimes of the past that haven't worked could not. So I think it's a good example both of we're again butting up against a crypto war type phenomena where the desire for social control and surveillance has raised again and they're finding a new pretext for it, and that this magical thinking is an extremely powerful a vehicle for those in power to push through whatever they want and say, like, actually, we'll be able to do it. It's magic. Yeah.
It's like buzzword bingo mixed with magical thinking.
Yeah, except like, you know, fascistic social control is like what you get if you lose.
Yeah, like, right, absolutely. So, you're the president of Signal. What's next with Signal? What can we expect from your company right now?
Well, we should be launching usernames this year, and what you can expect is that we're going to keep doing what we do. We have one focus, which is producing a usable messenger service that is actually private in spite of the desire to surveil, in spite of operating in an ecosystem where every norm and all the infrastructure we encounter was designed with surveillance as the norm. So we're going to keep doing that. That's what we do. That's all we do. We're not adding other features that like try to make you stay on the app. We're not adding ads. We're not adding AI. We do one thing, and that's it.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Meredith Whittaker. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Wunderbar. Was für ein Opening, was für eine Keynote. Hier geht es weiter um 12:30 Uhr. Es werden hochkarätige Gäste erwartet. Es wird nach wie vor um Cash gehen. Und meine liebe Kollegin Geraldine de Bastion wird auch dabei sein. Also 12:30 Uhr jetzt gleich hier an Bühne 1. Und wenn ihr bei der Umfrage mitmachen wollt, wird jetzt gleich hier auf den Monitoren die Question of the Day inklusive QR-Code erscheinen. Bis gleich.
Ich bin Ulf Burmeier. Ich bin eigentlich Richter, aber seit ein paar Jahren beurlaubt und jetzt einer der Co-Hosts der Lage der Nation.
Das ist der wichtigste Politik-Podcast dieses Landes, oder?
Wenn du das sagst. Na, so eine halbe Million etwa hört jede Folge zu.
Und du warst aber nicht immer reich und berühmt, oder?
Na, ich war natürlich auch mal Schüler und als ich Schüler war, hatte ich einen Nebenjob beim Kirchenboten. Das ist die Wochenzeitung für das Bistum Osnabrück und ich bin da quasi als Lokalreporter durch das Osnabrücker Land gedüst und durch das Emsland und habe über bedeutende Ereignisse aus der Welt der Kirche berichtet.
Wie zum Beispiel?
75 Jahre katholische Frauengemeinschaft Westrauder-Fehn.
Und wie war die Zeile von der Geschichte, über die du gerade erzählt hast?
75 Jahre katholische Frauengemeinschaft Westrauder-Fehn. Okay, ja, ihr seht schon, das ist ein bisschen oldschool gewesen. Heute würde ich einfach sagen, Frauen können mehr.
Was hast du beim Kirchenboten jetzt gelernt, was dir bei der Lage der Nation heute noch hilft?
Einfache Sätze und Dinge so erklären, dass man sie versteht.
Hättest du damals gedacht, dass du einmal der Host des erfolgreichen Politik-Podcastes dieses Landes werden würdest?
Ich hatte damals schon überlegt, Journalist zu werden, aber es gab einfach noch keine Podcasts. Und deswegen hatte ich keine Vorstellung, mal Podcaster zu werden.
ja jetzt
Hi, everyone. We're continuing. Nice to see you all here still. We're continuing on stage 1. I'm an old man. I can't stand all day, so I'm really happy that someone is here now as also part of the Republika, a very talented presenter. So the next hour is hers. A round of applause for Geraldine de Bastion. Thank you, Niels. It's really nice to see you all here. I'm really looking forward to the next hour, and I will present my speaking partner. I will speak to Marlene Engelhorn, who is active in tax justice. She will be a million heiress, and she is part of Tax Me Now, which is an association of wealthy people who are advocating for tax justice. In her book, which she published in 2022, she discusses the questions of how much money is enough and how is fair distribution of wealth ensured. So please give a round of applause for Marlene Engelhorn.
Schön, dass du bei uns bist.
Nice to have you here. Thank you for having me. I'm a bit nervous and I have a really dry throat. So yeah, let's just start talking right away because we want to have space for your questions and comments at the end. Marlene, I already said you will inherit a large sum of money and you want to donate most of that money, but you would rather be taxed. So this is what my first question would be about. What is your current situation? You're from Austria. So what are the differences between Austria and Germany in taxation? Yeah, in Austria, there's no tax on heirlooms. In Germany, that's different. There's a wealth taxation which is paused but not abolished. And it has holes like a Swiss cheese. And well, the data is also less than ideal. So we don't know who owns what. But what we know is that the two wealthiest families in Germany have more money than the other half of the population. And the richest percent has access to 35% of the total wealth in Germany, whereas half of the population, again, only has access to 3%. And this is the best estimation we have because the data is so incomplete, as I said. So coming to inheritance, about 300 to 400 billion euro are inherited in Germany each year. And effectively, only 2% of that go to the fiscus. That is a minimal amount of money. And we have to ask ourselves who even inherits. And those are not small sums that go into the economy back again right away because maybe you want to pay off your house or something. It's mostly large amounts of money that goes to 10% of the population. The richest per milli of the population in Germany has a large wealth, an enormous wealth, and we have bad data, and authorities don't deal with that in a way that gives fair access to the population. Wealth is power, basically. You can make decisions in politics with money. And that doesn't fit into a democracy. Yeah, that's true. You and Tax Me Now, you give concrete recommendations. So what are your recommendations? Yeah, I would like to start this with an example and then come to Tax Me Now. The example most people know here is Matthias Döpfner, who is the CEO of the Springer Verlag in Germany. So he's already a wealthy person. And then Friede Springer, the original owner of the publishing house, gave him a large sum of money. And he should have to pay 30% tax on that because they're not related. But that didn't happen. Why didn't it happen? Because we have so glaring exceptions in the tax law and in the inheritance tax law. So that means that certain people have an influence on that because of lobbying work and party sponsoring and so on. Tax Me Now is very conscious of that because most of us come from very wealthy family, and this is the topic we want to discuss. And in February 2021, a few wealthy people came together who said, well, taxing is so important, so what can we do about it? They started writing statements about that, and after that, Tax Me Now was launched, and we do PR work because when rich people say taxing is important, there's a lot of attention to that, and when poorer people say that, they don't get that attention, of course. And that includes Republic. It's not cheap to come here and speak. So who is even on stage here is filtered, and certain people are excluded from these discussions. And these dynamics of power is what we want to talk about, and which is linked, what is linked to our postulations. We want a wealth tax. We want to close those loopholes in the tax law like Matthias Döpfner used. And we need authorities who actually have the power to get information, because Cum and Cum-Ex also has to do with lax authorities. Okay, a short round of applause.
Okay. Now, of course, there's all these cliche arguments. All rich people will then leave the country and whatever. So what are your thoughts on why this won't happen and why this makes sense? Well, the escape of the rich, they all end up in Austria, sure, because we're a tax oasis, tax haven. Well, the thing is, there are really good measures. Let's just look at the US measures to crack the Swiss bank secrecy, because they simply linked it to nationality. You may change your residence, but you don't often change your nationality. So many of these objections are just fluff. There are favorite bits of fluff that's Labour is going to be destroyed and whatever. But that's all proved wrong. It's just a pool of objections that have all been proved wrong. Please do the research about all the myths that are flying around. And because we are talking from a wealthy perspective, we do know this from first hand. And it's important to stop believing all these myths. So I'd like to ask you all to not believe that anymore. Okay, let's go back to the way you work at Tax Me Now. You do publicity work, which is what you're doing right now. But aside from stage, how does it work? And how can you get engaged when you're not wealthy? Well, we are a normal registered association, so anyone who's interested in supporting us can become a member. There's a website, taxmenow.eu. You can look at that if you're interested and decide whether you want to receive the newsletter or become a member or anything. And then, of course, there's the work that we do as an association. We prepare content. People that follow us on social media see that there's a lot of work that goes into that, and the structures need work too. But the main thing is publicity work and informing about wealth inequity and tax justice. You've talked about the problem that we have in the world that we live in right now, and the fact that power and wealth are correlated and are not equally distributed. Meredith stated in her keynote too. It's a phenomenon that we see in the digital world especially. So we see extremely wealthy people dominating our digital sphere and trying to use their power to have an influence in other ways too. Let's just mention a few big tech founders. And of course, we've had a lot of debate on our stages in the past too about how problematic it is when the founder of Amazon buys up large newspapers, and how can you keep an independent news media going? How important is it that Facebook gives users a share, a participation in how it's run, rather than having these founding programs where wealthy people can be celebrated for donating. So can you talk about the level of oligarchy, perhaps the focus on large philanthropy rather than having a democratically distributed funding model? Well, to talk about the benevolent oligarchy, that is the well-meaning rule of the wealthy, it's not that easy to say in plain language. What I like to call it the philanthropic capitalism. And just to give you a framework, this is about people that have huge wealth privately available and with which they can pay for campaigns and through which they can control and decide what should be important for society, completely independent of any democratic participation processes. And these organizations sometimes are able to even collect small donations from the general public, and they then steer through tax-deductible status what people think they can donate for. Now, who are the people that have this influence? That's people like me. Now, let me say something slightly provocative and slightly exaggerated. An example. Imagine I would be a representative of the most wealthy 1%, and you are the 99% of everyone else. And between us, there's a large coin standing on its side, which represents money. We all look at this coin, but we don't see the same thing. If you look at this coin, then normally you view it through the lens of what do I have, what do I need, can I get this all can I put this all together? But I see the other side. And for me, the coin is a symbol of dominance, of power. I can see wealth. So we are looking at the same thing, but we're not dealing with it in the same way. And how does this then show itself? I, for example, am not in employment. I do have an income which is not linked to anything. It's available just there, and it's huge. You call it an inheritance normally, and I can then decide what to do with that. Now, let's imagine, because I find that easy to calculate, let's imagine that I have 100 million euro at my disposal. I don't have that in cash. That's distributed, broadly distributed in real estate, shares, raw materials, finance products of all kinds, state loans. And through all of this, I earn money without turning a finger. And every year on New Year's Day, I will say perhaps earn 5%. That's 5 million. So on the 1st of January, I am 5 million more wealthy. Now, across the year, I have expenses, which, of course, because I represent the richest 1%, are very damaging to the climate. Through all these expenses, let's say 500,000, I still have 4.5 million left at the end of the year, which I cannot spend anymore because I've already covered all my expenses. So what I do, it goes back to my fund of 100, which is not cash on an account. So I buy various kinds of financial products. So I buy your houses and flats. I buy the ground on which your food is grown. I buy the companies that produce what you consume. Maybe the companies that transport it to my family business, perhaps, because that may be the business where you buy, where you do your shopping. So whenever you spend money, it arrives at me. If you pay rent, it arrives at me, and you pay taxes on that. And I receive the profits from the company, and you pay value-added tax and other kinds of expenses. If I have raw materials and you have to heat your apartment, I receive the money. So that is the accumulation of power, and having a bad conscience and donating a bit won't solve the problem. It's taxes who can get involved there and really correct the imbalance and change the way it is structured. Thank you. I think that was very well explained. So some people work for money and some people have money working for them. Actually, no, that's not true. Money doesn't work. Money never works. I've never seen a €5 note do the dishes or go on strike for better pay. Sorry, money doesn't work. Yeah, but you do have this. You listen to this. You can hear this all the time, but that's what's behind it. Of course, you have to unmask that. You have other ideas that are about how you can perhaps prevent such large wealth from accumulating in the first place. Can you talk about that too? Now we get to one of my favorite parts, because I have a certain reason why I'm allowed to be on the stage. I am very rich. I'm not an expert, really I'm not. I read a lot, but that's not the same as really having subject knowledge, but I can still give my opinion on all kinds of things. Just keep that in the back of your mind, because that again shows how power gives you importance. But there are very good means that you can use, which is tax policy, for example. I keep talking about that, but I think it's so simple, isn't it? And we know this means. We've had different tax structures in the past. So if the rich people wouldn't get involved in the way that tax policy is changed, the chief lobbyist of the Association of Family Businesses is proud of how he got involved in changing the tax laws, creating exemptions for businesses and the like. It's so absurd how transparently this is all done. And I believe that the way of tax policies and democratic processes is not only much more legitimate than just hoping and begging for the rich to discover their philanthropy and correcting things, it's also more sustainable and more secure. If you just look at the climate, for example. Last year, all the money that was sent through philanthropy into various projects in the climate area rose to 2%. Now, that's cause for celebration, isn't it? I don't think so. So that shows you the world we live in. We already live in a very arbitrary, private vision of super-rich philanthropists.
So I have some more questions, but are there any questions from the audience? You can raise your hand and someone will approach you with a mic. So that's from now up until the end of the conversation. So if you want to give a question, yeah, so we have 2 hand raises. Let's take those 2 questions and then I take over again. So thank you for your great input. How do you collaborate with other organizations that, for example, deal with climate change? Can we contact you to have climate funds financed? Well, we work with the Network Tax Equality and the Citizen Association Finance. So anyone can approach us for collaboration. So the funny thing is we are a really small association. We don't have so many resources and people, and we don't give money directly. So we don't want to do anything better than other people because everyone thinks they're doing it better than other people. But we advocate for this idea. So I have to disappoint you, we're not giving out funding, but ideally we emancipate from what we have and we create something strong, which is the welfare state. And if that functions, we are not dependent on people who have all the money. So when we're talking baby steps, because this is a postulation that we often have here on stage, there are so many research institutes financed by big tech. There's so much money going from big tech to the civil society associations, but in recent years there haven't been many state-owned funds financed by big tech in Europe. So this is an important point which you just raised. Well, but this is where the cat bites its own tail, because this whole technology is basically state financed because it depends on public research. It wouldn't work without universities. It starts with kindergarten even. Without the education system, it wouldn't be possible. So how would it be financed without the state? All right. Well, we have a panel on stage 6 at 1:15 about this question: where do state funds go and how does it all work? So there's a question over here for you. Well, after you, Christian Lindner, the finance minister of Germany, will speak on this stage, and I would have loved to see you two together on this stage. I don't want to take away from your question, but I will not let Marlene leave without having taking the opportunity to have Marlene pose a question to Christian Lindner. So what would your question, Christian Lindner, be? What would your demand be? Okay, so let's do it right now. What is your question to our finance minister? Whew. All right. So it's kind of delicate when the Austrian poses their questions to the German finance minister. Well, but well, I would like to give a bit of context for my question, which I had the opportunity to think about before. I don't know if you've read the suspension report from the German government. It's from the finance ministry, so Christian Lindner knows it. And maybe you know what the biggest singular post is, so the biggest issue the government tackles. This is the opportunity for people like me with a lot of wealth to inherit or get money without having to pay taxes. And believe me, from a certain threshold, you can declare anything, your company's money. So if you want to go to St. Moritz on your company's dime, you can just do that. So why? Wealthy people like me, who are born ridiculously wealthy, who have the opportunity to inherit that huge sum of money, why don't we have to pay into the public welfare which we profit from? And you can imagine all the smoke screens. Well, what about the jobs, and the families will go bankrupt and your grandma will lose money? All in all, the bad state does not want to do economic work, but that doesn't answer the question. So we're looking forward to this opportunity to ask these questions, and I would also like to have your question and comments. We will take one more question from the first row, and then we will see how much time we will have left. Hi, thank you. Really cool. I just wanted to ask, who do you think is the biggest challenge? So you described the well, it's a miracle that in a democracy, 1% has so many resources, and the others, even though their voice, their vote should be equal, have the exact opposite. So is it experts? Is it the broad public? So what do you think? Who has the bigger point on the scale? Well, it's difficult to prioritize. We have a huge tilt and misalignment. So how do we get the majority of the society into a political majority? And we have to somehow get out of the 19th century because we're in the 21st century. The wealth has to be taken away from those fantasies of power. And it concerns everyone, so everyone is an addressee. There are certain experts and partners who are talking about this. We are adding our opinions, but more important is how can we reach the people who do not have expertise. So that concerns the 99%, but also other stakeholders which we try to involve, and we're slowly getting there. So we can't fix this. It's a democratic task, so everyone has to participate in some way, and it starts in talking about it. What is money? Where does it come from? Who has all the money? And why the fuck? And this is my opinion. Can wealthy people decide what our society looks like without transparency, without having to justify this? Thank you so much. So we had another hand raised just behind the person who just spoke. Thank you so much for this thrilling contribution. Just one question. You said that Tax Me Now doesn't want to be the active part, but not only Christian Lindner is the problem, but all parties that haven't touched the issue in the last 25 years. So this leads me to the question that if your topic will ever have the weight it needs without, like, for example, a public vote. Have you discussed that? Good point. All parties are responsible. I think, and this is my own opinion, and in Tax Me Now, we try to do our best to support social movements, people like you who become active, who believe that something can change, who can mobilize and organize, and people who won't let themselves be bought like lobbyism. So the real driving force for social change is the civil society. It's really sad when it's beaten down, but it's also so empowering when you think of what has already been reached. So we're in solidarity with groups. I just have to name them, who stand for their rights, who make their perspective heard. This is hashtag I am concerned by poverty. I'm a victim of poverty, and those are people that are here. So just one question from me. You wrote a book called Cash, which is also the motto of our Republica this year. So we're talking about cash in different perspectives. So how would you invite us to think about money in the coming 2 days? I want you to question it. Where does it come from? Where does it go? What I tried to describe. Question it. Don't let yourself be dazzled by the smoke screens. Pose the question again and again. Why have wealthy people, privileged people, all those abilities, why do they not pay taxes? Why don't we have equal rights for all? Because that would completely destroy our system of capitalism. So who has the power to decide where does the money come from, where does it go, and how much is enough to live? So then maybe one recommendation from my side. If you're interested in this topic, I recommend you to listen to Douglas Rushkoff, who wrote a book called Survival of the Richest. And there are many philosophical insights shared. So now I ask you for one more round of applause for Marlene Engelhorn. Thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Und nicht nur, dass du bei uns bist, sondern vor allem, dass du tust, was du tust. Wir finden das alle richtig toll. Also bitte weiter so machen und ja, hoffentlich noch viel Spaß auf der Republika.
Dankeschön. Tschüss.
Es gibt einen winzig kleinen Spannungsmoment.
Now there's a little moment of tension. Please hold post. We'll be back soon and I'll be getting our Finance Minister, Federal Finance Minister Christian Lindner.
Okay, hello, and now we'll continue immediately. I'll keep it short. You are excited. I am excited. Please give a big round of applause for our Federal Minister of Finance, Christian Lindner, and the founder of Republika, Andreas Gebhardt. Welcome.
Wie schön.
How nice. Yeah. How special, a Christian. Thanks for coming.
Yes, happy to.
Maybe to begin with, a quick question to break the ice a bit. We've known each other for over 20 years.
It's 23 years.
Yeah, you double-checked, 23 years. I worked at a company that you were also involved with in the past at the time, and one or the other might know, and that was definitely a failure. We were too early with a certain topic. It was about virtual avatars and topics that, like today, we would be talking about. And so my question would be, did you learn how to fail at the time?
Well, I was in the Liberal Democrat, FDP, the Liberal Party, and you have to get acquainted with failure there.
What did you learn from that? I mean, we'd be interested in that. because we're at a event that's interested in technology. How did you do it at the time? I mean, you were very young, and we want to talk about how to finance the future. How do we finance the future? And we want to animate young people to start their own projects. And so maybe we can start with a few learnings before we get really into it.
Those that never have to make decisions, that don't dare, and that only tread the well-trodden paths, they reduce the risk of failure for themselves, of course. Conversely, if you try out something new, if you want to develop something new, create new knowledge, check whether a certain technology has a market, or whether a technology is actually ready for the market or can be developed to be ready, these people, of course, subject themselves to the risk of failure. And I'm not one who would actively propose a culture of failure, because failure itself isn't the objective. It's just a side effect of experimenting and thinking and acting in an experimenting way. But you have to create room for a view of opportunities, even if it's not a guarantee yet. And you've talked about my own biographical experience. You asked about it, and from that I have learned that you have to keep trying and find new approaches. I once had a successful business, then a not successful startup, and that is part of life. As I've said, if you don't use these freedoms, then you will never have experienced failure. If you use those opportunities, you have to get used to it not working out.
We have so many things to talk about, and I want to get started immediately, maybe as a starting point. Sometimes there's space for failure, and sometimes you really need to get things right. And now we're really talking about these converging challenges, the green transition, digitization oriented for the common good, and we have the feeling that we really need to get it right so we can all experience a good future. So I would really like to get started with the question, how do we pay for it? There's so many different ideas on the table, but I feel like there's so many that we aren't really doing. We've been talking about taxation of big tech, platform regulation in Europe for such a long time. There's ideas for like journalism, digital initiatives, but so many of those have not been implemented. What are the ideas, and how do we pay for it?
Okay, I'll answer in a moment, but just a small diversion movement, evasive movement, because I want to focus on something else, and that's what are the ideas, and that addresses what you said, Andreas. Back then, I co-founded a company which was about interfaces that appear like humans and use natural language, and that was supposed to be the way you control software, and that didn't work. Of course, you can now say, now we have this, but at the time it didn't work. And how would it be if politicians were to decide which technologies are being used and which are not allowed to be used or not get pursued? Because that could be a failure too. Politicians and civil servants are not more intelligent than all of us in the room. So the point I want to get to is be open about technologies.
We'll talk about that later.
So all ideas should get their opportunity for a certain objective. Now, about the current question. The large share of ideas have to come from the private sector, have to be financed by the private sector itself. You talk about...
You said most of, maybe the majority, but then there's many other questions that need to be regulated in a different way. For example, there's this question of monopolies. For example, we've talked about this in the area of open source. There was this conception of openness to platforms, and it was all about creating an equality of opportunity. We don't have that right now. Would you say we need to regulate that urgently?
Well, that is the next issue that is entering the stage as well. So we have to ensure fair competition, and that's why the company has got a fair competition law on its way. And if you take this together with the Digital Markets Act of the European Union, we do have a development that's going on to make sure that gatekeepers and monopolists use their profits and their access to markets in a way that does not exclude others. And again, with taxation, there are things that are going on. We have the OECD inclusive framework that we are going to implement. What does that mean? It's about a global effective minimum taxation. So we cannot allow a startup in Germany that is already profitable and that pays certain high amount of tax in Germany, competing with a similar company from Silicon Valley that uses this technology but does not contribute to the common good. So there'll be a new global tax order from the next year already that will prevent this. So we are getting towards a level playing field. Shall we continue on this?
Yeah, if you have other ideas. Otherwise, I would like to with the taxes.
So I've just given the headline so far. So the private sector has to provide the funding, but of course the framework for venture capital has to be improved in Germany. It's not as it should be, and that's why I have a future financing law which is just being worked out in the ministry. I hope that before the summer break we'll get it into the German parliament, and that has many different parts to improve things for venture capital in Germany. Just one example of many. The management of funding of fund companies in profit tax should be aligned with the way Europe does it, because if you have fund management in Germany, it's likely that it's German projects that will be financed, and that will increase the probability of that being the case. And we'll be supporting scale-ups. That's a lever.
How do we make it so that all these different means and these tools don't lead to a future where what I talked about with Marlene Engelhorn just now, that doesn't just further contribute to this further accumulation of power, also in a technological sense, data and so on. We have right now a situation where we have many technological developments, many core basic technologies, key technologies are being supported with public money in the universities, and then they are turned into proprietary business models, and then are drawing on this private sourcing funding of VC money. And so often then these companies are being bought up elsewhere. That's something that happens a lot outside of Europe, that are ultimately being bought up by big tech, such as like Google, Facebook, or maybe a Chinese unicorn. And so you have this further and further concentration of power instead of this broad, pluralistic digitization of society that we would like. So what other tools could we maybe use?
Well, in the first place, I think this is a question about a capital market that can work. If Google is the only exit channel for a startup, then Google will become very powerful because they have the power. But if we have a capital market that finances other startups or scale-ups on their way and supports them on their way, then we won't have that much concentration in the market.
But I mean, that's a theory.
Well, it's not a theory.
Well, in practice, it looks different. I mean, we have this basic need. We have basic need for people to found companies. We have as few foundings as almost never before because of the pandemic crises. There's this fear of becoming independent, working on your own, being self-employed. And on the other hand, we also have in our society this tendency to work with an eye towards the common good. And we also previously already talked about how can we maybe find strategies that are not aimed at like exit and profit maximization, and to support them and in a way to kind of create value for the common good.
Well, I do think that companies in private, with a private judicial shape can contribute to the common good, can be beneficial.
That wasn't the question.
If you create labor, if you offer goods that are affordable in good quality, you actually do contribute to the progress as a whole, not just by doing without profit. You can do something like fantastic commercial companies that are doing good things. What you talk about could be a path towards a company with a kind of bound wealth, a different kind of legal shape that is not so much based on profits and commercial exploitation. We want to develop the common good economy. We had the term of responsibility for property. I don't really like that term because even a company that doesn't have this legal setup can be careful about the common good. And we are working on changing the legal foundations there.
Don't we also need completely different instruments? I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to talk to Cory Doctorow on the last day, and another author, and both of them describe in their books very well why we don't have free markets right now, but have monopolies, have certain dynamics that lead to capitalist lock-in effects, and because of that, specifically, we don't have this pluralistic, free. But it's kind of a cover-up for this type of economy that we have right now. For example, Cory Doctorow advocates for thinking completely differently on the technical level. We need different types of interoperability, not the silos that we've created so far. And so since we are not really getting anywhere with the financing question, so maybe do we need other technical means? Okay, Christian Lindner, I really think we've gotten quite far when it comes to how to finance things. The 10 billion, that's a massive change.
Well, there are different views on stage right now.
Okay, and secondly, when it comes to interoperability, I'm totally on your side. I think that's not just a matter of consumers being strengthened in their ability to choose when there's different platforms, but it also increases competition between different players in the market. So that's a further development of our current laws that makes sense, which I personally believe that right now, when it comes to this monopolization, I agree that markets aren't really necessarily working. That's a problem, an idea that hasn't lost any relevance. So we need a similar type of thinking about the data market. It's not about expropriation. I think there's a very high threshold for that. But we're creating a legal basis, for example, in Germany, to kind of disentangle these things. In the past, there was the Federal Anti-Monopoly Agency realized that in a certain area, the sector is it's bad. The competition isn't working properly, and just published a report, and that was it. And now they're being given the ability to also recreate the competition all the way to kind of the ultima ratio, the last measure of disentangling property, and also of kind of getting at some of the profits from the monopolies for the common good. So that's completely new in Germany.
Okay, well, if now we have the first instance, perhaps it's for only this is very clear cut.
Well, you say that. I have a sense of who you might be talking about. But the Anti-Monopoly Agency is independent. The Federal Anti-Monopoly Agency is a federal agency that is not listening to orders from the market, nor is it taking political orders. So I also don't really have any prediction or prognosis. I also don't think it would be smart to say these things publicly, because you could also defend yourself against the decision by the Federal Agency against anti-monopoly work. And so I don't think it would be helpful to have heard about such speculation from politicians.
Okay, another area where we have the issue of monopolies is digital payment. Are your ideas about the digital euro? Do we need a European solution to become more independent in the way we pay digitally, more independent from both in the financial sense, but also in the sense of who gets our data?
Yeah, absolutely. You already said the correct arguments for that. We want kind of digital central banking money, let me say it that way. And that should be a third type of cash that should be there in addition to coins and bills. And why is that happening? Firstly, because it enables new different types of innovative uses. Secondly, sovereignty. When it comes to electronic payments, we will not be reliant on Anglo-Saxon or American providers. And there will be a possibility that you and I will have an ability to access central bank money, such as a coin, and we don't need to go via a commercial provider.
Okay, but if the commercial provider is taxed, this is the question. A lot of money is being lost through cryptocurrencies. And on the one hand, you of course like that, but to be able to pay things anonymously. But you, as a finance minister, of course, you have to be very sad about the fact that you don't get the revenue.
you're talking about money laundering. Well, the digital euro is, to begin with, is just a different means of payment, such as the coin or the bill, just digital. And the basic idea is all of us pay digitally more and more, and it shouldn't just be MasterCard and PayPal, but there should be a non-commercial way, such as paying with a euro coin digitally via the European Central Bank. But it should be exactly the same way as cash, so anonymous and not programmable, in the sense that you could say, oh, you can't use this to buy chocolate because you've already had too much chocolate. So it should not be programmable in that sense. And there's total data protection before the exchange, but at the same time, it also shouldn't turn the European Central Bank into an investment bank itself. Fighting money laundering is going to work differently. That works through reporting of money laundering to the relevant agencies. There is a new ban on buying property with cash. That's something I introduced because paying with cash for example, a used car, but paying for an apartment with cash when you come with a whole load of cash, just full of bills. I don't think that's a restriction on freedom if we ban something like that.
Okay, now we've found something we can agree on. Great. But I'd like to keep at this for a moment, because this is very much about security, isn't it? If you have a new means of payment, and the same applies to IT security in Germany as a whole. And we're not actually leaders there, are we? We have huge issues, both the public sector and the private sector. Wouldn't it make sense to have a certain purpose limitation for these new means, if new means are acquired from the digital sphere, the way it's being used?
What do you mean specifically?
If you want to create new ways of taxing that you talked about, or if you want a new system to be introduced that underlies taxation, the large digital gaps that we have in our infrastructure limit the purpose of those taxes.
I mean, the taxes all go into the federal budget. No tax is bound to a particular purpose. It always serves to finance the budget as a whole. But I agree with one part of your question, independent of where the money comes from. For the entire area of cybersecurity in the public sector, that's something we need to spend more money on. In general, we also need to spend more money on software and IT development and the public sector. In some ways, that's just not up to date. And for example, when it comes to, just as an example, income tax, that's something that can happen in a way more digital way, and that's something that costs money, and you also need heads for that, smart people. There are many great ideas, make many great jobs in the public sector. Also, for example, in my Ministry of Finance, at our stall, we'll also be presenting some of these job opportunities that we have today. So if you're interested, there's many great opportunities, but you need the people to implement these ideas, and that's something where the public sector can become more competitive to really draw in these talents, because you can't just put money on the table. Someone really needs to implement it as well.
Okay, I would like to open this, but please don't all show up at once. I think there's at most 3 questions that we'll be able to manage. Maybe you should tell the next panel that you'll be slightly late. And after those questions, we'll close it on the stage. So who would like to ask a question? Okay, someone? Hello, Mr. Lindner. I am 17 years old, so that means that it will be a while until I reach my pension age. But in view of the demographic change, I would like to ask, what would you recommend to people of my generation regarding the fact whether the pension is safe?
Well, to begin with, the pension system itself needs to be reformed. Thanks for such a forward-looking question. And this year, there will be a reform of the pension system for the first time ever in Germany. We will introduce a pillar that is capital, covered by capital, backed by capital. What does that mean? We collect generational capital that is invested into the international capital markets. and then we use any profits derived from that to pay pensions in the future, for example, in the 30s when you will be in the middle of your career, to essentially lower the contribution that you will have to pay into the pension fund, because otherwise it would go through the roof. And at the same time, of course, we also need to create opportunities so you can save money privately on your own, so we not take too many taxes, and at the same time make private preparation for pensions more attractive. So that will be a second package that will probably happen this year, where we also strengthen this pillar of private pensions and private preparation for old age. And then we will also solve the three-income problem this year. So, for example, if you will...
I have a limited company. I would love to give my employees a share. Maybe that's something you could take with you. Yeah, that was a good question to ask for a politician like you yourself. What's the next question? I think we had two more. And at the front, please. I would just like to remind people of the question that Marlene Engelhorn asked. Yeah, we'll ask that question. So I'll keep looking for other hands. Okay, these two will take. So Marlene Engelhorn did have a question. You can imagine what it's about. Next to the question how our inheritance tax and wealth tax is going to be like, it's also about tax when you transfer a company. And many people probably agree that we need a lot of power in the public sector to face issues like climate change and others. Shouldn't that be a part of that?
Okay, so it's about inheritance tax?
Well, about the question whether tax exemptions when companies are being transferred shouldn't be abolished and extra taxes should be taken.
When is a company transferred in a property law sense? For example, when someone dies. And I don't think that's good advice, to be very clear. We have a company, for example, a family-run company 50 years ago, 100 years old, has many different employees, and now the founder dies or the owner dies, and it is transferred to the next generation, and then the capital is supposed to be taken out of this company and goes to the state. But then that company is lacking capital that it needs to invest. And so the company will go to a bank and will borrow money and pay interest on that. Is that something that's good for the workers?
Okay, well, we've had a very good explanation about why this should be.
I mean, I haven't spoken to her. I'm not convinced. But I have a second argument. So, for example, someone has a big company that's listed on the stock exchange, such as Google or BMW. They don't ever get to the point where someone dies and someone needs to inherit it. They never really give money there. So they are only taxed based on their profit. And so this idea of taxing on substance, that's only something that is going to affect the middle class. And so when comparing that to a large listed company, that seems unfair because we're hurting the small ones that would never...
Okay, well, let's not get sentimental about it.
But it is like that.
It's not just about the very small companies. We have large dimensions here, and I think everyone agrees that something has to be done there.
Absolutely do not agree. Absolutely not with me.
Okay.
So I will introduce an international tax for the large companies such as multinational companies such as Apple that is coming. But sorry, we also have to be fine with with having a difference of opinion, and you need to know where you're at with me. And having a tax that's for the middle class, small family-owned companies that are not on the stock exchange, that are loyal to Germany, that want to keep their workers. I'm not going to introduce a tax like that. Same.
Okay, then I would like...
That's democracy.
Okay, briefly. Okay, I think this is quite fitting now. We have had... Now, this will be my closing question. You were talking about openness about various technologies and the independence of the state. And I'll give you a short example. I was very sad when I read the very interesting news that cold fusion maybe isn't as far off as we would have thought. But at the same time, in social media, there was an outcry because the only people that were celebrating were the supporters of your party, I think. And I think everyone else was very worried about shifting priorities here. So there were many people that were not very happy about the news, but probably in fear of a shift of attention away from climate change to other technologies. And we have these very huge challenges. And I fear that we could have much more openness for technologies if we would be having much less politics for a certain clientele. And if we were able to look into the future in the long distance and keep our independence and still work on the fact that there are huge crises that we have to tackle now and set the priorities accordingly.
So, I mean, what's the question?
How do we manage to have technology openness that is less tainted by clientele politics? How can we get the right priorities for the challenges of today? How can we support cold fusion but still keep our focus on renewable energy, so in order to keep it at our climate targets?
And to talk about clientelistic politics, to talk about it very clearly, there was no technology openness in Germany when it comes to renewable energies for the longest time, but a focus, for example, on wind. And there's nothing that made you rich as quickly as wind energy funds. So I would say that's a point where the money wasn't being used to really get at improvements when it came to this technology, but there was such an over support financially from the state, but we would have needed that money elsewhere. There was the so-called EEG levy, and the older ones might remember. And so the goal needs to be climate neutral 2040, and so cold fusion probably won't be contributing to that because it will only be able to really enter the market in the second half of this century. So wind, solar, but in a market competitive way, so the price is as low as possible for the customers.
There would be so much more to talk about. I don't know if you have any more. If you want to ask a closing question. Well, just back to clientele politics. We were talking about what shouldn't happen, but I think the question was meant in the other way around. And it is the motto of this session. How can we finance the future? So what would you do if you had a wish? That sounds a bit of a stupid question, but we do need much more funds in order to get the change done. Technologically, we're not very well suited. We're quite badly set up. We need more sources. How would we get them?
Okay, I mean, I see that we have 170 billion money that we've spent that's in the Climate and Transformation Fund, and it's not leaving that fund because our problem is not the lack of capital. In Germany, we have a lack of qualified workers that would be able to put the solar panels on your roof. We have a lack of fast planning and permit processes. There are many offshore wind parks that could be created if there was a way of quickly providing these permits. So it's not failing because of the lack of money. That's good news. And so just a last thought when it comes to clientelism and how to solve that problem. Ottmar Edenhofer, one of the leading German climate scientists, has, in my opinion, made the correct suggestion. As quickly as possible, CO2 should be given a price in all parts of life. When you emit CO2, you need to pay for that. So the result will be, without any discrimination, without working for a particular clientele this or that way, essentially way more CO2 will be not be emitted where it's the most efficient. We should do something like that as quickly as possible, and essentially takes this decision about technology away from us, and it gets us to climate neutrality.
And when is the SAX going to be introduced?
2027 in all of Europe at the very latest. We've already agreed on that in the government. If it was my decision, it should happen way sooner, the strong instrument.
Okay, it was so little time, but I would very much like to thank you for being here, our Finance Minister, Christian Lindner, Andreas Gebhardt. Thank you.
Hallo, hallo. Hallo? Oh, so, jetzt hören wir mich noch. Um 2:15, also 13:45, geht es dann hier auf unserer großen Bühne weiter mit einer interessanten Keynote von Markus Beckedahl. Ich freue mich, wenn wir uns gleich wiedersehen und ja, bis dahin, gehabt euch wohl. Bis gleich.
Mein Name ist Mandy Mangler, ich bin Chefärztin für Gynäkologie und Geburtsmedizin an 2 Vivantes Kliniken in Berlin.
Du warst aber nicht immer so reich und berühmt, oder?
Nein, ich habe, wie wir alle, auch vielleicht viele Jobs gehabt in der Vergangenheit. Besonders als ich Schülerin war und dann Studentin, habe ich sehr viele Nebenjobs gehabt. Ich habe in Cafés gearbeitet, in Clubs, dann im Eiscafé, auf einer Kartbahn.
Als Eisverkäuferin?
Als ich ganz klein war, wollte ich immer Eisverkäuferin werden. Und dann war ich so 16 und ja, bin Eisverkäuferin geworden. Das war super.
Was hast du dabei fürs Leben gelernt?
Ja, Eis verkaufen, das ist nämlich, das sieht so leicht aus, ist aber doch wirklich anstrengend und auch wirklich schmerzhaft für die Hand. Also Respekt an alle Eisverkäuferinnen, wenn man dieses Ding bedient, dann hat man immer so Schmerzen und Blasen an der Hand. Vielleicht habe ich gelernt, sich ja, so einen leicht aussehenden Beruf dann durchzuziehen, auch wenn er anstrengend ist.
Ist das Überreichen einer Eistüte an jemanden so ähnlich wie jemandem das Baby, das Neugeborene zu überreichen?
Ja, es hat Parallelen. Also ein etwas schmerzhafter Prozess ist davor gewesen, das stimmt.
Hättest du damals als Eisverkäuferin gedacht, dass du Chefärztin von 2 Kliniken werden würdest?
Nein, als Eisverkäuferin habe ich gehofft, dass ich für immer Eisverkäuferin bleibe. Und Chefärztin, das war jetzt nicht so das Ziel.
Leute. Jetzt schön zurück von der Mittagspause, denn es geht hier weiter und es geht hier besonders wichtig weiter. Wir kommen jetzt zu einer Session, die zu einer jährlichen Tradition schon geworden ist, in der uns nämlich Netzpolitikgründer und natürlich Republika-Mitgründer Markus Beckedahl reinholt in alle aktuellen netzpolitischen Debatten im In- und Ausland, im europäischen Ausland oder weltweit. Alles, was gerade wichtig ist, was man im Netz wissen muss.
Okay, we're going to have Markus Beckedahl talk about everything that's important, and the title is A Better Internet is Still Possible, and I'm so looking forward to this. A huge applause to Markus Beckedahl. Interpreters remark we had a few technical issues in the last few seconds. Sorry about those. Hi. Yeah, I kind of I know what this looks like. I was a bit more optimistic when I planned to do this talk a few months ago than by now when I've actually prepared it. But I'm still carefully optimistic, so I'll try to keep going. I hope you're having a good time here. Of course, it's nice to have you all here. I have at least 10 competing events that I would like to attend, so thanks for being here. 1 year ago, we had a new Social Democrat Green Liberal coalition called the Traffic Light Coalition in German parlance. After many, many years of the so-called Grand Coalition, Social Democrats and Conservatives, this was perceived as something hopeful. There was a lot of hope for things to improve, and they had an ambitious coalition agreement that they started with. It had lots of promises that we actually didn't believe to have that we would ever see them in a coalition agreement. 1 year later, though, I don't meet anyone really who is still hopeful, and that is so regrettable, because it's about half time of the legislative term if you take into account that election campaigns will be setting in about 1.5, 2 years' time. There are various reasons for that. One is that we have a chancellor now. The prime minister in Germany is called the chancellor, and our current chancellor is even less interested in these issues than Angela Merkel, who, at least at the end of her term, dealt with digitalization a bit more than she did in the beginning of her term in office. We have various ministers for digital affairs, but we still have no people with digital competence at the top level, people that could show the way forward and that would be passionate about the issue, not just treat it as something extra. And that would people that weren't simply presented with their post at the very last minute. And digital issues continue to be massively understaffed in all government departments. It's really shocking how many people or how few people actually are assigned in the various ministries to digital affairs. And because, well, there's not that much money, is there? And then that is assigned to all the classical issues. Also, ministries don't coordinate enough, and they work more against each other than with each other. Very few exceptions to this rule exist. More on that later. But what would be necessary is a more agile acting and not this kind of silo thinking. We need a more cooperative style of government, and government has to actually want this, and probably it has to learn this in the first place. We have a digital strategy, but it's much more than a patchwork of strategies to implement what the ministries happen to be working on. We had a digital agenda in 2013-14. The Grand Coalition of Social Democrats and Conservatives passed this. It was supposed to be great. It wasn't, but it was called the Digital Agenda. One legislative period later, it was called the Implementation Strategy. And there we have this kind of patchwork of various projects that were just put into a chronological order and then called a strategy. And now we have a digital strategy which is kind of a mishmash. It's called a strategy, but it's just this collection of individual points that are put in sequence and are supposed to happen somehow. And we are still miles away from what actually could be called a strategy. even if there are targets, which is a bit of a progress, these targets are so under-ambitious that they're not really targets. They're just flowery words that are little showcases. And we were promised a digital budget to finance the digital strategy and more, but no one's actually seen it yet. There's not much time left. Maybe it will be coming in the next 1 or 2 years. Who knows? What is new is that there is an advisory council. There are good people there who donate their time voluntarily to evaluate 18 so-called light towers. So we have these flagship projects from 1 or 2 ministries that are introduced, and then the members of the advisory council are supposed to comment on that. And the resume is very sobering so far, and there are 2 kinds of resumes. One is what the members of the advisory council utter in the public, which is quite critical, and then what they actually tell you over a glass of beer. And you can imagine which of these is more sobering. Here's one example, the way it works, which is the manager and director of the Open Knowledge Foundation has described here in a very graphic way that they are all sitting there and are just looking at slides from consulting firms. So all these flagship projects that are managed by these consultancies, they produce beautiful slides that are shared with the ministry, civil servants, and that is then all evaluated. Very good, very nice example of why things are not actually happening. There's lack of internal competency and externalization, outsourcing for lots of tax money for projects that somehow are doomed to fail. And that is a bit of a problem. On the other hand, I had the idea that we as the digital civil society might actually shift our lobbying strategy. We should lobby the consulting firms. Maybe in this indirect way, we will actually find our ways into all these slides more effectively, and thus into the ministries. It could be tried out. 18 flagship projects exist, but this Digital Advisory Council only does monitoring of projects that were set up in a way that is doomed to fail in the first place. That is not participation, it's just a kind of emergency aid, as one member of the Advisory Council has put it in a conversation with me. So we have, for example, the National Education Platform. €500,000 was sunk into this platform or invested into it, where the Conference of the Federal States Education Ministers are squabbling with the Federal Ministry for Education. It's all about competencies, and they are sinking $500 million without it actually arriving, or without this platform actually carrying the hope that the lighting tower is going to be put right. We could say that this advisory council is watching the ship sink and is helping to scoop the water out. We should be thankful that at least someone is doing it, because those that are responsible are probably also already working on the next flagship project. This government was promising to involve digital society more, with more participation. And we have to ask, what kind of participation actually makes sense if resources are so scarce in the digital society? Participation for participation's sake is just occupational therapy. Maybe businesses can afford this. They can employ people just to be sitting around in committees with the purpose of maybe acquiring a public tender that way. But as the civil society, you have to really pool your resources, and I have experienced a lot in the last 1.5 years. At first, yeah, beautiful, we have more participation now. Then we have a Zoom call with 300 people talking 2 hours in a hearing. Everyone has about a 15-second slot. And by the time everyone has said hello, you just have lost the patience. So that's just a participation theater. You need new forms. And all this participation, I think, seems like a bit of corporate social responsibility exercised by the government. It's being conducted because it's necessary, but it's more filed under communication and not really real participation, to really take part and listen and at the planning stage and not later, when the only thing that's possible is maybe to keep the project from complete failure and sell it better, or just actually announce that you have been engaging in participation from the government side. So there's lots of room for improvement there. And there's room for improvement also in the fiber broadband, but now a success story compared to 2021. Germany has gained 1 percentage point in fiber broadband coverage. In the OECD ranking, we are at 8.11%. So in the ranking at the very bottom, I wasn't able to produce a larger picture. I wanted to show where Germany is. Behind us, we have Austria, Belgium, and Greece. Isn't that success? We're not in the last slot anymore. But we are the richest industrialized nation in the EU. So it's kind of embarrassing if the infrastructure is built elsewhere, not with us. One other promise that was in the coalition treaty, and that was platform councils. An interesting proposal, but the discussion can't really be perceived to be happening within the government. We've seen announcements, but it would be interesting to see if these other forms of governance can be achieved under the supervision by different structures that are being created. There is a certain amount of hope towards public money, public code. The idea that software and content that is financed by the state, of course, should at first be under a free license and should be able to be shared because we've paid for it. And you would imagine and only then would you be thinking about the exceptions. Currently, the way of thinking is the reverse. The standard now is closed licenses, private sector finances it, and you then wonder why costs in the public sector keep rising and why nothing really can be done with it, and the next IT project is going to fail. If not even the code can be recovered. And one of the biggest problems that is being created is that public tendering law is very much aligned with the old kind of situation. And it's a very, very old debate. We've had it for 15 years. Why are we still not prioritizing open source software? Why is it still Microsoft that is in the first spot? This could be radically reversed, and we could say that public money has to be, of course, has to be public tender, has to be open source tender as a condition, unless there is a well-reasoned exception. And it's currently the reverse. The debate is ongoing, and we have hope that things will be improving. And maybe that way we also get e-government applications that we can actually use, that really work. It's about time, isn't it? Everyone around us already has it. Okay.
We need more cat pictures on Republica, I've been told. It has been a trend. It was a trend. Somehow cats disappeared from the internet. I don't know what happened. Well, 10 years ago, we had the Snowden revelations. It started on 6th of June 2013 with a story in The Guardian about the NSA surveillance system that showed us, well, NSA is doing mass surveillance and saving data and hoarding data. And then we had PRISM that turned even more heads because it suddenly concerned us all. And also concerned jurisdiction from the EU courts. American secret services had raw access to the big databases. And in Europe, it became clear that we are open and basically naked in front of the US Secret Services, and that was a problem. At least it was seen as a problem. Well, the topic kind of disappeared from the public attention. Edward Snowden has been a refugee since then, also because he didn't receive asylum here. For many, these revelations were surprising. For us, they weren't. Only the extent was surprising. There was even more surveillance than we could have had imagined. The ramifications from the Snowden revelations are still very current. It was more of a study of feasibility rather than a warning. Politicians were getting greedy and wanted some of those surveillance techniques for themselves. The only hope was that courts would outlaw those systems, but that was only possible through Snowden and the journalist who did the research. And 10 years later, unfortunately, we have even more surveillance than back then. But we have more encryption as well because, well, we're now aware. And encryption is the only hope that we have to protect ourselves against mass surveillance. Our own Bundesnachrichtendienst, well, tried to say they only learned it from the newspapers. They didn't know about NSA. And then we had a committee in the parliament that was looking into that and found a lot of breaches against the Constitution. And then there were lawsuits by certain societies like Reporters Without Borders. And I forgot one thing. Before that, the parliamentary committee made a lot of discoveries, and after that, it was all legalized and even extended. And there were lawsuits against that. And the Federal Constitutional Court said that secret services from abroad also have basic rights. And mass surveillance on shaky grounds aren't legal. Our secret service, the BND, is not authorized to just surveil journalists. We have better control now, but that only means that we have a control council, but we don't have effective Secret Service control because, yeah, we have gremiums, but they can't really talk to each other, and even the US has better Secret Service control than we have in Germany. But jurisdiction says that the German state has to comply with the constitution even abroad, and that is a good thing because before it used to be different. Before there was the space theory. Some lawyers from the Federal Intelligence Services were of the opinion that basic laws only apply on Earth. So in space we can surveil, right? And that was all ignored. And now we have another reform. And of course, every reform of a BND law, even if the Constitutional Court said that there's breaches of constitutions, we have even more illegal things that the courts have to go through. So actually, in the law, it says that the Foreign Intelligence Service can hack citizens as much as they want if that means that the government gets more information. Do you know what that means? I don't know what it looks like in real life, but if, let's say, Chancellor Scholz said, I would like to surveil this and that citizen, depending on the interpretation, this might be possible. And state Trojans per se are very dangerous things. They create insecurity by exploiting loopholes that are used against us all. But there's also mass data storage that doesn't get the attention it deserves. Our Foreign Intelligence Service is able to store metadata, who communicates with who, for 6 months. And before that, we had 4 weeks for location data, and that was deemed illegal. And now the BND can do that for 6 months, even for German citizens. Well, not German citizens per se, but machine-to-machine communication. Machine-to-machine communication can mean a lot. It can mean, for example, if you use Google Maps and GPS phones home. But my interpretation from the space theory inventors, that machine-machine communication could also mean that you can store data about our messengers pinging home every 2 minutes to see if there's a new message. It's not us phoning home, it's our messenger phoning home. So that means that every 2 minutes, all of our data of where we are, for example, could be saved from the Foreign Intelligence Agency, and they could know where we go tomorrow, for example, and they could use that data. And that is legal in the law. And I know that we can all be affected because I've sat in consultations about this. So the question also regarding the traffic light coalition, whether they want to reform the Foreign Intelligence Service law, because that was a promise that they made to make politics that affect in less surveillance instead of more. The data protection, the General Data Protection Regulation was at the end of being debated, and luckily we got into a direction where we saw, well, data that are transferred to the US can't be well protected there because there aren't any laws that apply. But all of these data treaties that the government makes with the US always contain the promise that our data protection level is ensured in the US. So thank you to Max Schrems, who, since the GDPR came into effect, killed 2 data protection treaties because it was deemed, oh, no, it's not possible to protect us from surveillance because everyone knows we're under surveillance and it's in the newspapers. Yeah, there would be options. Facebook and other big companies could be forced to run their service in the EU, but that would mean that they can't intersect all of their data that could go against their business models. That isn't possible. But the juridical question is also, does that solve the problem? Probably it wouldn't, because the US government with their Cloud Act and other laws say that when Microsoft Germany has a server in Frankfurt, it's still an affiliate company of Microsoft in the US, so of course secret services in the US should have access. So let's see how this will continue to evolve. The US government might change some laws, or our government could implement protections. Let's see which is quicker. But there's good news. The Irish Data Protection Authority finally had to fine Facebook 1.2 billion euro. No one believed in that because Irish data protection authorities severely lack motivation in ensuring data privacy. There's one grave mistake because when a company has a seat abroad, for example, for Facebook, it's Ireland, Irish Data Protection Agency are competent, and Ireland has certain interests, for example, creating jobs, so they don't take it as precisely with the data protection. So other countries had to get their data protection officers into Ireland in order to ensure that a fine was issued. So there's hope. We have an interesting debate on whether TikTok should be banned in Europe by the European Union. The background is a geopolitical fight about resources and power. TikTok can be abused. Chinese secret services are guaranteed to have access, but from an European perspective, it's basically the same as with the American apps. They should be banned as well. It's the same principle. So I don't understand the debate. So one promise from the coalition agreement was that a total of surveillance should be published. A total account of surveillance means that you don't check every single law on whether it's constitutional, but that every surveillance law is grouped into one. And we can see whether we have reached the tilting point towards a surveillance state or not. And there's a public tender at the moment, and if you read that, you think, well, nice try. You've forgotten a lot of wars, and a lot of laws, sorry. So we've half of the legislative period behind us. So there's a lot that will still be changed. And this total account should result in a law proposal that could be implemented by the next government, because this government will not have time. The biggest threat towards our privacy is the so-called chat control that is being promoted on the EU level. All experts, all judicial gremiums implemented by states and parliaments say it's unconstitutional and can't work with the constitution, but still chat control will be implemented. And it means that encryption will be opened, will be broken on the basis of tracking child pornography. And it has a lot of implication. Problem number one, all parents here in the room potentially have the problem that their own encrypted communication with their partners is under surveillance and might get on the index if you send naked pictures of your child to your partner, which is not uncommon if you use encrypted messengers. So we will have a lot of false positives. So the dangerous thing about chat control is that it's all queried through a database, and that database could be replaced. Only today we're looking at child pornography, and tomorrow Hungary or Poland could look for other factors. So this is the actual problem. There is no half-safe encryption. There's only safe encryption that protects our constitutional rights, or there's no encryption and no protection. So this means that this chat control is just one of many attempts by security authorities that use the same narrative since 30 years and try to prevent our protecting ourselves against mass surveillance by using encryption. We only have encryption. It's our only weapon because the state, as we just established, does not protect us. Another big problem is hate and hate speech on the web. How do we fight hate speech on the web, where freedoms are being restricted by other people spreading hate? There's different positions here. The Justice Ministry tried to establish a Digital Violence Act, which could again result in, well, inquiries about bad restaurant reviews. But one possibility would be account bans. And I would think that this is one of the most constitutional approaches, because account bans, as represented by the Marie Munk initiative, it means that when an account is promoting hate speech, the state can react quickly so that perpetrators' accounts are banned and can't continue harassing people with this account. So at the moment, we have the situation, you're being harassed, you can go to the police, maybe the police takes you seriously, maybe not, probably not. And even if you're taken seriously, there's a long way through the authorities to even find out who is the person who harassed you online. And if you're really lucky, you get the opportunity, with the help of Hate Aid, for example, to go to the courts. And account bans would be a way to quickly react. So I would like to quickly comment the law initiative by the Justice Ministry, whether it leads to more surveillance or less surveillance. Pessimistically said, probably more surveillance. And this funding could instead go to victims' representation association, because victims are often left alone, and that's a problem. So let's get to the big issue of the day. Let's remind ourselves that this image was not created by an AI. On one hand, it's really cool. You have tools to play around with. And digital revolution hasn't been as fun for a long time. So for all those who have fun doing that, there are still risks and challenges about how we should deal with that in society, because, as always, we're not prepared. So years ago, machines created pictures like the one you saw before, and now machines are creating pictures like the one you're seeing now. And it will also change the way we do our jobs today. And it will also be exploited by people who use it against us for propaganda, for scams, to make money. Because the biggest problem of AI are always the users. And it's still scandalous that media don't control the system that makes their ads, and that so many ads are still scams. And the platforms themselves say, well, we can't do anything against that because it's our advertisers that put in the content, not us. Okay, so I hear something from the audience. Okay, tell it to me later. So the systems we currently have aren't always perfect, but they're getting better. Okay, quick moment to breathe and relax. These salmons, well, it's called hallucinate, but it's more lying. It will decrease through better algorithms. We have classical supply chain issues with AI. There's a lot of water consumption by data centers. There's exploitation of workers in the global south. All the trash workers that have to put away the trash that those systems create, and they still repress marginalized parts of society. On the EU level, we have the last negotiations Well, we tried self-regulation for a long time by begging and pleading companies to clean up, which they didn't do because they want to make money. But AI has basic problems. How is AI as a product being regulated? Because it promises regulation, but people's rights aren't being protected. There aren't any rights for people affected when something goes wrong. The whole AI control is badly made. It relies on self-reflection by companies. There are gremiums that are not democratically legitimized and only contain representatives of companies. And it's really hard to create standards for awareness and justice. In the past few weeks, we've seen many open letters pro-regulation, but also contra-regulation, who advertised to prepare for apocalypse scenarios by using AI from people who develop AI. And also, AI advertises products that are so cool because they could result in apocalypse. Maybe they could stop creating those products and do something different.
But then a talking point that we know from previous debates. We have the GDPR, we have platform regulation, DSA. It's always the same. The Silicon Valley businesses say, if this is going to come, we will withdraw from the European market. And many companies, many people are simply repeating this without actually taking a look. That's the same thing that was said about the Digital Services Act. The companies are still there because they are in the biggest market in the world. Companies want to be there. They will actually stick to these rules, more or less. And we have the problem, even nowadays, that we have problems that automatic decision-making systems create. People are being discriminated against because training data is discriminatory. Scoring is still an issue. People don't really realize that their own creditworthiness depends on the strange neighbor that is living in their backyard around the corner. AI has to be recognizable. If these tools are being used, we have to find ways of actually identifying them. We need clear liability if things go wrong, and better protections from discrimination through accountability and transparency for the people affected. We need better democratic control institutions. But even the best democratic regulation authority is useless if you have the bosses there. And we still have to fight for high-risk applications such as face recognition in the public space must be clearly banned. That was supposed to happen, and now it's kind of being diluted again because, well, people say, hi, predictive policing. We want face recognition and all that, and they prefer this to a clear ban on all these high-risk applications. The same goes for autonomous military systems, weapon systems. What could possibly go wrong? We don't have to wait for Terminator 2. These systems are actually being built in a competitive arms race that is happening, and the next war is only 2 countries away. And we need a new way of learning and a number of new competencies, and the kind of playful character of work has to be brought about. It's what we had in digital competencies, but what about the rest of society? We have to learn to assess training data and the consequences better. We have to understand these tools better and understand the implications. But large parts of the society still have problems with learning all the other competencies that we need to actually act as sovereign net citizens. So we need a struggle for the whole society, which will cost money, but it's not being tackled. And we need more struggles for the commonwealth, the common good, for AI systems that are worth living. The many nice examples of projects where we have one example there where ministries actually cooperate well. and that is civil coding. I'll add the details later. They actually published a good study that identified many possible recommendations for action, how you could support infrastructures for the common good. So, teach more AI competency, not just work on prototypes and then stop working. Fewer support for buzzword projects. There are so many projects that just say AI, but what about the rest of it? Everyone just sticks the term to their projects in order to get funding. And it's very nice that we have open data portals in just about every federal state, but what's missing is the actual data. So let's have more open data. Now let's turn to Twitter. And Twitter, of course, used to be our favorite communication platform for many of us. And then when it became clear that Elon Musk would become the head CEO of Twitter, we were very fearful, and all the fears have turned into realities. And that shows that it is a problem if a single person can do how a platform should work and what the rules should be. And at the same time, it shows that he is really a conspiracy ideologist. But I've seen that we are still using it. I have taken a look at my whole chronology, and the people that I like to read using a page that is actually just randomly sorting it. These takeover has shown two things. First, it's very good that the EU is introducing rules for democratic platform control, and this is a prime example. And it has to be actually applied. We'll come back to that. But there are many open details in the Digital Services Act. One of the central issues of a functioning platform regulation is the right to access. We have to understand as a public how the platforms operate. They know how they operate. They know what they do if they shift a button to the right for 1 millimeter. For us, it's a black box. And regulatory authorities, scientists have to be given opportunities to actually better control these platforms. The law on digital markets can be applied since early May 2023, and companies that offer important platform services have to notify the Commission and communicate all the interesting information. And this is going to be interesting. And consumer protection activists are going to be included there and will be able to evaluate and judge these data. But the Twitter takeover has also shown that we need alternatives that are oriented towards the common good. Mastodon is the best known example, the so-called Fediverse. I'm very glad that part of my timeline has already moved there, but the Fediverse has to become easier to use so that more people can move over from the centralized platforms, because network effects are so important. We are active where the other peoples are active, so we have to make the Fediverse more usable so that the developments that we have to expect can include more people, and we have to create more spheres that people can get active in. Positive developments include how the large platforms such as WordPress.com, which seems to be responsible for a large share of websites, how they are making their websites compatible with the Fediverse. That could be the future of social networks. And that will, and at least Mastodon is growing continually, albeit at a slow pace. And we need to support voluntary work in the digital sphere. So voluntary work in the digital sphere has to be as much acknowledged as it is in real life. For example, people that do engage in fire services or as football trainers. We need support programs for people that do the same thing in the digital sphere, and we have to have a reform of fiscal laws so that people that operate communication infrastructure for the common good can operate more freely. And of course, as the CDU, the Conservative Party, keeps copying the far-right AfD party strategies, we have a real threat that this party is going to be included in federal state governments. We've seen this in Austria, and we have to reform and protect civil society, and we have to reform the law on charity status so that it's not as easy to pursue an association by questioning their charity status. And journalism has to be put on the same footing as football and chess and other common good activities. And public broadcasting, of course, has a large responsibility. If it was to be reinvented, you would have to be considering technology and infrastructure diversity, not just media diversity. And they have to take responsibility in the Fediverse. And that has to be, they do engage in that, have community management, and they could do that in the Fediverse just as well as on the large platforms. Public broadcasting needs more openness in the way it develops their services. And that includes a better perspective on personalization. And that has to be brought in together with better privacy protections by the public broadcasters. And we need better advisory structures. We need committees with random membership, perhaps. And civil society competency doesn't seem to be playing a good role in media supply these days. There are some exceptions to the rule. But you could invite people randomly. And then we have the issue of digital cash. We are depending on very few companies that control the way that we pay things and the way the money flows. These companies will increase, but we cannot guarantee that if we use PayPal to buy a chocolate bar these days, the kind of health insurances won't get access to these data to recalculate our premiums. I believe we need cash still as an analog alternative, which is inclusive and keeps working even if we have power cuts. And of course, in Germany, we know that we won't always have internet everywhere. And we have fintechs, credit card companies, PayPal, that use all this tracking that has to be controlled. The digital euro could be the way forward, but it depends on the way it is being shaped. It is going to be shaped. And in the next few years, we'll have some deliberations there, and we wonder how it will all turn out. Maybe we will actually get anonymous payment without tracking, without surveillance, or maybe it's all going to fail. Yet again, we'll have to see. And I hope that, yes, we have more money for better civil society structures, even though the industry lobbyists are still better placed. But many of us can actually work for civil society engagement, not just in their spare time. Let's continue the dialogue. Let's fight for the correct majorities. A better internet is still possible. Have fun at the Republika. Huge applause to Markus Beckedahl. Thank you, Markus. Thank you. It wasn't as optimistic as I thought. Strange. Okay, well, that's the state of things as they are now. That's how it looks, and we can work for things to get better, and that's why we are here. And that almost sounds like a church service, but on the stage, we will now have the program director of Republika, Alex Wolf, and she's going to be talking about the great event action that we'll have. Huge applause to Alex Wolf. Hello. Hi, Alex. The motto is cash, and every year we have a very nice action at Republika. So what is going to be happening this year? As you've said, every year we have a kind of playful thing. And I want to tell you that on the third day, we will have an auction in suiting our motto. It's going to be an auction. More funny than eBay, I can promise you. What we will be auctioning are hot items by the keynoters. So there will be a tie, there will be a signed Queen album. There's a golden ticket that you can get, which that is entry to Republica for life, and nice items from the Republica Legacy, and a monoblock. So, you should all join this session. What else can I tell you? You can all watch this. You have the home base back there, and all the items that we will be auctioning are on display there, and you can actually decide what you want to bid on, and get your wallets out. And the collection of items is going to be increased, so take a second look. It's worth looking. And the whole thing, of course, will not be done for our own profit. We are going to donate the proceedings, and this is the contact and advisory institution for minors that are living on the streets. We are working with them, and they will be receiving the proceeds of the auction. And you can, of course, donate to them anyway, at any time. And you can get all the details at the home base, and at the closing we will then see what the result is, and we would be very happy if you can join in. It's not during your bingo, it's going to be one day later, not in competition. And so please join the auction and donate for the good cause. Okay, great.
Okay. So we don't need a number for donating. We can do it just like that. So thank you very much, Alex Wolf, for the explanation of our auction. There will be many interesting things. So be there, and be there when we will continue on stage. I think it's 15 minutes. We will have the next item in our fantastic program, and see you then.
Ich bin Simone Orgel und ich bin Digitalstrategin. Das bedeutet, ich berate oder spreche zu den Themen Digitalkultur. Das heißt, ich fokussiere mich nicht auf die technischen Part, also das Programmieren oder die Infrastruktur, vielleicht auch ein bisschen, aber vor allen Dingen versuche ich, die Welt aufzumachen, was eigentlich das Coole daran ist, wenn wir das Menschliche auch quasi im Digitalen haben.
Du warst aber bestimmt nicht immer so cool und erfolgreich, oder?
Nein, ich glaube nicht.
Und was hast du da gemacht, um in dieser Zeit Geld zu verdienen?
Oh du, ganz viel Unterschiedliches. Angefangen mit, glaube ich, dem ersten Job mit Vertrag, wo ich Ding-Dong-Abonnementzeitungen austragen durfte.
Was für Zeitungen?
Du, alles, was es vielleicht heute nicht mehr so gibt, hör zu, obwohl gibt es die vielleicht noch, von dann über Bravo bis hin zu Praline. Das waren dann die besonders schönen Kontakte an der Tür.
Wie waren die?
Unangenehm, unangenehm. Das war auch die einzige Wohnung, wo es keinen Briefkasten gab. Das heißt, man musste klingeln und an die Tür ran.
Was hast du dabei fürs Leben gelernt?
Dass es echt fantastisch ist, wenn man einen Job machen kann, auf den man Bock hat und sich quasi diese Welt von Geld verdienen und Leidenschaft verbindet. Das ist richtig toll. Das ist ein großer Luxus.
Weil du beim Zeitungsaustragen gemerkt hast, dass das nicht deine Leidenschaft ist.
Richtig.
Gibt es etwas, was du jungen Leuten sagen kannst, um ihnen Mut zu machen, falls die auch einen Job machen, den sie eigentlich gar nicht machen wollen?
Halte durch. Halte durch und besorg dir die Basis, um deine Neugier dann eben letztendlich ausleben zu können. Und behalt dir die. Und es zu vertrauen, dass im Zweifelsfall alles möglich ist. Manchmal braucht es halt einfach ein bisschen mehr Zeit und manchmal über ganz komische Banden und manchmal weiß man auch heute immer noch nicht so genau, wo man vielleicht in 10 Jahren ist und das ist auch okay.
Da sind ja auch alle schön aus der Mittagspause zurück. Wunderbar.
Hello everyone, everyone's back from the lunch break. So you're ready to listen to something that's super interesting and a topic that everyone, that we all think about, generative AI. Brave New World is the question of the new session. And the question is generative AI, so I enter something and this creates a picture that I can use to make something, or a picture that I wish for is being created. How can this create us? How can this influence the future of media, the future of art? And is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? Or does it lead to a democratization of the media, which would be the ultimate goal? And for this, we have an absolute expert, Björn Ommer. He is a professor in Munich, and he has a research group with which he teaches computer the seeing, and they have just updated the AI and have a new powerful AI, and I'm very happy he's here. I'm very interested to see what he has to show us. A big applause for Björn Ommer. Hello everyone. Thanks Niels for the friendly introduction. I'm happy to be here. I want to talk with you today about generative AI, but before talking about this, let me start at the beginning. What motivated me to go there? As a small child, I asked myself, like probably many of you, what I can do in the future, what could be interesting. And I thought it would be interesting. I thought it's interesting that all the important things have been discovered. There were no empty spots on the map of the Earth. The deepest point, the highest mountain of the Earth have been discovered. People have been on the moon. What's left to discover? There is the one or another billionaire who wants to go to the Mars on vacation. But I think our Earth is a bit more interesting. And I'm also too tall to sit in a very small rocket. The train ride was already too long for this. So what's interesting that's left? And then I just realized at some point that the least discovered is the human intelligence. Our capability to understand the world, to recognize problems and solve problems and learn from this. And at the end of the day, this has an enormous potential if we can somehow, at least in parts, understand this. I think that's understandable. If you want to recreate this, you will quickly realize that Mans Moravec, who is shown here, who realized 40 years ago that computer and humans are completely different. Computers are extremely simple, large, and it's extremely simple for them to deal with large data and calculate exactly, but they have huge problems to deal with things small kids can't do, like recognize the panda or recognize that the ear is just a turnaround U or the eye is just a dot here. Try to explain this to a computer. If you manage to do that, I don't want to see where computers can recognize polar bears if the computer thinks this is a polar bear. So we can summarize computers and humans having a communication problem. They just don't speak with the same language. And that's why interacting with computers is so frustrating and complicated. What's the solution for that? The one solution is that we humans become more computer-like, that we humans speak like machines, that would be programming, or that's what we did for a long time. We filled out checks, we write very carefully in capital letters to speak with the computer because otherwise they wouldn't understand us. And these are all bridges that go in a direction where we come closer to the computer. What's the alternative? The alternative is that the computer approaches us. And this has the computer science, the technical science have tried to do this over a long time. from whole cards to easier and easier understandable systems. That's the direction in which we're moving now, that the machine understands or comes closer to how a human speaks. If we manage to do that at some point, the computer will be much easier, much more powerful tool to an enabling technology, something that enables further technological process, something we often saw in the past, the printing press, the steam engine, the computer. All of these things were not made for themselves, but to enable a different progress, a different technological process later. If the AI brings the computer closer to us, solves this communication problem, makes the computer to a more powerful tool, then we can imagine what we can do with it at the end. But 1 second. Isn't that just another hype of which we already had a lot of in the field of AI? We just have to go back in history. There are always these cycles. We start in the mid of the 20th century, and researchers had a single neuron, and they said, just have a bunch of them, and then we have a brain at some point. The problem is that a few more are tens of billions, and one is pretty far away from that. And you can imagine why this hope for this future was not a future that would happen anytime soon. And this is, I think, a huge difference from where we are now. Earlier, it was the promise that if I go from 1 to tens of billions neurons, that then I can do something useful. Now we are at the point where every one of you has the technology I will talk about in a bit, can already use it, can get a picture of what this technology can do now. What it can't do at the moment, but it's not just a promise that will happen, that something will happen in the future, but it's already in the present. Now, if we look at this more closely, the difference between the technology we see on the left that can generate pictures and the AI that we've seen over the past decades. What are the fundamental differences, and what does it mean for the chances and the risks that follow from this? I want to briefly elaborate on this because I think it's very important when we discuss about this in the media, about risks. What are the facts and what's just fiction? What we have observed so far in the AI, and this was the first wave, was rule-based systems where developers very carefully described what describes objects, cylinders, and to describe animals or humans, or when it was about chat systems like this ELIZA system by Weizenbaum, how a system should react to certain keywords. And of course, this led to curious developments, that chat systems, you taught them, war is the father of all things, and then the system answered, tell me more about your family. And you can already see that's probably not the right solution to the problem. And the researchers, of course, recognized that. So the next attempt was to build systems that learn from large amounts of data. But what did they learn? They learned to solve specific problems. For example, what characterizes a dog? What's the difference between a dog and a cat? But these systems were built specifically for this one task. This dog detector is not going to help me with enormous autonomous driving vehicle if a cow is running in front of the car, because it was just trained to on dogs. So you can already see the restrictions. Even if I add a lot of data, they were just trained for very specific tasks at the end of the day. And this, of course, was the core for a lot of different developments, like the filtering in Facebook and image search in Google. So it was certainly very useful, but with this very specific restriction. But now I think we see a third, very new wave, which is being started by what we call generative AI. Without going into too many details, we don't train the computer towards a specific task to distinguish a cat from a dog, but only train it to recognize which kinds of objects are out there in the world. What does that mean specifically? I take a picture, I hide a part, and then I tell the computer to predict what's in the hidden part. I do the same with the text. There is a gap in the text, and I tell the computer to fill this gap. So you can imagine that a computer who managed to learn to fill out this gap has learned something about context, to learn about relationships between words and text or pictures, which is in the very end a basic task of intelligence. And in particular, this AI is not trained to solve a specific task, but can solve many different tasks. I was asked to say a few words about how it works, especially with the example of Stable Diffusion, what our research group in Munich published about a year ago, what exactly it means, how I train a computer, and what are the concrete consequences for us in the near future. We start with the training. We start with a single picture, the stock, for example, and we add noise, just a little bit, just that you and I do not see the difference between the first and the second picture. But if I do this hundreds or 1,000 times, then the final result of these small noise steps is a picture that consists only of noise. Like, for example, if I plug out the antenna from my computer. Why do I destroy pictures? To reverse the process. To train a neural network that takes a noisy picture and makes a picture that's a little bit less noisy. And computers should be able to do this, and they do this. But if I repeat this process hundreds and hundreds of thousands of times, then I end up at the beginning again. Not exactly the same, but something that's qualitatively the same. And that's how most of the systems we use nowadays work. The problem is that a large part of the AI is being used on learning the small details by heart. For example, all the small pieces of fur of the stock. We humans don't really care about that. We know there's like some fur, and we kind of know the orientation, but the single hair doesn't really matter for us. And we use very few bits on distinguishing the important parts, the characterizing things that distinguish a dog from a cat. What's the solution? So far, the solution was to just increase the size of the models, to increase the brain, and then more is left for this green slice of pizza up there. But also this means that the computation is extremely expensive. If I'm a huge Silicon Valley company, that's not a problem. You just have to pay more for computational power. But if we continue this into the future, in the near future, and not too many years from now, there will be just a few companies that have the computational power and the potential and the money to progress and offer this application. And this was the point where me and my research group started thinking about what does it mean if a technology that will be crucial for our society is controlled only by a few companies, that is operated and progressed, further innovated by only a few companies. And that's where we thought about how can we make systems that are in the end smaller, how can we make them more intelligent so they can more efficiently use their capacities, so we don't just have to make the systems bigger, but can use less to do more. And in this manner, we can bring more small startups and a lot of research groups back into the game, and not just let the field for a few companies. So what does it mean to democratize generative AI. To say a lot about the world, I have to observe the world, so I have to see a lot of training data, billions of training data, hundreds of terabytes of training data. Our goal was to have a model. It's so small that it can fit in a consumer graphic card that you can get for 300 euros. At the moment, and nowadays, it fits into a small mobile phone with 2 gigabytes of RAM. And this is a huge difference, and this is where Stable Diffusion starts. And I think it's a huge advantage and ability to reduce the tens of terabytes, hundreds of terabytes to a few gigabytes. The space we have is the difference between the Alex and the Brandenburger Gate. And then what we want to compress between this is the difference, the distance between the Earth and the Moon, or even bigger. So it's a very huge compression task. So we need to get rid of a lot, but also learn the essential. If we can do that, we have a system that can run on everyone's computer. You don't need any special hardware, but still enables to just describe with text what I want to see. A mountain, for example, that I want to see a photography with mountains, trees, lakes. Everyone should be very detailed and photorealistic. Then I wait a few seconds, less than I'm speaking now, and this is the resulting picture. Without me needing any technical abilities regarding the computer like Photoshop, I don't need any knowledge about that, or that I need special hardware about this, or be especially talented in any other kind of way. We can take pictures like this and ask the computer, what can you imagine is behind this hidden part? And the computer imagines something. And now one or maybe more possibilities. And the system has really learned the context and used the context, which in the end is what intelligence is all about. I've just said what this third wave, what makes the third wave of AI different than from what has been here before, is the difference that the system is not being trained for a unique task, but just being trained to learn how the data distribution looks like, what the data distribution looks like. For example, we've trained Stable Diffusion only for pictures, but other researchers have come and took music or audio and converted it into a spectrogram. And this looks like this, which in the end is a picture. Show this to Diffusion and tell Diffusion to generate more pictures with this, and then we convert this back into music or audio. So without training the system again, because these systems where you train again have existed already, so just describing what I want to describe, what I want to see, like a funky piece of music, the system creates audio by just synthesizing the spectrograms. And this is the point of a foundation model. We've never wanted to generate music with it, but it still can do it. And now I think we can imagine what I just said with this enabling technology that's able to create things that we never thought about as developers. The first
part was that we wanted to make sure that the system runs on normal hardware, so we don't all need to buy giant clusters. The second part was that we decided to open source the system and make it freely available and not hide it behind a paywall or not only license it to friendly businesses. The reason was that I think it's a critical technology for our society with the corresponding implications that we're going to talk about in a few minutes. But at the same time, that means that last year when we released the system, it definitely wasn't perfect yet. And it definitely wasn't so usable and so well-tuned that all the outputs could be mistaken for truth. And I think that is the perfect point in time to release a system publicly and create the awareness for what might come in the future, because the systems are going to become better, and it's going to become harder and harder to distinguish the results from reality. And what's then been confirmed in conversations with the press afterwards, that only if everybody can really use the system, only then can we all together get a feeling for what it means that anyone is literally capable to create any image in this way. Things that should have been clear from the start, that images do not necessarily represent reality, and that thusly images could be modified or completely faked. All of that seems to become even clearer now that it's more tangible. And the second part was that because of this open source solution, everybody got a better image of what it means to train these systems, what I showed on the last slides, and what consequences there are. That they need huge amounts of training data, where this training data comes from, and all things that hadn't been discussed in previous solutions and couldn't be, which is probably also one of the reasons why these systems were so closed up, to prevent this whole discourse. I said it's a foundational model that could serve as an enabling technology, like a lot of generative AI. And it has driven a lot of change and will continue to do so. Why? We are part of knowledge society, and I think we're all clear that in the future we're less about extracting coal from the ground, but create values in a different form. And for this knowledge society, there's two important steps that were essential in the past 10 years. First off, digitization and the increased networking through the internet that enabled everybody to quickly and effectively access information that might have been stored at the other end of the planet or at a different time. And the second part is this: search and filtering, Google and Facebook, if you like. The possibility to take these gigantic amounts of information and then find something that interests me and put aside the things that might interest me less. And that was the second wave that we're still currently riding the tail of. But the third wave is that AI is helping me to more efficiently use the information and take that step, as John Masefield called it, from this point where we're all drowning in information overload. But the knowledge that is within this information or behind this information is lacking for us and is inaccessible. So the current wave is trying to create exactly this transition, this jump from we have a lot of information to the knowledge or the wisdom that might be contained within, by starting to make this information more accessible. And I'm going to get into a little bit more detail what that means for me. And then I'd like to discuss with you. Of course, there's a lot of potential. I'm capable now to take enormous amounts of data and extract knowledge from it, which is important if I want to develop new vaccines, for example. But it also means that the computer becomes more personal, because the machine understands better, understands us better. It understood my text input and then uses it to create images, for example. And this moving closer to me as a human, this personalization of the computer, is an enormous step. So far, the most personal thing we had was the personal computer. What was personal about it? You personally paid for it, you personally owned it. All the applications on it, all the content on it and in it, everything you consume, your operating system, your word processor, and also the media you consume on it, they're all off the shelf. Everybody had the same experience. But generative AI means that we can take the system and the content itself and adapt them, or that the system itself can adapt to the requirements of the user. That the information that is contained in these enormous data amounts can be more easily explained to me as a user in a way and shape and form that I personally need to better understand them. So I'm not consuming the exact same content as somebody else, but I can get a personal explanation. And that means we're going to augment personal capabilities. I already see a lot of examples for example, protein folding and others in the medical field, where medicine is being developed collaboration with AI, not by the AI alone, but also not alone, not by humans alone. And similar things are happening in engineering as well. So this is an empowerment of the different professions. Then education is going to become more personalized. I don't see it being replaced by AI anytime soon, but it will be augmented by AI. And already we have a lot of content that are explained to everyone in the same way in schools. And so schools, and also universities, still kind of stuck in the industrialization phase of the 19th century. All the products go in, sorted by birth year, and then they get the same things to consume every year, every day, and at the end of the day, they come home and they're trained and educated. And here we have the opportunity to take the content and make it much more personal and adapt it to the person that's learning. And finally, I see a certain degree of empowerment. There's a lot of talk about what companies maybe have gained from that, but we also see the counterpart already. For example, as we've seen with Stable Diffusion, which we released, how all of us can use them. There was an example in the US where somebody reduced his phone bill by using an AI to come to a deal agreement with the phone company. Why should they only have the computational power at the end of the day and to optimize things? And why shouldn't users also flip that around? And this is something that we see more and more of nowadays. So up until now, it's been a select few that could teach programming or that could program themselves or had to. But if we think of a future where computers support us in development, where we can teach them things much more naturally in natural language instead of using machine-based languages or programming languages, it's going to make it much easier for computers to understand us. So everything that I mentioned now, these opportunities, are of course directly correlated with certain challenges for us as a society. There's been a lot of thought and conversation about just jobs. Not a new topic, as we can see. It's something every generation struggles with as soon as new technology comes out. And I'm sure it's an important point. Our work landscape will change significantly with AI. But I will also give a few examples for why I believe that AI is not going to replace all jobs that fall into these fields, but that there's a lot of potential to also create new jobs as well. The second question is, of course, if AI is so good, doesn't that mean we're all going to become stupider? A lot of you might have seen the examples of people that blindly follow the sat-nav system, and at the end of the day, they completely lose any capability of navigating. They blindly drive into rivers and lakes or into some mountainous roads. If artificial intelligence makes it possible for us to communicate with a machine interactively and personally, it makes it much easier for a machine to understand us. Isn't there a risk that at the end of the day we lose the capability to communicate to other humans that might not understand us as well? That at the end of the day maybe we talk only through the machine interpreter that is so efficient at understanding us and understands us much better than any random human or any other technology could. And what does it all mean for a society that has everybody focused on themselves only and maybe loses these capabilities? And naturally, there's the huge topic of fake news. If I can get information much more easily accessible for every single one of us, and I can personalize them, filter them, and adapt them, then of course, and if I have technologies that allow me to also create content, generate content very easily, then in turn that means that there's enormous potential to very quickly create new content and manipulate content in a way preventing that we're all going to converse with boilerplates only, that we keep recreating very banal texts over and over, on the flip side, means that anybody can sit down and very quickly generate incredible amounts of content and then flood the internet or other media. Technology has also in the past, every time it's been developed, it was also used as a weapon. And it bore different potentials, but it also bore the potential that they could be used for lower purposes, for a weapon against other humans. And we definitely cannot deny that this has already happened with AI. We know the examples of drones, and we can imagine what happens when the bombs and the weapons get even more intelligent, ever more intelligent. But is there also a risk that there's a runaway AI at the end of the day, something like Skynet coming into being that decides that maybe humanity in itself is more of a disturbance and should probably be gotten rid of, or for various reasons you can maybe imagine? Could that happen, that we get a runaway AI and it just keeps training itself, becomes even more capable than we do, and then either looks down upon us, and like we might not notice an ant and just doesn't even notice us, kind of just walks over us? Or could it happen that the AI decides that humanity is just a hopeless species with everything that we've done to our planet and so on, that it might actually be better to cleanse the planet and deliver the planet from us? Or maybe the third way, that AI might also just decide to go into self-preservation mode and see us as disturbances, disruptions, and thus defend itself against us. Would be better if we weren't there. There's different options for the future, and could it be that the AI develops these own goals and motivations that might conflict with our own? And how about inequality? I mentioned the example earlier that's already very, very current, that there's applications where simple users had apps that they could use to apply them against large corporations, for example, to get better deals. But what about the other way? What about the first company that properly utilizes this very powerful AI? Maybe not even artificial general intelligence, just some sort of AI that is significantly more powerful than that of other companies. What about states and state actors that have this technology compared to other states in times of war, but maybe also in times of less obvious war? Doesn't that mean that there's going to be some sort of shift ultimately? And how realistic is it that some states will then give away this lead in AI to others as well? And finally, there's the question that is labeled as alignment. Is AI going to be aligned with our value systems? Will it maybe develop its own values that don't agree with ours? Will it just pursue other goals that we as developers or users might not have or might not foresee? And how can we ensure that AI actually adheres to the values that we ask of it at the end of the day? So I hope you see that there's risks and challenges that are kind of the flip side of the opportunities that I've shown you earlier. From a very powerful technology that brings us lots of opportunities, so it also brings us a lot of challenges for us as a society if we use it. So if we talk about risks, and in the last few weeks and months that's been done very intensely, then it's important for me to point out that these are all predictions about the future. We're not at this point yet. Predictions about the future say something about the future. In this case, especially, they say something about a future that somehow involves us as humans. What does this AI do with us people? That's the question we ask ourselves. And that means we're trying to make predictions that are based on certain premises, certain assumptions. And assumptions in this case, because it's a prediction that affects us, assumptions about how we think, or the people that make these predictions, how these people think that humans are and humans act. So concretely, it depends on people's own image of humanity. And I think it says a lot that these premises that we see now every day, that the people making predictions kind of base their opinions on, are not communicated up front, but instead they jump immediately to conclusions without making clear what the assumptions are that are the foundation of their content. So I think we should all be clear that there's not this one image of humanity that everybody shares. People imagine the optimistic humanist and maybe somebody who's more pessimistic about society, and one might think that humanity is probably going to figure it out somehow, and the other things, technology is always going to be used for bad purposes, and people will take opportunity of it. Or a nationalist that says, yeah, I mean, from a game theory perspective, there's going to be a certain optimum that we're going to reach at some point, and some people might use it for base purposes, but if everybody does it, then it doesn't really work out either. So we're going to find an equilibrium somehow. Or maybe a long-termist or a transhumanist that says, well, kind of sucks for the people that are currently living and that I see here, but I mean, we're not the best species imaginable, so maybe it's actually worth it. So in the future, maybe there's going to be better humans or AI augmented humans or whatever you want to call it. So I mean, it's going to hurt a few billion people for a short time, but maybe it's for the good, for the better. So there's a lot of different assumptions that lead to different consequences for the predictions that we make about the future. And the second point that's important for me is that with a lot of these predictions, we're talking about disruptions. The disruption that is commonly called the singularity. In plain language, that is something that is unique. It is something. If I want to make a prediction about something that has never happened and nothing comparable to it has happened in the past, then it's incredibly hard to predict how people are going to behave. And it's interesting to see that the first reaction of people is pretty easy to predict. At first, we're all going to be individually reacting. We don't have a lot of time, so we're going to fall into certain patterns. But if we as humans have more time to communicate with each other, to act as a society, to maybe find strategies to adapt, then it's going to become notoriously hard to make predictions. Because if that wasn't the case, then we could all just, predict the markets, the stock markets, and say, okay, this is where it's going to go. So the first reaction to shocks, that's something that we can kind of maybe predict, but for longer-term predictions, we are historically extremely bad at it. And I think it also generally applies for predictions about the future, that we tend to overweigh the short-term risks against the underweigh the short-term risks against the long-term risk at the end of the day. And this again has consequences when we talk about questions of alignment, for example. Will AI be aligned in the future, aligned to our values? And which values are those anyway? What are our values? If there's so many different ideologies, like which value do we even claim as ours? And I think one of the core points here is that lots of people assume that my personal values are the ones that are going to be applied at scale. That we too often assume that the decision between what is a valid opinion that an AI maybe ought to have in the future and one that it should not have in the future runs between one political party and the other, between one class or another, between one nation and another. But Solzhenitsyn already said for many years ago that this line that divides good and evil is not run between one party or another, or one nation or another, but it runs through our own human heart. And we carry both within us. And that's what makes it so hard at the end of the day. Alignment to what? If we're already divided about that ourselves, then how can we ask any sort of clarity from technology? What would we expect from any sort of tech? I mean, tech can get it done, but we cannot even manage to align ourselves. What our values should be as a society. We're struggling with that. So how are we supposed to teach that to AI?
I think the technology is just illuminating glass for problems we already have. For the problems that were already there, and they crystallize due to the technology. The second part is that we make assumptions about AI that we should question. The first part is how strong is AI going to be? All the developments, all the research that has been gone into AI in a large scale is about this. Developing AI that imitates human intelligence, human behavior. And Turing proposed, like there are a lot of movies about this, that we should evaluate AI, and that's how we also develop it now. How does it imitate human behavior? Some things in the room, we can't look into the room, we can just communicate, and if the person from inside answers the question correctly, like a human being, whatever right means, maybe even makes mistakes at the right points, then we would say it's human. And the same the Turing experiment, the room experiment, Chinese room experiment. Talking with someone who's not Chinese, who's just following an algorithm like AI does. If it's being told that these Chinese characters come in without me being able to talk Chinese, and I give out Chinese characters according to the algorithms, then it looks like I can speak Chinese. Then the question is, do I, as the one who follows the algorithm, know anything about the Chinese language? Does the AI have any deeper understanding of intelligence or Chinese language? What are the consequences of this? The consequences are fundamental. I believe that many jobs, we don't need artificial intelligence that gives us great advice. Imagine psychology or Weight Watchers. We don't need an AI that tells me. The people don't go there to just get advice. They go there to have someone that personally feels with you, tells them about their own experiences, feel like they talk with someone that actually understands, not just someone who imitates the behavior. I know there are a lot of examples, for example, like spies that imitate emotions. We don't just say that, oh yeah, whatever, it was played very well. We feel like this is wrong in some way. And the same is true about all the other fields. Art. Humans wait in line for hours just to see an original in the museum for a few seconds, and then they are being pushed on. And maybe they even have to stand a few meters away. Why do they do this? They could be at home for hours, enlarge it as much as they want, print it out as large as they want. Why do we have this obsession with originals? Why don't we all just eat convenient fast food, this large Big M? It's nutrition, it's pretty fast, it's comfortable. Why do we seek for original, something unique? We can see that we want something more than just standardization or rationalization. And I think that will also be where it ends in the future. Even if the AI does it perfectly, it's not going to be enough for us. Another question is if the AI is going to run away, be self-sufficient. I don't think so. I think AI will always, also in the future, be used as a tool, as a weapon against other humans, but it will be directed by humans that have certain intentions. And I can also give you a technical argument. Generative AI is different from AI we've used so far, is that we do not tell them a specific goal. We just tell them, learn how to represent the data so you can have a foundation model that's as general as possible that you can use for tasks different tasks as differently as possible. And especially this goal to be very generalist, very specific. I've never seen an algorithm that found its own goal. It really follows a goal that you give it. The goal is not something that is being adapted at the end. And what we see as AI is done with the training process. It's being applied, but it doesn't just decide, yeah, someone pulled the plug, but I'm just going to continue, just going to find goals on my own, like this paperclip maximizer. Maybe the AI finds some sub-goals. And if the AI is so intelligent to find sub-goals to escape us humans, then I would imagine that the AI can also predict the consequences of its behavior and understand the consequences. And then I think that it depends on the human, which goals the human has given to the AI. And there I see, of course, a danger that the humans abuse the AI. I see the danger in this direction because way too many times we personify, we see AI personified or as a force of nature where humans just say, yeah, it's not my responsibility. We've meant it well, but the AI has a personality now or will develop one in the future. But I had good intentions, but then unfortunately the AI became a bad person. Or we say, oh, we're completely passive. The artificial intelligence just does whatever it wants. We don't have any chance to do anything. And that's also not true. We are agents. We have opportunities to do something and change where AI is being applied. Which solutions do you see, or which paths to solutions? And this will be the last part of my talk. First, I think we'll need a new objectivity. We have seen too many times that hopes or fears were being created, and I see that humans build walls because they're afraid, but they're never able to be constructive and talk with other humans because of it. They build walls, they use weapons, but in this case, it's not going to be very useful for us. We need a new objectivity where we can talk about chances and risks. Do we need regulation? We already have regulation. We don't talk about that there's nothing so far. We should talk about how the regulation that already exists can be adapted in a way that's more sharply defined. I've seen too many times that there are a lot of gray areas. For example, at the AI Act, there are a lot of gray areas where people said, yeah, we tried to think about everything, but in the end that means we never really thought about anything too concretely, and that means in the end it will be discussed in front of a court. And this will use neither the users nor the companies because no one in the end really knows what's going on. But we have chances, but we only have opportunities if we understand that AI is being developed worldwide, not just locally in one country or one point. Even if we say here that nothing will keep happening, like worldwide, it will still keep happening. And if we say no, other actors will not just say, yeah, we're also going to stop, but they will just keep going. We have a chance. Yeah. Here you see like Google Glasses. It looked like everyone would sit here with Google Glasses, but I see only a few here. Maybe we humans don't like it that much if everyone walks around with it. That's a bit too intrusive for our privacy. Whatever, there was one or two companies that had different opinions, but we as humans decided in the end with our feet, and we have this opportunity. The second thing that you often hear is that AI is like the nuclear bomb. I think that's difficult. The nuclear bomb, of course, was only made for one point, to be a weapon, and nuclear technology was developed in the beginning just towards this use. There is a dual use, but only a dual use. How many of you have at home plutonium or uranium? Not that many. And there are good reasons for that. As a society, we said there's good reason that not everyone has it, because you don't need it apart from other reasons, because there are not that many users apart from these two I showed here. With AI, that's different. You can imagine a lot of reasons why every one of us should have some access to it. There isn't just a dual use. There are a million times, billion times use. That makes a regulation much more difficult. And now when I say it's like a nuclear bomb, or then let's just regulate it like this, then we will quickly approach a point where we see it's not going to work and then just say, okay, whatever, we give up. And this cannot be the path. And I think we should be careful at this point. So that we can talk about regulation, that we can, if we can talk, so that we can talk about what we want to have in Europe and Germany, we may not forget that we only have this luxury to think about it if we have a certain amount of independence. We've seen that in the last year. If we don't have resource independence, doesn't matter what our goals are. At the end, there is some problem, and in the end, you maybe can't say certain things because you can't afford them anymore. If AI becomes this enabling technology that is everywhere, and at the end controlled by a few states or companies that have the resources, then at the end we can say as much as we want, not here, then maybe we get cut off like we had in other countries, but then we would also have a problem. Here in Europe, we see that regarding the resources of AI, it's not very good. We should be clear that in the future, computational power is as important as electricity and certain other things for our industry. If we do not have this independence, we will not be able to afford or not even have a chance to talk about the other points that are written here. And the last part is transparency. Who would enter such a plane? Who would consume medicine that's a complete black box? In all these fields, we've decided that there are certain regulation procedures that we at the very least want to understand. What are the foundational mechanisms? It's not about making every single secret open. In these small fields, companies can make a lot of money. They don't have to reveal all the secrets. But at the same point, we've said as a society that we have the right to know and control certain things. And at the same time, enough money can still be made. And we should think about how this can be done in the AI field, that we still have enough transparency that we can look into or like open up the software, but still also allow the companies to make enough money and in this way also allow for accountability. I think education will be very important in the future. That doesn't mean that we will not learn anything about how it was the case with calculators, that we should unlearn some basic knowledge or skills. But that also doesn't mean that you should write essays like they have been written for hundreds of years. The education process has to be adapted. But it is important to know how we will deal with the risks, and for this we have to understand them better. The pupils have to get a better understanding. We have to teach it in school. And at the same point, we have to understand how we can use the potential that comes from that. Because it means in the future, jobs will be possible only with AI in most cases. And for this, the next generation needs to learn the abilities, to have these abilities. In Asia, programming has been adopted 5 or 6 years ago in schools. In Germany, we're still pretty far away from that. Now we should think about if you want to teach basic skills in this field so they don't get stuck at the calculator at the next generation. And I think it's important that if the AI becomes better and better in the future, we don't just trust the wisdom of the box. We have had too many problems with this, like the financial crisis, where we listened to a higher power, where no one dared to ask if this is possible, this perpetuum mobile of a company, and then in the end it just crashed. But at the same time, we don't want to have the black box in technology, and that's why in the future, when AI is there, and maybe even have better solutions than we as experts had, we still want to be able to understand, want to have experts that understand what that means, like we have now as well. Like the AI said, fly, the medicine is already better, just accept it. We don't want this. We want to understand, can we trust this? What does that mean? The AI makes a decision based on what has already been there. What does that mean for the potential future? What are potential risks? And I think for this it is important that humans take their responsibility, and more importantly, that can think out of the box. What else could this mean? What could be the consequences at the end of the day for this, due to this? And this is my last point. I think we need a new awareness. A new awareness for our being together, being with each other. The hardest material we find on our planet, we can see here, it's a diamond. What makes it so hard? It is that every single atom is part of a lattice, tightly connected with its direct neighbors. This results in the hardest material that we can find on this planet. If the single carbon atoms decide that it's not so cool to be in this lattice and be trapped in this lattice and act according to the rules, I can do that better, then the diamond becomes this. You can try on Christmas to give the bottom one apart from the upper one. I think the difference will be obvious quite quickly. And what's essential is that it's not an arbitrary connectedness. Every carbon atom is connected with 4 neighbors. It's not an arbitrary neighbor. It's the 4 closest neighbors. This is different from social network. We want to have friends with which we can share lived reality. Only through this feedback is possible. I can change a faraway carbon atom arbitrarily, and there is no feedback. With people I share lived reality, this is not possible. Who says one lie, they don't believe, you don't believe them at the end of the day, and I think that's the problem. And I think social networks is not the problem just because of AI. We have developed counter strategies. In the past, truth has ever been transported through the personal communication. You can all the way back to Egypt, where it says you can ask this and this guy who has also been there, you can trust them. It wasn't like there's this text, it's put in stone, you have to trust it. And that means that every time where opportunity is made and multiplied, we have to think about when opinions are made, that we already have rules. This already exists in journalism, and there are certain rules. We can talk about how important they are, how strong they are, and that's true. But at the very least, we've said there, you can't just say whatever you want. There are certain consequences if you create opinions, and I think this should be discussed for other platforms as well, whether they're just the transmitter of messages or if they actually create opinions and which consequences this has at the end of the day. When we can do that, and just as a by the side, I don't think there's the fundamental right that we build AI that Facebook or Twitter will work in the future. It's about how can our society work in the future, how can our society transport truth without imploding in the future. If we can do that, then I think We have an amazing tool because I think intelligence and especially the missing of intelligence is one of the big tasks, but also one of the big chances of our time. I think AI can be a tool for humans that enables progress, that is being added to our human abilities and expands our human abilities. But this is only possible if the humans and the connections between humans that are essential for society are being centered. And if we do not, at the end of the day, do it for technology, but the technology is being used to serve society and not the other way around, then I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Björn Ammer. Thank you for being here. And in 15 minutes, we will continue here and talk about Igor Levit and Jagoda Marjevic. And I think this will be very interesting. We talk about freedom and positions 4:15 on stage 1. See you in a bit.
Ich bin Aline Abud und bin gerade einen Marathon gelaufen.
Okay, aber was machst du beruflich?
Ich arbeite für den ARD und moderiere dort die Tagesthemen.
Oh, wow. Du warst aber noch nicht immer so reich und berühmt, oder?
Also, ich glaube beides nicht, aber ja, ich war davor natürlich auch mal nicht bei den Tagesthemen.
Und was hast du da gemacht, um Cash zu verdienen?
Der längste Nebenjob war, Komparsin zu sein. Und das hat mir wirklich am meisten Spaß gemacht. Sonst wäre ich, glaube ich, nicht so lange dabei geblieben.
Was hast du da zum Beispiel gespielt?
Zum Beispiel, einer davon war, dass ich mal mit Tom Hanks oder auch mit George Clooney gespielt habe. Mit George Clooney war es, glaube ich, am nettesten, weil der Typ auch echt nett ist. Und ich war dort eine Komparsin und eine italienische Trümmerfrau.
Und was hast du zu George Clooney gesagt?
Also er hatte uns gesagt, ihr spielt, wie gesagt, italienische Trümmerfrauen und ihr könnt das so gerne auch so italienisch temperamentvoll machen. Und da dachte ich so, okay, super. Dann habe ich ihm Vaffanculo gesagt.
Was heißt das?
Ja, er meinte genau so. Und dann dachte ich so, super, ich war richtig, weil eine Freundin von mir, die aus Italien kommt, mir das immer sehr oft sagt. Und ich dachte irgendwie, das steht so für so ein italienisches Temperament. Ja, und das heißt aber, leck mich am Arsch.
Was hast du außer Italienisch als Komparsin noch fürs Leben gelernt?
Überhaupt in diesem Job merkst du eben, du hast einen Job, wo man sagen könnte, ihr seid eigentlich nicht wichtig im Hintergrund, aber ohne Komparsen geht es eben auch nicht. Und das war sehr interessant zu sehen und zu merken, wie wichtig dieser Part dann doch ist. Und ich meine auch für so einen kleinen, vermeintlich kleinen Job, wie viel Leidenschaft und ja, Spaß man daran haben kann.
So,
right. Dear audience, great that it's such a large audience. Thanks for being here. And this is going to be very interesting. I'm so proud, and I'm not going to talk much. I'm so proud and happy for these two people to be here. They are two people that I really admire for their work. And we will talk about how this can be made compatible with how being in the public eye is compatible with taking a stand. So hi to Igor Levit and Jagoda Marinic. Here you go. Please take a seat. These chairs look as if you can't really sit on them that well, but they're okay once you're on them. Nice that you're here. I'm so happy. And first of all, I will have to introduce you, but Igor is, well, I would say the best pianist in the world, the best living pianist. That's what I would say. And Jagoda is a writer, dramatist, podcaster. Freiheit Deluxe, Freedom Deluxe is her podcast. Very good interview format, which is quite political, and that gets me right into the topic. We've headlined it Freedom and Position. So, Igor, for example, I remember that on Twitter you were very much engaged while you still were on Twitter against all these goings on, these people that even then were active. It's worse than it ever was now, but it had been around for a long time. So why? You could think that as a world-class pianist you would restrict yourself to giving concerts and traveling the world and not having to deal with someone called Hans2711 who writes shit on the internet. Okay, hi. It's great to be here. I'm very happy too. Well, Hans2711 is not someone who I was in a fight with. He went in that ear and out the other. But Twitter for me at first wasn't actually a platform for having an argument. When I discovered Twitter, it was a learning and education platform for me. I was in touch with artists. I could establish connections in real time that I'd never had before. I read texts that I would never have been given access to or gained access to. So this was really enriching as an experience. And at some point, Twitter became part of being an active citizen, but just a part of being that, because it's a very short format. And then Twitter became, which was very, very nice, became the platform for home concerts. And it didn't get any more beautiful after that, which is put in to put it very diplomatically. So after 11 years, I finally decided that's it, and I left. Jagoda, you still are on Twitter, and how do you experience Twitter now compared to how it was? I share Igor's history. I started quite young as a researcher for the Taz newspaper, I think. And this was very much about informal learning, which I wrote about in one of my early articles. And I was actually in contact with Jack Dorsey, and everyone could get in touch with him on Twitter. And I loved it for the very same reason. You were given these interesting messages. And then Trump came along and the politicization of Twitter happened, which was interesting, as you say, to learn that in this way. I was talking about a tweet by Olaf Scholz, which was seen millions of times, which was interesting in the sense of democratization, what was possible. And that's, I think, why I'm still there, because I have this podcast, and it's a very easy way to get access to people. And the fact that brought Igor to leave is something that I more or less ignored. I decided not to respond, to mute the haters, and I do my thing, and I see who's coming along. And we have Freedom Deluxe, a podcast, which is a very nice community that talks about the content. And I have a certain amount of control there. I cannot control the hate, but I can put Twitter away for 5 days, and it does gladly calm down. And it's still a great tool to say, I've got something here, take a look. And it's a bit of a discourse tool as well, quicker than a newspaper column. I can get responses, I can put it into audio, and I can get in tune with people's positions. Well, I have to say that I am a heavy user too, have been for many years, and what you describe is something that I've loved too, the exchange, the community feel. But meanwhile, I think I wrote a tweet yesterday about Friedrich Merz, the head of the CDU, the large German Conservative Party, and immediately I had thousands of Merz fans and even fans of the right extremist AfD who were responding. And I simply deleted the tweet in the end because I thought it's just too much to stand for me. And it's so incredible how loud this has become, and it's such a stressful medium. Jagoda. Well, maybe I'll take the whole thing away from Twitter now and talk about what I normally do, because Twitter is just one instrument, and you work a lot, you read, you try to get more people involved via Twitter, people that maybe don't buy a newspaper, maybe listen to a podcast, and I'm interested in the content. And I, as an opinion journalist, I don't have to be neutral. I have to have an opinion that I can found on facts and that I can use to get into an argument in a positive way. And Twitter is just one instrument for that of many. It's about positions of freedom, and I actually use my columns to position myself. And I would say I want to take a stand, take a position, because opinion journalism isn't just the report about a moment. I started as an author, although my first article in the Frankfurter Rundschau paper was an article about Roland Koch, the then Prime Minister of the state of Hesse, which is where Frankfurt is in. And he was collecting signatures against immigrants. And I wrote, well, he is actually working against me. What does he have against me? And there was a lot of response to that, too, in letters to the editor. And I write columns in particular to take a stand. I regard myself as a columnist. And I think it's important that we have a journalism that reports, that relays factual stories, but to be able to add an opinion too, to add a story into a discourse and say we have to talk about the story and exchange opinions about it and actually look after a certain culture of debate that way. The newspaper comment is a high art of exchange, and I love this way of positioning myself because it shows me that I am in a democracy, that I can use the right to free speech, that I can get into an exchange with everyone. And there are moments when, for example, Olaf Scholz was in a bad mood about the things that happened. He was talking about the turning of the tide, and I thought, okay, I'll write an article in the New York Times about this. It took me a long time to work out, but I wanted to ask Olaf Scholz, what does that mean, the turning of the tide? What does it? How do we respond if people are dying? What are our values? I want this discourse, and I find it's indispensable if you have this erosion of values everywhere. Igor, Twitter aside, it's just a fragment, but you are a kind of artist that exposes himself with regard of your own convictions and your view of the world. And I've said that many of your colleagues don't have such a strong connection or don't feel that urge, but I think one can feel that you really have this almost physical need to let the world share in your thoughts and make it accessible. And where does that come from? And how does that fit your artist personality?
I want to answer it like this. The why is for me, even as a youngster, it's true. In school, I've learned I have a few obligations. I'm interested in the world I live in, and in the channels, it's possible for me to talk to people, with 2 people, 3 people, discussion at home. At some point, the digital area came to it, to this communication and taking part in everything, and also like asking questions. I always lived this. The reason is pretty easy, but it's not directly your question, but I feel that it's also part of the question. There's a neuralgic point in my life because everything I've done as an activist in the last 10 years, I question all this because I'm not on Twitter anymore, by the way. I watch everything from the outside. But if you say, okay, Friedrich Merz said something that I didn't like, okay, I just tweet it. In what kind of reality are we right now? I mean, I mean my people, the non-right people, people who have different values in life, but that doesn't seem to work. Week per week, right-wing crew is getting bigger, and we are kind of in this protest situation that's not really, well, I'm asking myself, I'm self-critical. It doesn't work. And I see the results. Well, I can protest on concert, I can hold speeches, I can turn around if I see a fascist in the audience, I can do things, but my present is AfD, 90%. My present is like less people tell, okay, I can't really imagine voting for these people. And for myself, I'm at a point, I go back to one point and I question everything because we do something wrong without realizing it. And we are feeling comfortable with it, but obviously we can't reach enough people with our kind of activism. Yeah, that's true. Well,
the left is eating its own people.
The left is eating its own people. Is, for one, it's kind of obvious, but it's also true in these things. Well, I get the feeling, okay, people, do you actually realize that you fight against each other and all the others are getting stronger and stronger every week and it's getting closer and closer and closer? And I don't have a solution for this. But I think it's good for me and maybe also other people to have small digital situations to go back a step and to say, okay, there's something's going really wrong here, and the present is just, well, taking us over. Well, I think, but the question is, the panic, the fear that most people have, do we actually have, is this a luxury that I can take a step back and to look everything? I'm not saying, okay, take a step back and do nothing, but you have to question yourself. In Odessa, they said, in the Jewish quarter, that's a different question, actually. I also see that, okay, and I agree with you 100%, and I see it as well if you look at the numbers of the AfD. But I'm missing an idea of how to fix it, and we're talking about over and over again, and we're trying to get a grip of what the problem is. And if you've grown up with schools with different mechanisms that have been explained to us, but you get the feeling that this doesn't happen anymore like it's happened earlier. To get an idea of, taking responsibility for our past, and just talking about, okay, we have to leave everything behind, and I don't get where I can start and to tell people, okay, stop talking bullshit and take over responsibility. I don't know where to start, basically. Maybe I'm not talented in despairing, but despair can say sorry. We don't know where we are and if we stay where we are. There have been phases where the AfD has been stronger. At the moment, there's a lot of crises that move together, and there's a stable image of the world that these parties who have those values, but it would also be a resignation against politics. Politics can make the world, and to take people out of those vicious circles. There have been times where the right-wing parties haven't been so strong in the parliaments. I think there's the possibility we can do something, but we've kind of messed up in our kind of activism we have. And activism is like a new kind of pop star, but we did like speaking to our own crowd. We're just talking to the same people, and we didn't leave our bubbles. There's a wonderful sentence of Zadie Smith: "Well, Twitter is not your activism. Activism is not your Twitter." So there's like many people on Twitter and who didn't really reach out to their local groups, where it's not that glamorous pop cultural, the traditional structures, and there's many right-wing people went to this analog world. We are on a digital fair, but if you go to this analog world, well, there's also something that has been done here at 6 o'clock in the morning to set up beer benches. Democracy is also like the basis. Who goes out there? And the sentence you had, and I think we can all do this if we have this resignation. Well, there's a hype. The right-wing movement has stopped a bit, and many people voting for the Greens. The movability of politics, we shouldn't underestimate it. And there's also the openness of giving ideas to people and to involve them in ideas. You can do something. Ego says, like, why is it coming from the right? Because what do we have against it? How much does the social question have? Your topic is cash. The social question, what does it mean in a Europe where the elite just grips everything they want? There's the 1%. Musk could stop the world hunger with his money. There's this anti-elite situation. All the old parties, they made the situation, but our job is to stay there. And your sentence goes like, we have to leave things behind us. No, we have to give them a new value, especially when it goes about right-wing stuff. I want to talk about Esther Bejarano, who survived the Holocaust. I learned something from her, what I have to understand in Germany. In Hamburg, there was a demonstration from Nazis, and we as Holocaust survivors, we protested against it. And we felt uncomfortable with it, and the police came, and I was happy, okay, they came, but they came to save the Nazis. And there's a tendency when you have Protestants, civil society, there's also court ruling. How can we work with the tradition, with a demo, with Holocaust survivors, and the police supports the right-wing people? It has to be possible for us to.
So my protesting against the far right, my sitting on the street, is actually entered into a statistic as a crime committed by the left, and that has to be put on the record.
Das kann ich dir nur zustimmen.
I can only agree with you there. I see it in much the same way. But still, I don't want to be that pessimistic as time seems to force me to be. I actually joined a political party too, and thought, okay, I didn't think I have to. I thought I want to make a change. I don't want just to be idle. I want to enter those places where I can really make a change. And then it starts. You receive these invitations, and no one actually takes you by the hand. You have to work it out yourself. So you receive this invitation. We'll meet next week to talk about the park benches, and then next week we'll elect our new party leadership at the local level. And you have to enter all these debates that you previously knew nothing about because you don't know these people. Who should you elect? But the thing is, you have to create ways to lower the threshold. You have to make it possible to take more people along with you. Opportunities for protest. Don't just make it into a kind of pop culture. We've noticed that that doesn't work. But we have to try to foster serious debate, including political debate, which is much often held in a way that much sells things to people. That doesn't really work. But we have to involve more people. Yes, all that. But we have to also begin to realize something I think about a lot. A quickly written political activism tweet of disgust. That is not a serious political engagement. I remember very well in 2017 when these fascists entered the German parliament, the right-wing extremist AfD, and we were standing outside at the Alexanderplatz and shouted, "We are the 87%. That's the percentage that didn't vote for that party. By now it's 81%, maybe it's going to be even less. But what I'm waiting for is everyone is just being worried and waiting and looking towards the states in Eastern Germany where these parties are becoming very strong, almost the strongest party in certain regional elections. What I'm waiting for is images where many people are taking to the streets and demonstrating against someone trying to become a prime minister of a German state. Where are these people? And instead, to go back to the personal level, which for me is something that I react to a lot, I, as a Jewish person, have to listen to all these statements about what things do not have a place. Racism doesn't have a place. Anti-Semitism doesn't have a place. Slogans and more slogans. And that is becoming very boring to see because it's a really dangerous kind of kindergarten. I don't feel like I'm being taken seriously. There has always been a place for anti-Semitism in society. There will always be one. It cannot be eradicated. I cannot look into all your minds in a Minority Report kind of way and find those that don't like Jews that much. On a certain level, that is okay, too, as long as you don't attack me. But that's how it is. And this kind of communicative kindergarten that is happening, while at the same time there is a complete absence of actual tough political exchange and taking on of these positions. And that, I think, is a very fatal development in this country. That, of course, has this never again in its political DNA. I think that is a really fatal thing to observe. And I wonder, when will we actually get to a stage when we can enter into an adult debate on how we can actually escape from this laziness and this apathy? And I think this is where a certain circle closes, because you asked in the beginning, what did we do wrong? And also, where are the actual tough political debates beyond these slogans? And these slogans are never true. And I thought these slogans, pro-democracy, actually are proved in the way we deal with minorities, not the way we deal with the far right. And when does something become right? And we have to discuss our values. And all these emancipatory movements, many that meant well and started to think, okay, I've done my bit. I don't have to enter into the tough debate. I know what's good. And if you don't agree with me, then I will civilize you and you just enter into some kind of political re-education. and you just have to get into this coaching. And if you are of the opposite opinion, you are a TERF. You kind of put them into their various drawers and mark them, and that's a way of killing all kind of debate, which doesn't mean that I respect certain misanthropic positions. It's just that I have to enter that debate. And everyone who is not of my opinion, it's not enough to just send them into your seminar and then believe that they'll take over your opinion. And everyone that doesn't agree with you simply hasn't arrived at the point where you are going to take them. And that is the beginning of ideological thinking, when you believe that everyone else just have to get to where you are. And I think that is a perspective on how you get more democratic. Then, because of course we don't want no racism or sexism, but there are still many forms of debate that this society needs to have. And from another approach that you talked about, you go into a local party organization and you have to learn all this, and you think that's not glamorous. You have a feeling that you're not having much of an effect. Or why do people in the East in Germany demonstrate against the far right? How do we get out of this complete lethargy that COVID has made even stronger? It affects every single person in society, and maybe it's also about the way that the digital sphere absorbs our attention, which is also important. But how do you link the digital and the rest of your life? How do you get democracy back into your life in the way that you have a certain role to play and you have an effect, and where you don't need some kind of broadcaster to look after my position and take me out of the ball pit? No, I have to take a stand myself, and everyone has to have the education and the economic necessary position to actually get involved as a citizen. Why is society eroding? Because people are having to work 3 jobs because they can't live off the wages of one job. So we have to improve education, we have to improve the economic situation, housing situation, and you have to work into it too. Democracy isn't just a present, it's something you have to invest in as well. Democracy is freedom and basic rights, and these have all been achieved through struggles. And you have to live those so that you know how to defend them and what you want to defend. Okay, just one more sentence I would like to add, just to make one thing clear. I am not waiting for East Germans taking to the streets in East Germany because fascists are about to become the strongest political party in a certain election. I am waiting for Germans as a whole taking to the streets because fascists are on the rise and are going to be close to becoming the strongest party in certain parliaments. Again, in this country, you often get asked questions of identity. How do you identify? Are you this or are you that? And I have agreed with myself to say that I am a Jew in Germany with everything that entails. And in this country, where I find these monuments to Jews that have been deported all over the streets, to imagine that this country isn't turned on its head because fascists are getting stronger by the week. And why doesn't the country simply get into an uproar because this is happening? And why does it instead just destroy itself between groups that shouldn't actually be enemies? Or maybe people just watch and tolerate these developments bit by bit. That is what I really mean with hard political exchange. And all the other levels, and that's something I'll come back to this blue bird, on every other level, I thought that is not an exchange, that's not a debate, this is not a discourse, I'm not going to learn anything here, and this is not about entering into a dialogue and trying to convince the other side, perhaps, which should be the underlying motive, I guess. But that is just gone. That door is closed. And see what that has led to. And you wanted to add something. Yeah, we are talking about a party that is getting stronger, but before that, we were talking about the democratic parties in the parliaments. And we still don't have the right to votes for some migrants in local elections. And that is a problem in participatory politics. We've never really called for people to be able to become German citizens and then fully take part and form movements. We have so many people without a German passport and without the right to vote, more than we've ever had. And that is what the old parties created. These are the burdens that we have from those times. We're talking about democratization, but we're talking about many people being afraid of taking to the streets because they may not have their resident status extended, and they might feel undesired. So I would love that when we talk about the extremes, we also talk about the failures of the political center and about the people that think they are on the right path, people that want to support people from diverse backgrounds, and I don't like the word diversity, to be able to become part of society, to ensure that they cannot destroy our future by not doing that. Yes, well, being able to be criticized is something that Germans have to learn. And Igor, I think that was the starting point of a very important and long talk, but sadly our time here is up. But I think hopefully that some people can take something away and use it as a starting point to extend this. And I would love to get back together with you and extend this conversation. But for the time being, I would like to very much thank the two of you for having been here and actually turning me on my head, so that at the end of this talk, I actually feel that maybe there is a chance, maybe there is hope. So thank you, and a huge applause to Igor and Jagoda. Thank you to all of you. Fantastic. As I said, I could have continued this for 2 more hours, but it's going to continue in a just as interesting way because we have a great guest coming next, and that is Meron Mendel, who is the head of the Anne Frank Memorial Institution, and he's going to talk about anti-Semitic narratives which are as old as anti-Semitism itself, the big lie, the big conspiracy about the rich Jew. And because it's about cash at Republica today, Meron would like to explain where this comes from and what it means in the current context of capitalism critique. And that's why I'm very much looking forward to have him here with his session, Jews, Money, Myth. A huge applause to Meron Mendel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be here at Republica again. And you can imagine, okay, a few months ago, I was requested to speak here at Republica on stage 1. And I was asked to talk about Jews and money. And do you know what I've answered? How much do you pay? Okay, not everyone can laugh about it. It's a really difficult topic about jokes about Jews and money. Is it allowed to do it? Isn't it? For the next 30 minutes, we're allowed to do that. Do you have, if we have a topic like this, We have to relax. We can do anything here. And let's try and I'm just having a joke again. But you have to laugh, okay? So, a priest, an imam, and a rabbi meet. So how do you do it? How do you share the money that you get from your community? How do you divide it between God and you? How do you do that? The priest says, okay, well, I go behind my church. I draw a line in the sand. I throw the money up, and everything that's on one side is for God, the other one is for me. Okay, the imam says. I do it similarly. I go behind my mosque. I draw a circle and stand inside the circle, and I throw the bills up. And everything that's on the other side and everything in my circle, that's mine. Whoa, interesting, does the rabbi say. I do something similar as well. I go behind my synagogue. I throw the money into the air. Whatever God wants, he will take, and everything that goes down to the floor, it's mine. Okay, well, you're getting better. Can we go on with this? Yeah, no, in Germany, we've heard Igor and Jagoda talking about anti-Semitism. It's not such an easy topic to talk about it and to laugh about it. Lastly, also Lisa Eckert did that in her cabaret. She's making the same jokes. For example, paying reparations to the Jews is like giving the Red Bull founder a Red Bull. Well, afterwards there was a shitstorm. Some people might say she has been cancelled. I'm not really sure if cancelling is the right word, but anyway, we feel, okay, in Germany, there's a real difficulty to talk about this topic, and how can we talk about this? And if we don't talk about it, it's only below the surface, and we just know that. We always meet these people talking about, okay, you have something to do with money, you don't pay any taxes, you're rich. Everything I want to tell you, okay, the Americans do this in a straightforward way. I have an example from South Park about the Jew gold. I just have it running.
What are you doing? Hand over the gold. What gold? You know what I'm talking about. No, Cartman, I have no idea what you're talking about. All Jews carry gold in a little bag around their necks. Hand it over. Guys, come on. Jews do not carry gold in a little bag around their necks, Cartman. Stop playing around. I'm not playing around, Pav. If we survive this, I don't intend to live in poverty. Give me your 2 gold now. Dude, we don't have time for your stupid jokes. We're gonna die. Yes, but you can live if you give me your 2 gold. The decision is yours, Cap. God damn it, you know I don't carry gold in a little bag around my neck, Cartman. What do you want from me? I want your Jew gold. Okay, fine. Here. Now let's go. Do you think I'm stupid? I know that all Jews carry fake bags of gold around their necks to keep the real bags of gold around their necks safe. Hand over the real Jew gold, Cap.
Yeah, well, this is how it is. But we talk about it openly. My first question, is that real? Maybe Jews are more wealthy, they have money. But I want to show you the numbers. But what do you think about it before I show them? Who believes that Jews in the world's population have a lot of money? They are rich. No one dares. Okay, one. Who thinks Jews are like the average? Yeah. Who thinks they're below average? Many people, okay. You're so perfect, like politically correct. No one dares. Of course, I can say what everyone say. Yeah, this is what's gonna happen. Of course, there's rich Jews, there's poor Jews, there's average Jews. We are just like everyone else, but this is just half of the truth. We have to look at the numbers. And I did a research on the numbers. These are the numbers. There's 13.1 million millionaires on the world. And how do they divide between the kinds of beliefs? It's not a really big surprise. Most of it are Christians, and there's Muslims, there's Hindus, and then there's the Jews. It's 1.7% of all millionaires in the world are Jews. Well, that's a simple number. You can interpret it like this. Okay, this is an example. Okay, there's many millionaires that are not Jews. Jews are not better off. But there's another number. How much Jews do we have in the world? Does anyone know? No one?
0,2% der Weltbevölkerung sind Juden. Jetzt kommen die Antisemiten.
0.2%. Okay, that's not such a lot. See? Oh, it's only 0.2%, but 1.7% of the millionaires in the world. That's Jews are richer than the others on this planet. Okay, you could still say we are not the mighty because it's just 1.7% of all millionaires, but they are over average. I make it a little more complicated and even more complicated, and there's another complication here, because you have to ask yourself, where are these Jews living? They are not living everywhere the same. Like, there's continents, there's countries where there's more rich people and less rich people, where they are poor. For example, in Africa, there's only few Jews. There's also only few millionaires. And if you look at the USA, the general public is like, we have 36.5% of millionaires live in the USA. In the USA, there's 4.2% of the world's population, which, on the other hand, means, statistically seen, if you live in the USA, it's more likely that the person also has money or is a millionaire or even billionaire. If there's more Jews over there, as soon as Jews are living in better off countries, that these Jews are better off as well. The most earning group in the USA is the Hindus, actually. But we also have to raise the question, how could this happen, that Jews are connected to money a lot? It's a historical background. And to research there, you have to do some time travel back to the times of the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, there's three aspects coming from the Middle Ages that still follow us until today. The first aspect in the Middle Ages was the choice of job. It wasn't a free decision, so I couldn't say, okay, I want to be a handy worker or to loan money or something. That was what society told you. And the Jews, from Christian society, they had this role. They had to loan money. Why? Because Christians couldn't loan with interest. Okay, it was pretty simple to forbid Jews other jobs. They shouldn't own land. They shouldn't do handiwork. So that was basically the only job that was left to them, with money, with interest. But this is only the first explanation. The other explanation was in the early Middle Ages, the alphabetization was quite low. Especially, even the
So people couldn't read and write using the Latin language, and a small percentage only was able to do that. But Jewish men, you have to restrict it to Jewish men. Their alphabetization rate was almost 100%. Why? Because the Jewish religion could only be passed down from one generation to the next through reading and writing. But not Latin, but Hebrew script, of course. And we then had a small minority that had the money lending role, and another group that to almost 100% was able to read and write. And then there was another thing that characterized the Jews. They were very well networked, because due to their position of exile from Israel, from which they were displaced in Roman times, what kept Jews together was their Holy Scripture. And you can imagine that a Jew from the German city of Mainz would come to India and meet another Jew who they would not meet. Well, at least they would have a common language. Of course, the Hebrew language, which they could both use in reading and writing. And as merchants, this is a huge advantage to have. If you come to any place in the world, to Egypt, say, or later to the USA, or to Asia, and I immediately find people, my own people, where I can spend the night, where I can have a certain level of trust, that is a huge advantage, which led to many Jews actually becoming merchants. And that takes us from the Middle Ages to modern times, the 16th, 17th century, and that is where something starts that we still know today, and that is capitalism. Of course, who is perfectly prepared for the rise of capitalism? Of course, it was the Jews. We've already said why. They were able to deal with money, they were able to read and write, they were mobile, and they were connected. And therefore, it is no surprise that the first successful banks were started by Jewish families. And there was one family that probably every one of you has heard of that was particularly successful, and that was the Rothschild family from my home city of Frankfurt, who in the 19th century, the Rothschild Bank was the largest bank in the world. And how that worked? Well, it was like this. One of the sons stayed in Frankfurt, and the others were sent to Vienna, London, Naples, and to London, of course. And thus, the first international bank was created based on trust. There was no SWIFT, no online debit. It was all about trust. And it worked very well indeed in this family, and that's why they were so successful. And as you know, if you are successful, then of course envy comes along. Envy that led to the family Rothschild being made a synonym for all Jews in the world. So here we are with a cartoon from a French paper at the late 19th century. This was supposed to depict the Rothschild family, and it has all the phenotypical characteristics of Jews. They have the word Israel in the background, and this idea that Jews control everything. They rule the world. The whole globe is in their hands. And that in those times, the so-called protocols of the Elders of Zion, which was a fake, were circulating, supposedly to prove that Jews meet in certain hidden places and talk about how to organize the world, of course, to their own profit, and to maximize their profit and their security. So this image from the Middle Ages became even stronger in modern times. And what is very surprising is that this idea is so long-lived. If you would say to Rothschild that they were behind the First World War because they were profiting from it, then today they don't say the same thing perhaps about wars, but also about the COVID pandemic. And here you say from a political rally in Berlin, the Rothschild plague cannot be vaccinated away. So the idea that even epidemics can be blamed on the Jews or even the Rothschild family. You don't say the Jews anymore because after the Second World War, it's not easy to say the Jews in Germany. So you use synonyms, and Rothschild is a very handy thing to use. And there are other images as well. Here you have on one side this idea of the eternal Jew, part of Nazi propaganda. You see, on the one hand, the eternal Jew has gold coins, and on the other, which is also very interesting, there is the Soviet Union. You could ask, what does that have to do with capitalism? But that's just the point. The Jews are not just behind capitalism in very much the same way they are behind communism too. They are behind globalization. So the idea that they are behind everything is really what is being communicated, and that's a very strong idea. And a second image here is one from the AfD, the far-right political party in Germany, in the city of Bremen, the city-state in Germany. And here in this cartoon, they are controlling the German head of government, Angela Merkel, and the head of the EU Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. So you can now say, yes, these are the terrible right-wing extremists, either the COVID skeptics or the far right. So you could say, okay, they will always stay anti-Semitic, but what about the so-called center of society? And does this cartoon, this was actually printed in 2014 in a paper that I like a lot, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, a left-of-center daily paper from Munich. And still, this paper printed a cartoon that showed the founder of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, again, these typical physical characteristics, the supposedly Jewish nose, and at the same time, in the form of a kraken. And the occasion was that Facebook was buying WhatsApp at the time. But the link between a Jewish person, a so-called Jewish nose, and the kraken, and here it is one that was used in Nazi propaganda, the kraken that dominates the world. It's more than just coincidence. And this is not just a German phenomenon, it is a global one. Again, a Hollywood actor that I like particularly, John Cusack. You may know him from the Being John Malkovich movie. And then in 2019, this actor that I got to like wrote on Twitter, well, this post, you see that poor people, the world population, are being repressed. And who presses them down? A omnipotent hand, the hand of Jewry, with the Star of David. And a quote, an alleged quote, I'll translate. To learn who rules over you, simply find out who you are not allowed to criticize. This quote was attributed to the French philosopher Voltaire, which is a misattribution. This is actually a quote by a right-wing extremist from the US in 1893, so much later, but it did go viral on Twitter because it speaks to a certain kind of common sense. Of course, the Jews up there, You have already seen that this goes back a very long way. And it is an interesting phenomenon to see. You have the rights extremists, you have the capitalism criticism from the left. So you rebel against those at the top or behind the scenes, and that fits almost every ideology and explains everything. And that maybe is the difference between anti-Semitism and other kinds of discrimination, because it's not just about those down there who are not worth much. It's about those at the top. And again, a fairly recent hashtag on Twitter, Jewish privilege, did go viral there. And under that hashtag, the idea was communicated that Jews are having a good time. They are a minority, but a privileged minority. And other minorities, be it LGBTQ or people of color, they are having a bad time. As a minority, they are discriminated against. There's just one minority that is doing well, and these are the Jews. This is the privileged minority, and they are therefore excluded from the solidarity that is given to everyone else, or the other minorities, that is. And if you've seen this hashtag, you had the whole range there. You had right extremists that were using the hashtag. It was people on the left, other minorities. It went viral. It worked perfectly. And again, looking at Twitter, we can stay with Twitter for a while. And Elon Musk, of course, you know about the sad state of Twitter. He, again, uses a representative figure, not Rothschild in this case, but another Jewish billionaire who has been attributed almost as many conspiracy theories as Rothschild in the past, and that is the Jewish and Hungarian-rooted billionaire Soros, who is also actually a hate figure in Hungary, used by the far-right Hungarian government. They use these anti-Semitic sentiment against the person, and he is being portrayed as someone, well, because who supports civil society, works for the open society and liberal values. He is being used by opponents from the right, and Elon Musk is jumping on that bandwagon and comparing him with Magneto, a figure from the Marvel universe, a figure who is actually portrayed as Jewish and who in this universe exists as a Auschwitz survivor, a Holocaust survivor, who is taking revenge against humanity, fights against humanity. That's how he takes his revenge. And Soros, according to Elon Musk, is about to do the very same thing. So it's impossible to overlook this anti-Semitic undertone here. And it was interesting to see how this tweet was trending. And it is something that can be taken up by all facets of society. And, well, maybe I've recommended that people relax. And I've explained these ideas of Jews being greedy and being rich to you, an idea that probably will be with us for eternity, not just in Germany. Maybe we as Jews should just be resigned with that and accept, maybe make jokes about it, as I did at the beginning. Well, it would be nice to say why not, but it goes, that is possible until in 2019 we had a terrorist attack, an anti-Semite on the most holy of Jewish holidays, Yom Kippur, goes to the synagogue in the German city of Halle, and with a machine gun, he tries to massacre the many people that were in the synagogue there. And if you then ask, how did this person get radicalized in this way? What was he thinking? You can ask his mother, who in an interview said this very sentence. He didn't have anything against Jews in that literal sense. He had something against the people that are behind the financial power. And who wouldn't? And here we see where it starts. It probably started at home, maybe with the idea that the Jews are powerful and rich, and that they are behind everything, all the evil in the world. And then this person decides to pick up a machine gun and try to enter a synagogue and kill people. So this idea, the linking of Jews and money, is not just an idea. It's something that kills, and therefore we are not going to put up with it. Thank you for listening.
Meron Mendel, thank you. Give a big hand to Meron. So, we have a quick break now, and at 7:30, Geraldine will be back with you, and he's gonna have a nice discussion with you, and it's gonna be interesting as well. Goodbye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to stage one. How has your first day at Republica been? Excellent. I've also had a very exciting day. And now I am very excited for this next session, as I am going to be interviewing Douglas Rushkoff in just a few minutes. He has been named one of the world's most influential intellectuals by MIT. He is an author and a documentarian who studies autonomy in the digital age. Rushkoff's work explores how different technologies change our relationships to money and power, so it's a perfect topic for this year's Republica. He has been instrumental in also shaping these digital spheres that we populate by coining concepts such as viral media, screen ages, and social currency. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, he is also an author of many books, including the recent Team Human, which is based on his podcast, also a very recommendable digital space, and of course, the newly published Survival of the Richest, Escape Fantasies of Tech Billionaires. And I'm looking forward to speaking to Douglas about this book now. Please give him a big round of applause. He can be here with us virtually today. It's great to have you, Douglas.
Hey. Thanks. Great to be with you.
I'm really excited to meet you and about this conversation, and your book is such a fantastic read. Highly recommend it to everybody in our audience. A point of inspiration for those who don't know that yet for the book was that you were invited to what you thought was going to be a keynote at an event, and it turned out to be, let's say, the bat den of different billionaires inviting you to discuss how they could survive upcoming apocalypse of climate change or some other catastrophe that's heading towards us, and wanted your advice how to manage that. So maybe you can give our audience a little impression of what that pretty awkward meeting must have been like for you.
Yeah, well, you know, I do get invited to speak to rich tech people a lot, and I don't know that they want my advice usually so much as the experience of being scolded. I'm in some ways I'm like a intellectual dominatrix, you know. So wealthy tech bros will hire me to explain to them why what they're doing is so wrong, to punish them for their misdeeds. Thank you, sir. May I have another? And so I figured it was one of those where I was supposed to do a talk about. They told me originally I was supposed to speak about the digital future for a bunch of investors. So I had prepared this hour-long talk about the evil ways of tech capitalism and how they're, rather than making technologies for people to use, they're building technologies to use on people to control us and, basically import behavioral finance routines into our social media algorithms. And I'm waiting in the green room for them to come and, clip on the little mic. And instead of bringing me out to do the talk, they brought 5 men into the green room who sat around this little table wearing their Patagonia sweaters and things and started peppering me with these questions about the future. I mean, I'm used to some of those too. I can never tell if they're testing me or actually trying to find out where to place their bets. So they asked questions like, virtual reality or augmented reality, or Ethereum or Bitcoin. And then finally, one of them said, Alaska or New Zealand. As to where to put his bunker for the event, which is what they call it. The event is the electromagnetic pulse, or nanotech disaster, or climate change or nuclear war that makes their current lifestyle all but unlivable, and they have to retreat to their bunkers. And, because I am the dominatrix there, all I think to do is to try to tweak them, to try to help them see how silly they're being. So I kept saying to them, yeah, well, if you've got these bunkers, what about the rest of us? Aren't we going to come and invade or get through your fence and take your food? And they said, oh, well, we've got Navy SEALs. specially trained forces from the U.S. Navy who are, a speed dial away, waiting by fully gassed helicopters to come out and guard our compounds as soon as we give them the signal. And so then I asked them, well, how do you keep control of your Navy SEALs after your money is worthless? Because if the apocalypses happen, you're not going to be able to pay these guys anymore. They're going to turn on you. And I remember one of them opened his little moleskin book and he wrote, "How to pay for the Navy SEALs after money is worthless." And they spent, the rest of the hour really debating how to control them. One of them was saying, "Oh, well, I could be the only one who knows the combination to the safe where we keep the food," as if Navy SEALs don't have a lot of experience getting information out of people, right? I told them, they're going to be spending the rest of their the entire apocalypse being waterboarded by Navy SEAls. Or one of them said that they're going to have implants they could put into people that would control, what they have access to in the facility, and then those implants could be used as some kind of a shock collar if people are misbehaving. And again, Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, you don't want to be trying to control those people in that way. So, I was left kind of shocked that these people, the wealthiest, most powerful people I had ever been in a room with were nonetheless incapable of imagining a positive future. And I felt like they are, projecting onto technology and the future the same designs that they have on us. The ill will with which they implement and execute technology, of course, is going to be reflected in the way that they believe those technologies will ultimately impact them and ultimately come for them.
Right, and that is exactly what your book is about, not just this experience. That's just kind of the opening scenario for a more philosophical and practical reflection of the world that we live in, very much shaped and created by these technical structures, but by exactly this mindset that you describe in your book. And you also call it the mindset. Can you give our audience a quick definition of what that means to you and how, as you explain in your book, it's really kind of a red thread, sadly, throughout many ages of our civilization, kind of from Bacon right through to this Anthropocene. So what does the mindset mean and how is this shaping our lives?
Most simply, as far as those 5 tech billionaires was concerned, the mindset comes down to how much money do I need to make in order to insulate myself from the reality I'm creating by earning money in this way? Or understood from a technological perspective, it might be, how do I build a car that goes fast enough to escape from its own exhaust? Right, so the mindset is this idea that you somehow stay one step ahead. All the stuff that you're doing has terrible externalities, but can you do one more thing to escape from the last bad thing you did? And what it comes from, I think, the mindset, its origin is in this idea that people are the problem and technology is the solution, right? That we are the problem. We are the thing to be solved for. And you can go way back. You can find the mindset in the Bible when Pharaoh is concerned that the enslaved Israelites might replicate too fast like insects and come to outnumber him. What do? It's the beginning of eugenics. Let's kill each firstborn son and try to cull that population down so they can't threaten us. Or in more modern parlance, the mindset, you can find it in the origins of empirical science. I have nothing against real science. Science is great. Science is an open-ended exploration. It's a set of models we use to try to understand reality. But when Francis Bacon was selling the church and the crown, I guess, on the idea of empirical science, he said that empirical science will let us take nature by the forelock, hold her down, and submit her to our will. Right? The forelock is hair. So science will let us take nature by the hair, hold her down, right? Nature's a woman, and submit her to our will. So it's basically it's a rape fantasy, right? That science will let us deanimate nature, control nature, make nature less of a scary, dark moon, forest, earthworm, soil, mushroom, female, magical, occult, unpredictable thing, and render it mathematical. It will reduce nature to these quantities that we can understand and can't threaten us. And if you look at your science and technology as a way of arresting and controlling and deanimating and quantifying, or in our day, quantizing nature, it feels safer to these dudes, right? To this tech bro, very fearful mindset.
Right, so this idea of control goes back to some inherent fear also in human nature, but has led to a world, that is created, these control spaces. Let's stay with that word. I think it links really nicely to a conversation I had this morning with Marlene Engelhorn, who thinks that people should be taxed more, especially rich people should be taxed more, where we spoke about this concept of benevolent oligarchy, and that's something you pick up in your book as well. This idea that some people, mostly men, feel that they have understood the future better than others, and therefore need to sort of guide us all on their vision toward it, or at least control us all in their vision toward it. Perhaps you can expand a little bit on that as well.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. There was a moment, and I actually wrote about it in the book, this strange story that almost no one's picked up on. And it was, I was interviewing a guy from Facebook and a guy from Twitter over the internet for the book while the January 6th rush on the Capitol was happening in the US, this revolt or insurrection or whatever we call it. And one of the guys asked the other one, if you could push a button and make those people disappear, would you do it? Just make them go away. And the other guy was like, yeah, I guess I would. And then they said, to me, would you do it? I said, no, I wouldn't. I said, what if you could push a button and just have them all think differently and have them all, well, no, I don't think I would do that either. Just push a button and flip them as if you could just change people that way. And I realized that this was their understanding of how technology works, that you can use technology to fix the way people think. And even really well-meaning people do this. When I always think about the name of the California organization, the Center for Humane Technology, and they mean really well. But when I hear humane technology, I think about, so they want to treat people more humanely with technology. I think about the eggs that you can buy in the grocery store, the organic eggs that they say like cage-free chickens treated humanely. Right? So you treat the chickens humanely as you grow them and take their eggs and slaughter them, but you do it as humanely as possible. And the underlying assumption is that you're using technology on people to improve them, to make them better, to upgrade us, to make us more, have more utility value, or even to fix us mentally, right? If we've become addicted to our phones and anxious because of our social media feeds, the solution's not to put down the phone. The solution is to download an app that meditates you, right? Or makes you calm. So you have an app to correct the problems created by the app before that. And the whole frame is understanding human beings as these sort of programmable entities, that there's nothing really going on here. It's the argument I got in with Richard Dawkins and some of his scientist friends who say that I'm crazy for thinking that there might be soul, or there might be stuff we don't understand, that there might be this pre-existing consciousness before matter even, that there's something. And they call me a moralist and crazy, but there's a reason why a eugenicist like Jeffrey Epstein wants to fund, or wanted to fund, people who had that view of the world, that we are we are just responding to genetic code. There's nothing going on here. Because if all we are is unconscious beings responding to genetic code, then the object of the game is just spread your genetic code. Then you should have a dormitory with 100 young women who stay in special bedrooms and accept your seed, and you grow your genes, you spread your genes throughout the world. You know, it's that sort of the philosophy of a Musk or an Epstein, that's because there's nothing else going on here. And the threat to them, and this is why, you know, women and children and animals and soft and squishy spaces, the liminal places, are so disturbing to them, because that's where things like soul and uncertainty, that's where they exist. You know, the temptation of the technologist is to auto-tune humanity, to auto-tune us so everything we do is on one of the quantized lines. It's not in between. It's here or here, you know. And I can understand if you're producing Ariana Grande, great, she's a commercial product, you're going to get her to hit right on the note by auto-tuning her up right to 440 hertz, so she's on a perfect A, right? And it's a better product for the market. But what if you take Tina Turner, right, and you auto-tune her, right? She's reaching up for that note in We Don't Need Another Hero, right? Tina Turner reaching up for that note. The technologist looks at that reaching as noise, right? That's the noise. She's not on the note. We're going to hit the note. I look at that as the signal. That's the way she's singing the song. We listen to Tina Turner do it because the signal is the human being between those notes reaching up for them in those particular ways. Those aren't imperfections. That's the human expression, right? To auto-tune that reaching out of the song is to eliminate the soul, literally the soul from the music. You know, so that's really at the heart of the kind of the anti-human bias of this particular crowd of kind of billionaire technologists.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, there's so much to unravel, because you do a fantastic job in your book to share how some of these mindsets are linked and are really perpetuating themselves into this reality that we're all living in today. And I thought, I mean, amongst the really so many inspiring points in your book, one aspect is also talking about how we very often think about education as a fixer-all. You know, in many of these debates that we lead, also here on our stages at Republica, education always comes up as the key for how we can grow as humanity and get out of this. But a lot of times, this kind of betting or putting all your bets on education also means this idea of upgrading, like working on ourselves, becoming more skilled, learning how to code, learning yet another trait, and this idea that we're continuously trying to upgrade ourselves instead of downgrading the technological environments and their meaning to our lives.
Right, or it's really a matter of challenging the underlying assumptions of our society. You know, education was not started, public education was not started as a way of training people for the job market. Public education was originally, it was compensation for people who had to work in the coal mines all day, that you would at least educate them so after they've worked all day, they can get home and read and appreciate a novel, or read the newspaper and learn about different candidates and issues so that they could vote effectively and intelligently. It was compensation for work. But now we think of education as some kind of job training. We are letting the corporate sector externalize the cost of worker training to the public sector, to the education sector, which is not what it was for. Education was not to increase our utility value. Education was for the humanities, for the liberal arts, to increase our more kind of essential ability to understand and appreciate what it means to be human. It valued us as humans rather than just trying to increase our utility value as workers. So that's what we have to unwind when we think about education. And as we're finding, you know, when the digital age came, they said, oh, everyone should learn STEM. Everyone should learn how to program so they can keep up in the digital age. And what we're finding right now is the first people who are being replaced by AI are programmers or certain kinds of programmers and coders. That's the easiest thing for them to know. The hardest thing for them to know is the meaning of life, is, theater and philosophy and art and all that in between liminal stuff. But that liminal human stuff is the stuff that the tech bro mindset has been running from all along. When I was talking to those billionaires about their bunkers and revealed to them that their billionaire bunkers really won't save them from the apocalypse, it did not deter them from wanting to build them. Because they've wanted those bunkers, these private islands, these seasteading independent nations, they've wanted that all along. The apocalypse, climate change, social unrest, those are just excuses to do the thing that they wanted to do all along, which was upload their brains to the metaverse and run around like Mark Zuckerberg with nothing from the waist down. I mean, that's telling, right? They want to run around as brains in cyberspace, not as humans on the ground with feet on the soil in the living matrix of wet, dark, feminine fairies and worms and trees. It's that interconnectedness, that negation of the illusion of individuality that's really upsetting to people that want to think of themselves as, Ayn Rand libertarian individuals with free independent will, to find evidence that there's no such thing as an individual, that we're all connected, that they're, you learn polyvagal theory and you find out that all of our nervous systems are part of one thing. You learn in school that trees compete for sunlight and then find the real science that trees are sharing nutrients under the soil through a network of mycelia, that they're actually just kind of one big tree. That's upsetting if you've been spending your life trying to become a singular thing, right? To rise from the chrysalis of matter as a pure independent consciousness. The fact that there's no such thing is deeply threatening.
Right, and I want to spend the minutes that we have remaining not going down that vision of singularity and what people who share that mindset might be hoping for in the future, but the alternatives that you offer in the final chapters of the book, because you're not just critiquing this mindset and the status quo as it is, but you're also offering a vision and a perspective of how things could be. So I would like to talk about that and the fact that you also, as you're saying, seeing perhaps some small signs of these systems, perhaps frizzling a bit. So this idea that a new generation of people does not want to give up all their lives to work in the same kind of jobs that we've been working in. This idea of lying down instead of leaning in, which we're also seeing amongst young dissidents in China and other places. Are you seeing hopes for protest? I mean, there's another aspect, which I'm not sure how much time we'll have to discuss, but you describe in your book a lot of protest against the mindset that we've seen in recent years has been part of the same mindset, in effect, and driven by what you call the mob. Maybe you can explain that concept really briefly, but then go into perhaps where you're seeing hope.
Well, I mean, some of the resistance against the mindset are from conspiracy theorists. Steve Bannon kept asking me to be on his podcast because he saw in my Team Human work the same thing that he's looking at. Here's a big technocracy trying to control people, and we've got to rise up against it. But the difference between me and Bannon's people is Bannon's people take the tech bros at face value. They actually believe the tech bros can do the things that the tech bros are saying they can do. But they can't, right? These technologies don't actually work. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. There's, kind of a really good web browser, but that stuff's not there. So that's the sort of the angry mob is the sort of alt-right extreme, but understandable assertion of some sense of humanity or localism against this abstractness. And that's because really what we're looking at is capitalism and digital technology dovetailing. right? They're both about rising above matter and controlling things through a symbol system. Whether you financialize markets with all of these, trading algorithms and derivatives of derivatives, or whether you're using technology to try to reprogram the world, you end up with these two symbol systems that have really mutually reinforced one another, which is why I look at resistance and it's very unsatisfying for people who want systemic changes, but resistance is reconnecting with your local self. It's getting your feet back on the ground, making eye contact with other people, learning how to do things with your hands. It's buying and borrowing things from neighbors instead of going to the Walmart. If I need to put a hole in the wall of my house, the first impulse, this is actually, Cory Doctorow talks about this. The first impulse we have in America is to go to Home Depot and buy a minimum viable product rechargeable drill that we'll use once to make that hole and put it in the garage, and it will die before we can use it again, and we throw it away. So we've sent some kids into rare earth metal mines in Africa to get the cobalt and molybdenum for the thing. You spend the carbon footprint to make the thing, and then we throw it out where it sits on a toxic waste dump in Brazil, where some other children pick for the renewable parts, rather than going to a neighbor's house and saying, Bob, can I borrow your drill? Right now, we've got fear of borrowing the drill from Bob because, well, what will Bob want from us? What if Bob wants to come over to our next barbecue? What if Bob wants me to tutor his kid in math? All those what ifs, to me, we have to learn to see those as good things, not bad things. That we borrow the drill from Bob and Bob becomes your friend, your neighbor's your friend, and you're trading stuff and hanging out with, that's good, not bad. Having obligations to other people is what binds a community together. That's why when someone moves into your neighborhood, you bring them a plate of brownies. You're not doing it because they need brownies. You're doing it to indebt them to the neighborhood so they have a reason to come back to you with that plate and do something for you. These are good things, not bad things. And finally, you say, everybody's lending and borrowing drills and lawnmowers from each other. What happens to the drill company? What happens to the lawnmower company? As if it's our obligation as people to support these businesses that we need to be making more stuff and growing the GDP, right? So just borrowing a drill, while it sounds really small, it starts to unravel all of the assumptions that we human beings are here to serve the market and that our technology should be used to make us, to increase our utility value in our service to the market, rather than saying, oh, wait a minute, these technologies might be able to help us generate an abundance that then changes what the market is even for, that creates the possibilities for commonses and sharing and less work, rather than to keep doubling down and accelerating on this bizarre amplification of a single market model.
And you make a really clear, yes, let's applaud, I agree, let's please applaud. And you make a really clear point at the end of the book. We have to rethink what progress means. We have to rethink how we want to live, because there will not be enough resources to fix things with technology. We cannot throw more tech at tech to fix our problems. So this idea of degrowth, of reshaping things in the form of cooperatives, reverse tax policies, regenerative systems, that's what you're banking on as solutions. Of course, this is a quote, progress doesn't happen in a straight line, is what you say toward the end of the book. That's a pretty hard concept to sell, and I think it's something that I'm sure most of the people in the audience here have caught on. But how, and maybe as a call to action also for us for the next days of Republica, how do we start moving faster in that direction together, more cooperatively? Because I feel at the moment we're putting so much pressure on individuals in society that it's increasing this polarization that the mindset has also contributed to in the past. So maybe you have a couple of words of advice for us on how to start building that other reality.
I mean, yeah, without getting too spiritual on you, although ultimately it is kind of a social spiritual challenge. What when I say that progress doesn't happen in lines, I mean that progress happens kind of in a spiral or in circles, that you only want it to happen in a line if you're trying to escape from what you did before, right? You're trying to get away from that karma, so you need to go in a line and faster because it's catching up with you, right? If you're not doing something bad, if you're not soiling your neighborhood, then you don't need to escape from it, right? You can think of it as a living system, as a more circular thing, you know, and even time itself. You can start thinking about time back on the analog clock and start thinking about it in terms of the cycles rather than the idea of getting somewhere. Where do you think you're getting? And when we're talking about social change, I mean, I guess what I would advise along the same lines is it's very tempting, partly because we're techno-solutionists, so many of us, and we can't help it, is we say, all right, so how do we get people to do this? How do we get people to be more that? Once you're thinking that, you're out of it. It's lost. Once you're trying to get people to do anything, now you are master and they are enslaved, right? You are manipulating others. You are changing people in order to get where you want. Instead, what you can think about is how do we engender conditions that make it easier for people to X or make it easier for people to Y? So you're not manipulating the people, you are remaking the environment. It's more like setting up for a party than giving a people a script for what to do when they get, when they get to that party. And I think that's the way we do. That's the way we do social change. But what it finally means, and this is the scary part, is that the real change happens in the moment, right? It happens right now. It happens through your lived experience. That's the one thing we have that the AIs don't and never will, is the actual experience of life. And I've gotten maybe so cynical about plans and different kinds of things that I'm focused almost entirely on the moment. Are you doing it in the moment, right? In this moment, am I doing this thing with the greatest amount of integrity? Not, I'm going to do this sacrifice now for the better end later, right? There's no ends justifies the means journey that will suffer now and get to that place. No, it happens actually. Now is the only time we have. So if you focus on doing things in this moment with the greatest integrity possible, it ripples out. It gets difficult even, but it's so much more grounding. And what it does is it reclaims the home field advantage that we human beings have. Capitalism is in the future. Futures are in the future, right? Technology is about building something for the future, but we own this now moment. And if we claim it, the now, and claim the physical world, the environment that we're standing on, we have a home field advantage, and we actually have the opportunity to experience that as grounded and real and human and even fun, rather than some kind of a war.
Well, Douglas, I have to say this, I think some more applause is in order. These last 30 minutes of moments, this experience talking to you has been an absolute honor. I wish we had another 3 hours, but thank you so much for being part of Republica 23.
Thank you. I'm so honored to reach you like this. I know it was virtual, but thank you so much.
Still fantastic to have you. Thank you so much for your time and your fantastic book. Excellent. Like I said, that would have been great for another 3 hours, but I feel like ich wusste schon, ich habe schon gefühlt, wie du wieder auf die Bühne kommst, Nils. Meine Zeit ist vorbei.
Ich kann noch mal reinkommen. Toll war das, Geraldine. Vielen Dank. Wir müssen jetzt kurz hier zur Seite
gehen, wurde mir auch gesagt, für diesen Umbau. Wir lenken ab.
Dein erster Tag Republica heute, du hast ja hier mit...
All right, so the first day of Republica today, right? And so you already had some discussions on other stages as well, so give us a brief conclusion. Yeah, really diverse day, loads of different talks and conversations with interesting people. And it's really warm outside, right? Outside in the sun. And yeah, people are having a good time outside. Our swimming pool is being put to good use. And we have the Global Innovation Gathering here, right? Enabling people from all over the world to come here and give talks. And so, how about you? How did you enjoy the day on stage one? Yeah,
lots and lots of different topics, and we're still going. And so, yeah, I'm really happy. All right. Yeah, and tomorrow you'll have a brief break. But please give it up for Niels and his great moderation today. Geraldine, thank you. She'll be back tomorrow. All right. We're going to continue right away with a woman who has spent her whole life with art. She grew up in an art aficionado household, studied art history, and then started becoming interested in the art of selling art. And so now she's gonna, obviously the motto, cash. So she's gonna talk about how the art market actually works. If you don't know anything about this is really, really fascinating. And yeah, so the art market, it's a special world of its own. And so please give it up for Lena Winter. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Lena Winter. I'm very happy that you're all here, so many people. And I have a presentation today that I brought with me on the art market. And I call this The Good, the Bad, and the Money. This is the title of a Leone Italo-Western movie from the 1960s, obviously, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, but I call it The Good, the Bad, and the Money. And so, yeah, I studied art history, and people who study humanities, right, we always see this as, this sort of very high status thing, right, and we don't want to combine it with money. And so either you're into this idea or you go into the market after you finish your studies. And so I've been doing this for over 12 years, and the art market, is really central for the canonization of art. And I'm going to talk more about that later. And so the question, obviously, is does the value of art equal the price of art, right? So value is ideological, it's personal, it's like it depends on your time in history, and you can't really equate that with money. So from the outside, it's very complicated, right? So for example, a painting, right? It's oil on a canvas. That the material is very cheap, and but there's always new records at auctions, and so this is so weird, right? That you have like materials that don't cost anything, but they sell for so much money, the artworks, and so to live with art, it changes everything, right? And so maybe these days, you can speak to someone who has like art in their homes. And I wanna say it really does make you a little bit happier to have works of art in your home. And so, I really think you can't really equate that with money. And so I want to start with the artists, right? The protagonists in this art scene. And if we wouldn't have these artists in their studios, you can see some famous examples here, then there wouldn't be an art market. And so these personalities who dedicate like their whole life to creating art, they're at the center of this all, right? And what we get out of this are works of art that have this aura. And I really want to stress that right at the beginning. It's not like a regular product, like sneakers, for example. So it's not a regular market. It's a special market that's like has a sort of auratic items in it. And I think that's the reason that we see these exuberant prices. And so the reasons behind it are complex. So who made this work of art? When was this made? what were the societal conditions under which this work of art was produced. And so when we look at, an artist becoming an icon, that's really the important variable, the conditions. And so we can't always decode that, right? And I talked about this sort of aura, about this sort of glowing, shimmering of a work of art that, moves you when you're in a museum. So either, it's like, ooh, I don't understand anything anymore, or you suddenly understand everything. And yeah, so again, with, it changes your whole life. Art has the power to change your whole life. And so, yeah, it's really a demand-driven market. It's like the total sum of works of art are being sold. There's a two-step process. So the artists that I've talked about, they're represented by galleries, right? And then they go to auction. And so I feel like we can say that the art market is, so the total value of an artist, with some exceptions, we can say that the institutional grounding, there's this sort of back and forth in this process. And so the canon for a long time has only been created by museums and by the press. But now we can see that the market also drives this sort of influence and has increased its influence. So why do people buy art?
So you want to finance artists, and you want to say yes to a certain piece of art, and it's also a status thing. What I actually, think it's good, because if you can decorate yourself with current art, I show my understanding of avant-garde, from my understanding of the present, and I also show I'm thinking in a progressive way and to act in a progressive way. Because it's all about cash today, I interested myself for the hard facts. This is the Art Basel and UBS Art Market Report from 2023. It has been released in April, and the total sales art market worldwide, it's combined here, as a total sales art market is at $67.8 billion. It's 63.5 billion euros. The auction business is at 26.8 billion, and the dealer sector, including antiques, is at 37.2 billion. In a comparison, I think I've read it at Handelsblatt, and it's really interesting to see that puts into a weird prospect. Rewe Germany, a German supermarket, had a turnover of 58.6 billion. So it's kind of, art is kind of glamorous and glittery, and it's really amazing. But yeah, well, I still think so. More numbers in the world ranking. The United States are leading with 45%, following the UK. They took over from China, 18% in UK, and China and 17%. And online sales was 16%, and the total of the EU is at 9%, which is kind of low level if you look at the whole big market. It's about 2 billion turnover in Germany, but the art market in Germany is pretty small. But it's really, really nice. If you if you look at different art pieces of culture, the games industry, for example, it's 50.2. Sorry, too many numbers. It's a big market, especially with books and computer games. It's like 10 times as much as the art market. What I also want to explain to you is that there's two markets. It's the gallery market, called first market or primary market, and the gallery has many jobs. The gallery works together with the artists. They're basically their representatives. They organize showing, and they show their art to people. They give them a stage, and there's also bigger clubs who show the art, and also museums. They are close to the artist and the career of the artist, and they are really a big institution for artists and the buyers as well, be it the content or also in an economical situation. Galleries, they usually support the youngsters. Gallerists go to high schools, to universities, and they discover new positions. They look at everything, but they also make the prices. They are close to the design of the prices, and they usually get a certain amount of money, usually 50% from the sales. But there's also a negative side. Well, it's a fact. That's a really intransparent market. If you have like high wanted artists that everyone wants to have, you want to buy one of those artworks, you have to know the gallery and to be important customers. There's waiting lists. No one knows how the criteria of these waiting lists is. Sometimes prices are not open. Sometimes you get rebates. Sometimes also these are not transparent. You're not allowed to ask about the prices. You don't know if you are allowed to take part. It's a really exclusive thing, and it's not inclusive. Some artworks you have to apply for. With other artworks, it's usually have to have a private museum, for example. But on the other hand, if you get an early work of an artist and it goes like over the top, that's you're winning at that point. But you shouldn't ever buy an artwork just out of speculation. Then there's the auction market, the secondary market. It's a demand market. It's usually someone who owned this piece before, and it's completely transparent. The price during these auctions is usually official and open. There's two important databases where the prices can be seen officially. Either there's a big request or nothing, and that's in these books forever. That's also what I said. In the moment you get an artwork you couldn't get from the gallery before, but I wanted this artwork. It's maybe from a really important artist, and it goes to auction. I can get it when I spend a lot of money. It's not like democratic, but it's part of the system where you have to be part of the community already. When it comes to the different part of the secondary market, there's a big gallery market. If you have a big first market, and then for the artist there's a secondary market. All these artists going to auction, they're usually well known, and in the end some of them might already be in the museums on Wikipedia. And there's also databases where you can see the prices of these artworks. So you can't really fake prices because everything is open. when the hammer is falling, you have a transparent truth. For example, like all prices are visible, and these auctions are usually a good sign for the value of the artwork and the artist itself, and it can also regulate the market. But again, there's no auction market without the gallery market, and obviously not without the artists. Of course, the auction market has bad sides. You have to be like, you have to sell it right at the right moment, and if not, it's forever one of those non-sellable items. Usually these auctions try to set them at a lower price instead of compared to the first market. And you might know that all these records started, well, you want to say, yeah, well, there's manipulation, but you usually forget that the most expensive pieces are their most important motives as well. There's also examples. In the 70s, you could buy something with 20,000 and it's like 2 million. But there's many of these stories in the press, but it's not really happening in reality. If you bought something in the 70s for 20,000 euros, and you can look at the price and maybe it's like 40,000 and you still keep it, well, that's brave, because usually you sell something that's risen in price. It's like 20 million, there's so many steps between it. I have one really good example. This is one of those, Andy Warhol. One of the most iconic artists of the 20th century with his most iconic work. And it's still in the same private museum because it's a museum-like collection. It's not, it's $195 million, including 25% premium for the auction house. So the auction houses also get a lot of money from this. One of the most iconic artists of the 20th century, well, he changed basically everything we believed in before, that artists can draw pretty well, that artists are completely different from the regular society. They live under trees, they cut off their ears. But Andy Warhol did the complete opposite. He had machines, he had factories. He took really big pictures and he put it in machines. He was on parties, he was in clubs, he founded his own clubs. He was in the middle of the society. It was someone who has a big impact in the historical situation. It was one of his most important artworks. It had the highest price as well. There's someone else, my personal hero, Gerhard Richter. He's also a German icon who always invented himself in a new way, and he started political images. And at some point, he just did some abstract pictures, and it was basically by chance, some pictures. There's, he sold it for 27 million. And here's a sentence: "My pictures are smarter than me." That's the case. Actually, it's not in my hands. I'm not taking part in the marketing. It just happens.
So I also work within this auction industry, and at the beginning of this year, I founded a small auction house, and so I want to talk about the meaning of the auctioneer. There's this really long history behind that, and it's pretty great. And I really think it's like one of the sexiest ways to sell art. So when you bid for a work of art, there's this like sort of, excitement. And it's, you share this moment with other people, but it's also against other people, right? Because you want to win. And so it's what I've mentioned earlier, to buy art, it always relates to like history. When did I buy it? Why did I buy it? How did I get this work of art into my collection? And so it's always about like, you tell the story and retell the story, and you're always like joyful when you do that. So, yeah, we have 5 minutes left. So I'm going to talk about what I'm doing. My partner, Sebastian Gräber, and me, this year, we founded the auction house at Grunewald in Berlin, Charlottenburg. And so we focus on a niche. So art starting in 1945 under 10,000 euros, because we think that, getting into art, it's all about price, right? You can be as welcoming as you want, but if it costs more than 50,000 euros, no one's going to come to your gallery, to your auction house, because there's, I met a lot of people who feel like, oh, they're too poor or too poorly educated and they don't know enough about art. And we want to change that and make it more popular and accessible. And so another number, I have more than half of auction prices worldwide are below 3,000 euros, starting in 2013. And so that means that it's really affordable art, right? And affordable art becomes more important over time, over the last few years. And that's what I mentioned earlier. It gives regular people the chance to live with a proper, genuine work of art. And so, for example, the art that you can buy in our auction house, there's editions, right? It's serial production with a limited number of copies or prints. And so, each item is, signed personally, and so it is a personal work of art. And so here you can see a lot of drawings and small paintings that can be bought for, starting at 100 euros, going up to 10,000 euros at our auction house that you can bid for. And so what's important to me is that within this market segment of like affordable art, of low price art, I think the reason to collect art is completely different to these high priced items and status symbols. Of course it is about status, but I think it's more about having a certain joy because of this work of art. It's about wanting to decorate your own home. And I'd really like to, get this word of to decorate something, of decoration, out of this sort of context of snobs, right? Because it's just something nice to be at home and to have a proper home that's livable and that's beautiful. And so I think that getting into contact with individual works of art is very important for that process. And so lastly, because this is also plays a very important role in the art market nowadays, I want to talk about Instagram. This is an article that was recently published, for which I was interviewed, among others, because social media and Instagram in particular, right, they play this really decisive role in evaluating how art is being appreciated, how artists represent themselves, and for the art market in total. And so I would claim, even though I wasn't there, at the beginning when Instagram started, but Instagram really changed the whole art market. And I really think there's artists who only market themselves on Instagram, right? They just like skip all these traditional ways of like auctions and the traditional market. That's way too gatekeepery for me. I'm just going to do that myself. I'm going to build my Instagram channel. And they sometimes they become so successful. And so all of their works of art are being purchased, and so much more than like in comparison to, you know, established traditional artists. And so this speed, there's this whole different dynamic to this segment of the market. And I think that's really positive, because there have always been times, for example, Warhol, you know, these cans of soup. Everyone was like, ooh, I could do that. Or Monet's Sacks of Hay, right? Impressionism. Everybody was like, oh, you know, they're not supposed to be purple. I could paint that. And so I think it's important for us to not have this sort of tendency to be like, ooh, I could do that myself, and why should that be so, you know, why should that be proper art? And so I really think that, you know, our old codes don't work anymore. And so a little bit problematic, you cannot hide anymore, right? You can say, ooh, I wasn't noticed, I wasn't recognized in my time. You know, there's a lot of established artists back in the day who were like, ooh, well, you know, I wasn't recognized by my peers. But now through Instagram, there's really no excuse anymore. And so I would recommend to have a look at, you know, these auction gallery market, but also with the Instagram art market. Thank you very much for your attention.
Einen Riesenapplaus an Lena Winter. Vielen Dank.
Please give it up for Lena Winter. Thank you very much for your talk. Thank you. Yeah, it's crazy market, right? We're going to have 15 minutes of a small break, and then we're going to continue with an important topic. 6:45. We're going to continue. See you then.
Mein Name ist Katharina Nokun, ich bin Autorin und schreibe Bücher.
Was für Bücher?
Das erste Buch hieß Die Daten, die ich rief, das zweite Fake Facts, das dritte True Facts und das vierte Gefährlicher Glaube. Und einige waren sogar auf der Spiegel-Bestsellerliste.
Wow, läuft bei dir. Das war aber nicht immer so, oder?
Ja, als Schülerin ist es natürlich so, dass man auch mal ein paar komische Jobs annehmen muss, um sich sein Festival oder seinen Sommerurlaub zu finanzieren.
Was hast du da zum Beispiel gemacht?
Der außergewöhnlichste Job, den ich mal gemacht habe, war Gräberpflege auf dem Friedhof. Das ist nämlich so, wenn man selbst nicht so genug Zeit hat, um sich um das Grab von Familienangehörigen zu kümmern, kann man so ein Abo abschließen. Morgens um 5 Uhr fängt das dann an oder um 6 Uhr und dann kriegt man eine Liste und dann geht man von Grab zu Grab und macht dann das Laub weg, macht die Blumen schön, gießt das Ganze ein bisschen schön, schmeißt vertrocknete Sachen weg, so dass es halt wirklich ein schönes Grab ist für denjenigen wieder.
Hast du bei dem Job irgendwas fürs Leben gelernt?
Ja, erstens mit einem sehr, sehr, sehr starken Kaffee gibt es keine Uhrzeit, an der man nicht arbeitsfähig ist. Und zweitens, es gibt keinen Arbeitsplatz, an dem Männer einen nicht angraben. Ich habe das dann später meiner Oma erzählt und meinte so, mein Gott, auf dem Friedhof. Und sie so, ja, das ist ein Grund, warum sie nicht mehr so oft und so gerne auf den Friedhof geht, weil sie ständig von alleinstehenden Männern angegraben wird.
Angraben bei der Gräberpflege. Hättest du damals gedacht, dass aus dir mal Bestseller-Autorin werden würde?
Bestseller-Autorin nicht, aber ich habe tatsächlich immer gewusst, ich möchte ein Buch schreiben. Ja, und selbst wenn das vielleicht nicht keinen Verlag findet, war es für mich einfach etwas Wichtiges, was ich immer machen wollte. Ja.
Was wäre dein Rat für die jungen Leute, die vielleicht noch nicht wissen, wie sie mal auf die Bestsellerlisten kommen oder sonst zu ihrem Traumjob?
Ja, lasst es euch nicht ausreden. Gerade beim Thema Schreiben wird jeder sagen, oh, davon kann man nicht leben. Leute sagen, ja, das kann ja jeder so ein Buch schreiben. Ja, kann vielleicht auch jeder machen, aber die meisten halt einfach nicht. Das braucht nämlich auch Disziplin, Ausdauer und man muss irgendwo auch daran glauben, dass die Idee oder die Geschichte, die man erzählen will, dass die einen Mehrwert hat und dass die auch interessant für andere Menschen sein kann. Und da muss man sich durchbeißen. Und da würde ich jedem raten, wenn euch das wirklich wichtig ist, lasst euch das nicht ausreden.
So.
Right, dear people. Everyone who's here has decided to attend this very interesting talk. It's going to be an exciting session. The sociologist, Professor Dr. Matthias Quent of the Institute for Democracy and Civil Society, and his research focus is political connections and climate change and right-wing responses to ecological transformation and against climate justice. So he is researching about Springer, the Liberal Party, perhaps, and Springer, the publisher. Anyway, vaccination, wind turbines, metaverse, how transformation will not work out democratically. We're very happy that he is here. Huge applause to Matthias Quent. Thank you so much for this friendly announcement and for the welcome. And we'll start with a wild chase through the topics of vaccination, wind turbines, heat pumps, the metaverse. What do they have in common? And of course, it's very banal. It's all about cash, a lot of cash, in fact. And as always in capitalism, it's about the unequal distribution of that cash. My perspective on this is that of a sociologist's research on right-wing extremism. So what happens in radicalized right-wing milieus, what the narratives are, that is the sociological aspect to see what does that actually say about society, where are the links and the potentials. And always when society modernizes itself, there are always counter-movements, counter-reactions against feminism, against cosmopolitanism, and, of course, in particular, as we see very closely these days, against the ecological transformation. And also in the context of digitalization, the discussion about the metaverse, that is interesting too. I am currently researching as part of the European Meta Research Network about the perspectives of the metaverse for the democratic culture of the network, the internet. And there was a donation that was not bound to any particular purpose by Metaverse, by Meta, supporting this research. Now the term metaverse has been set by Mark Zuckerberg. It has arrived in research. There are more and more publications dealing with it beyond the debates and the hypes. And I think the best definition based on all these things that have been said is one that ChatGPT has delivered, ChatGPT 4.0. It's about virtual reality, extended reality, to create an immersive and sustained ecosystem. And this character of immersions is what I'm going to talk about in particular. Whether Mark Zuckerberg wanted it or not, when he coined the term metaverse, he actually linked this with a warning, something that we should have in the back of our minds if that term is used. The term metaverse was first used in a novel called Snow Crash, and this novel is a dystopian novel, a right-wing libertarian, anarcho-capitalist dystopia. Democracy and the environment have been destroyed. The metaverse is a virtual room, an escape, a room to escape from the reality that is, and what the picture that Snow Crash is painting has become a metaphor for a kind of drug or virus and misinformation that is fed to the people, that infects the people and not just their avatars. And we see market radical right-wing libertarian movements and fragments that not least since the COVID crisis have been about not. And the metaverse doesn't exist yet. It's a development that is to come in the next decades. And so we have means and needs to actually get involved and improve it, and to make sure that our real world doesn't end up in the way that Snow Crash has described it. So what do vaccinations, wind turbines, and the metaverse have to do with each other beyond this? What can we learn from previous transformation conflicts, particularly on the perspective of researching on far-right phenomena? And conspiracy ideologists and right-wing extremists hate wind turbines, they hate vaccinations, and they hate the metaverse. Not in particular, of course, and they do use these technologies. That is not a contradiction, but they hate it as symbols, as conflict arenas, because for them it goes against globalized liberalism, and they also see it as a symbol for social immersive technologies with which people enter into the transformation that is happening. And vaccinations are immersive. The crisis gets below your skin, gets under your skin this way. And conspiracy narratives about chips by Bill Gates or the imminent death of all vaccinated people due to a secret plan, these are not random theories. Hi, Bobo. The video. I'm not going to get vaccinated. And I'm going to say it straight away. I'm not going to have a heat pump installed either. No vaccination, no heat pump. As absurd as it sounds, if people in protests against Robert Habeck, the German economy minister from the Green Party, say that this is war and you have the Russian flag, then there is a certain ideological danger here, and it's all about globalization conflicts. Wind turbines are immersive intrusions into your home landscape. And the state, of course, must keep out of people's private lives. That is the kind of counter-approach. In protest research, the resistance against wind turbines is often described as NIMBY protests, not in my backyard, and protests against wind turbines and the success against the small number of wind turbines or the large numbers, they provoke counter movements because this is understood as against a paradigm, and the costs and side effects, in particular in the global north, the effects on wealth and life standards, which includes the emission of greenhouse gases, that is threatened. And those that statistically have the least responsibility, indigenous communities and people in the global south, poorer people, migrants, people with health defects, and that includes older people, women, and of course future generations. Wind turbines symbolize the cost of our way of living, and it's visible on our doorstep if you want to use these narratives. If people go against these moves if people want to protect nature by protesting against wind turbines, then that is also the protection of climate nationalist privileges, being able to walk in German forests without being disturbed by the symbols of the modernity and the climate crisis and the symbols of our excessive energy consumption. As you can see here, Jörg Orban, a politician from the right-wing extremist AfD party, and he differentiates in his propaganda between, on the one hand, our local nature, our national nature, which is to be protected, and on the other hand, the global climate, which of course is nothing of his own responsibility. So they reject all kinds of responsibility and deny the problems. And at the same time, the far-right people can present themselves as nature protectors. And taking responsibility for the global consequences of your own freedom is so much harder. And that doesn't just apply to far-right people. The far-right politician Beatrix von Storch of the AfD, who you can see here, gave an interview to the right-wing publication Junge Freiheit, meaning Young Freedom. So she published a column there where she called this whole thing a rogue piece by the Belinda Gates Foundation and others such as the German government and BlackRock. and thus also Friedrich Merz, the head of the Conservative Party, CDU. How beautiful it would be if that were right. The far-right people present themselves as the rocks against these movements, and they propel this totalitarian fantasy, while the police is kicking in the doors of the last generation protesters. And those that want to stop this transformation, you want to tell them, please decide. Are you afraid of a climate-planned economy, or are you in fear of big pharma, big tech, and the finance industry? Because that is the view of the anti-liberal radical right to the world in the 21st century. The people that on the streets in Leipzig are engaging in street fights, those that are sometimes called the climate terrorists, the World Economic Forum, Meta, for the movements of anti-globalism, this is all the same conspiracy. As contradictory as it seems, even National Socialists used the so-called conspiracy of world Jewry, both to make them responsible for capitalism and communism, and portrayed it as a means of eradicating humanity and ruling, and that was used to justify their own privileges. And the linking of capitalism and
doesn't only find justification ideologies, but it also brings radical anti-liberal ideologies that is against the idea of equality of chances. Liberals, I quote, liberals don't bring culture, they bring barbarism. They bring cancel culture and Black Lives Matter and feminism, and that's the call to the removal of all culture. It's the genocide in all Western ideas. We choose the liberalism as the representative of the evil because it is about organizing the transnational elites among, and that's what Alexander Dugin writes. That was the fascist ideologist from Russia that was published just before the Russian attack on Ukraine, and that so that was released as a sort of call for arms against the liberal order of the West. And so this fabulates a phalanx that brings the populists in Europe, Trump, China, Iran together, and says that there's a phalanx against the Western liberal ideologies, and therefore is the attack on Ukraine is a war that they cannot win.
Now, for the radical right, the conspiracy ideologists, the fight against liberalism is an act of self-defense, because the last step of the liberals, which supposedly was the aim hundreds of years ago already, was the big replacement of people through cyborgs or networks of artificial intelligence. To quote, after gender became optional, being human becomes optional too. Now, despite the current actuality of this regarding the abuse of artificial ideology, this does sound like a conspiracy theory, and it is. But it's also a mark of the influence of a Russian philosopher who is very much reproduced on Telegram and other channels. The closeness between Putinists, climate deniers, and all these other scenes shows how in Germany the whole scene is forming and articulating, not just in Germany, but in all liberal democracies. So these narratives are not just strange fantasies that have nothing to do with society.
Die zwar häufig nicht intellektuell durchdrungen werden, aber als agitatorisch verstärkende Stimmungen politisch tiefe Konflikte indizieren und auch
It's supposed to induce political conflicts and to radicalize. So what's behind it? It's something like a fear of being abolished. The modern right extremist, racist, and so on ideas can be compared to a collective paranoia that is driven by the fear of getting replaced, cancelled, abolished, the great replacement through migrants, steered through Jews in the terms of that conspiracy narrative, the abolition of traditional rural life, the dissolution of old gender orders. All this is typical for the right-wing narrative. And so now we supposedly have the abolition of gender identity, which supposedly it manifests itself in the use of machines that burn fuel and stink, and in meat eating. And next, supposedly, it's humanity itself that is going to be abolished by using the metaverse, making humans possible through making humans unnecessary through artificial intelligence. So, cultural pessimistic reading, this is a kind of post-humanism. And that, of course, is radicalized nonsense. It's neither nations that are being abolished nor the genders, but only small losses of meaning and losses of certain traditional powers lead to very strong counter-reactions and irrational exaggerations. Vaccinations, wind turbines, heat pumps, of course, have certain potentials to dissolve previously established power structures. The potential is in the technology, not in its current use. If vaccinations would be equally accessible to all of humanity, which, of course, through the inequity of cash distribution is not the case, that would be a chance for the most vulnerable regions of the world to protect themselves against infectious diseases. In that sense, vaccinations are a triumph against social Darwinism, but only if they are accessible to everyone and not just repeat colonialist patterns. Now, wind turbines and heat pumps don't just have a promise of climate-friendly energy, but also independence of the global structures that exist, not just the certain countries that supply these raw materials, but also the fossil industry, which for decades has been fighting against the climate-friendly transformation and which finances these right-wing networks to a large extent. So renewable energies are a key technology against climate racism, at least they can be that, but that doesn't automatically apply. It depends on equity of distribution, and technologies are political, and the way they are distributed is highly political. And in order to achieve this distribution justice, to not strengthen the existing structures, that is important. Now, what does that have to do with those fantasies? What does the metaverse have to do with these fantasies? As a interlinked network, it is supposed to make even more intense, immersive experiences available to the individual. Being immersed in the World Economic Forum expects the metaverse to be able to strengthen global cooperation through the fostering of empathy and improved learning through immersive technologies and inclusive participation. And the Worldwide Forum, which kind of breathes the spirit of internet propaganda of the early 2000s, only this time using avatars. Aren't these the same people that in the pandemic formulated the Great Reset? Many of you will only know this as a kind of conspiracy mumbling. The idea was to make things more crisis resilient against pandemics and the threat of the climate catastrophe. The reaction by conspiracy ideologues was massive. You could imagine what people are thinking of the metaverse, particularly if it was supported by the World Economic Forum. Studies do show that immersive VR and AR applications actually do support empathy for other perspectives, other people, and that other technologies that are included in the term metaverse foster inclusion and participation to a higher degree than before. But this is mostly theoretical at the moment. The numbers and qualities of the specific apps and that are used in educational work is very small. So we would need much more targeted use cases, analysis, and examples to actually have a pro-democratic effect, as the World Economic Forum postulates, except rather than just point to the potentials. There are a number of immersive virtual environments. People are using them, Minecraft and many others. These are all potentials for users, for civil society, if they are made independent from cash, if education can be organized, if people can experience their own effectiveness that way. So individuals can win, organizations, companies can earn a lot of money, which is what has been driving the current debate. But at the same time, there is a social potential at the macro level. Is there going to be a much more powerful instrument of digital surveillance capitalism, of course, is a question here. So how can the future be made democratic in the metaverse? As we can see in the debate on wind turbines, we can see that there's a whole range of approaches. Wind turbine decisions in the local environment, various profit models. If these are set up in the right way, people can see that there's the benefits. There are participation potentials that have to be extended. If people can see that the metaverse and various immersive environments can be influenced by immersive experience, if people can see it could be made differently, the world could be structured differently, then for the real world too, you could show up alternatives, point to alternatives, but in the worst case, the metaverse will be top-down and pursue cash interests, and the inequity and stupidity and hatred will simply be digitalized. It's about social localization. It's about the link of the local, the individual, and global processes, and find rooms for exchange. So that could be an opportunity, but it's not going to be automatic. It has to have a use case. And in particular, approaches beyond platforms are huge challenges. The fostering of the right kind of thinking is important, but an enormous challenge. And I can imagine that in the shaping of these immersive environments, just as in the AI-based data, you could find that fantasy is falling short. Maybe there won't be the space for a fantasy of a different world, or it might be very hard to extract from all these possibilities. Now, looking at the time, I'm going to talk about other aspects. I'm not going to talk about them. the challenge in ecological transformation and in digital transformation and dealing with right-wing radical discourse go much beyond what you can delineate in society. It won't work this way. That's not the way our society works, sadly. So with all social change, there is the threat of democratic losses and backlashes, and we can see that in the strengthening of these groups at the moment. So let's stay sensitive to the tensions that an even stronger immersion and so this, together with research, civil society, has to be given a meaning to prevent even further authoritarian backlashes, or at least mitigate them. So, with a view to time, thank you for your attention. You have some reading material here on this slide. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Ein Applaus an Matthias Quent. Dankeschön.
Danke.
Vielen Dank, Matthias. So, wir brauchen jetzt einen ganz kurzen Moment zum Umbau, aber es ist wirklich, also kurzer Moment bedeutet Minütchen. Und dann komme ich nochmal raus und dann sage ich euch, womit ihr jetzt rechnen könnt, denn jetzt wird's real.
Okay, now it's going to get real.
Einen Augenblick.
I'm going to tell you what's going to come next. Just a moment, though.
Wer unten bleibt.
So.
Okay. We've done resetting the stage. And now, please, my dear friends, glad you're here. So we'll see a fantastic session by a fantastic woman. She's author, she's journalist for justice. Every book she writes becomes a hit. The first book was about the unwellness of her mother. The second one was about money. And every book is a hit, and because she also has got a really good feeling for topics. And today it would be... So she has an online radio that's called Mareike Cares, and that's also she has also a Twitter account, and that's and she always often plays Haftbefehl, a German artist, and it's about Haftbefehl today. And the talk is why not everybody can become Haftbefehl. So I have to now press play on this laptop, so in order so everything works. Have fun with Mareike Kaiser. Not going to translate song lyrics.
Nur wer Geld hat, kann sich die beste Bildung leisten.
Ist das fair? Nein. Aber was ist wirklich im Endeffekt, was ist?
Is that fair? No. Okay. Song lyrics.
Ich hab die Rauschgefahren am Arsch, denn das Kinokrux im Kofferraum liegt zwischen uns. Meine Rolle war mein Bester. Menschenvertrauen, komm schon bitte. Nicht nach einem Cent, der bleibt in meinem Konto im Kissen.
Hi. Glad that you're here. Thank you. I haven't started yet, so thanks for the applause. And thanks that you're here, even though it's so nice outside, and I'm super happy to be here. And I'm also a little uncomfortable, and that's not only because of... it's also about you. I find often myself in spaces where most people and I are somewhat different, like here today. Can those raise their hand who haven't studied? That's less than I thought. Hello. That's usually how it is. Money and education, that often differentiates me from people I deal with, and then often comes, what you didn't study? Well, there where I work in journalism and in literature, mainly the children of parents work, those who studied, and where the children obviously also study. For me, studying wasn't financially possible. My dad said, you as a third child made our family turned our family into a social cause. My family is not unique. The risk of poverty increases when you may have more than 2 children. My father also has the right saying for this. You have many children when you have many children, but you're not rich then. My parents have completed elementary school, which is something like today's secondary school certificate. My dad worked most of the time as a truck driver for most of his life. He does this still today, even though he's 75, and my mother was a housewife for a long time and did the unpaid care work, and later she was a geriatric nurse. My parents sometimes don't quite understand what I work for, not because they are too stupid for it, but on the contrary, but because we live in different worlds. A few weeks ago, I sat at a panel at a digital conference like this one. Okay, a little bit worse. This one is cool, and the other one wasn't that nice. My mother always Googles my events, and then sometimes texts me on WhatsApp, and yeah. I'm now from my mother to Haftbefehl, just a hard cut.
Ihr wisst ja gar nicht, wie meine Mutter aussieht.
You don't look what my mother looks like. She's also cool, She doesn't telephone with her shoe, but, why not everybody can become Haftbefehl? That's what I call this thing here. But for various reasons. Firstly, because keynotes are usually too boring for me. Second, because I love music. I find music much more accessible than textbooks and lectures. And thirdly, because I really like his music. of Haftbefehl. And third,
wenn mich später jemand auf seinen Sexismus
I thought,
deswegen habe ich geschrieben, ich mag es einfach sehr.
I thought, first of all, I thought I would say I love his music, but then, you know, people might call me out on his ableism and sexism, and then I thought, you know, I just say I'd like him. But third, it's because his story of rising up is such a good example, because not everybody can do it, but we want to so much believe in this meritocratic myth, which is, you know, a persistent but unfortunately still a myth. Okay. I'm still a little flabbergasted here.
Und sie wird sogar noch besser.
Okay, it's getting better now. Aykut Anhan, aka Haftbefehl, grew up in Offenbach as a child of Kurdish guest worker parents. At the age of 14, he left
Weil ein Haftbefehl gegen
Germany for Istanbul because there was an arrest warrant against him. So that was a little mumbled up, but I'm going to repeat this again. So when he was 14, he left Germany towards Istanbul because there was an arrest warrant against him. And after a few years, he came back and started his rap career. Who likes Haftbefehl? Who of you likes Haftbefehl, and who would have liked to have their kids together with Aykut Anhan in their school? Of 100 children from non-academic families, only 27 begin university studies, although twice as many pass the Abitur. On the other hand, 79 out of 100 children of academics go to university. And educational advancement is not only made more difficult by classism, sorry. Classism is a discrimination based on socioeconomic background. So how much money, books, and records your parents had is, if they had any of it at all. Classism is often intertwined with sexism and racism. So you might have heard of the Max and Murat study. Students at a teacher training college should evaluate dictations, and one should create the dictation of Marx and the other of Murat, and errors were the same, but the score wasn't. Despite the same mistakes, Murat performed worse than Marx. Fuck the villas, the euros, even about his song lyrics.
So, in case we interpreters haven't explained it, Haftbefehl, meaning arrest warrant, is the name of a German rapper. Did we explain this? We have. Now we've got some lyrics by him.
Today, Hafti made it. In Instagram stories, he shows off his wife, his house, his cars, his trips to Dubai, and cash in his wallet quite a lot. He's more than a successful rapper, especially for migrants. He's an extremely important figure of identification, and that's just not in his songs. It's good for him to flex, for example, to splurge on money, cars, and cocaine. It's in her song Prada Bag, the German Kurdish rapper Ibao explains why posing with money and status symbols is part of hip hop and rap.
Dann ist deine einzige Möglichkeit, auf gleicher Augenhöhe zu stehen, ihn zu imponieren. Und natürlich wäre es eine Möglichkeit, einen guten Job zu haben, studiert zu haben, ne? Dann nehmen sie dich vielleicht ernst. Aber wenn du diesen Weg nicht gehen kannst, dann bleibt dir halt nicht viel. Und du eignest dir das an, was sie gerne hätten. Du trägst die Marken, die sie gerne hätten. Du fährst den Wagen, den sie gerne hätten. Das ist der einzige Moment, wo du ihre Aufmerksamkeit bekommst. Wenn du dir etwas nimmst, wovon sie denken, dass es dir nicht zusteht. Das Traurige daran ist, dass du mehr Respekt vor dem Kapitalismus an mir hast, als vor mir selbst.
Danke für den Applaus für
Thank
Ebo.
you for the applause for Ebo, the German Kurdish rapper, and money as a means of being heard, as a sign of visibility and being part And she says, I don't want people of my background just being portrayed as poor. I want it to be shown that we can have a nice life too. Much of her experience I, as a white woman, do not share. But the path that I took, professionally was something that people thought was possible. I was never told that I wouldn't belong. And this kind of insecurity of being in rooms that I wouldn't belong to, is something that is more inside me, up to the point where I don't understand something or don't know of an author. There was a date that I went on, and I talked about an author with that person, and they said, I already thought that you didn't get higher education because it's quite noticeable that you don't use the normal cultural canon. That was supposed to be a compliment, but well, can social status, your attitude, can that be bought with money, as many rap songs try to suggest? I think only on a superficial level, only at first sight. I can buy the important brands, wear the right clothing, listen to the right music, read the right books, use the right terms, but to actually belong, I don't know if that is possible. I, for one, do not feel fully part of the class that I am part of. Melissa Urquhart, an Austrian journalist who also grew up in a working-class family, she once told me in an interview that she would rather talk with the building workers in the media house that she works with rather than with her colleagues, and I know the situation well. I feel mostly belonging to the in-between the classes. There is a term for that from the French sociologist Chantal Jacquier, which is transclasse. That denotes the transition between social classes and also takes into account that this is a floating transition, and it's not just about class, also about gender, sexual orientation, disability, and more. And I mostly feel like I belong to the people that are moving between the classes, just like me, are always afraid that someone will tap on their shoulders and say, you actually don't belong here. Whose home is the insecurity of being allowed to belong, to be good enough. My belonging is the in-between, and my solidarity is with those that know from experience that it's not enough to just feel strong and to struggle, but know that they cannot rely on luck. Luck is the opposite of justice. Today, Aykut Arnhan, also known as Haftbefehl or arrest warrant, is celebrated, but he can't quite deal with that. If the culture sections of the newspapers are celebrating him. So feuilleton, the German term for the culture sections of papers, something I always have to Google. Where does the I actually go? And to be feuilletonized is something very strange. I can say it on a stage right now, but I've always tried to hide it in normal conversation. There are certain codes. Some of them I've worked out for myself. Some I'll never be able to acquire. But what remains is the feeling that at any point I might be uncovered. You may know this feeling. There's a term for that, imposter, the so-called imposter syndrome. And those affected by it are mostly people that have been structurally disadvantaged. Now I have to take a short sip of water, although I have no song coming up right now. For my book, How Much?, I've talked about money with various people. Some had lots of money, some had little money, and some were in between. Often I'm being asked about the differences between these people, and I think the biggest difference was related to spaces. A person that was born rich said, I can take every room, every space. That is what money does. On the contrary, people that didn't have much money, I first had to convince that their story is actually relevant. One of my protagonists asked me, who actually will be interested in what I, the poor devil that I am, have to say? I've checked. People on this stage speaking here are mostly rich and have education. It's not a surprise. Money makes it possible to get onto those stages and to feel comfortable on them. But regarding cash, cash cannot just be about giving people the opportunity to talk. Where is the panel that talks about the portrayal of poverty in the media? Where are the single parents that discuss with Christian Lindner, the finance minister, why he wants to spend money on defense but not against child poverty? If he talks about the financing of the future on this stage, I ask myself, how is the future supposed to come about if every other child is affected by poverty and he doesn't want to do anything against it? People that are affected by discrimination have to be empowered, have to be encouraged to speak, in contrast to Christian Lindner, the finance minister. Their every day is about their voices being made small. They have to be encouraged, and conditions have to be made so that they can stand on stages, and they have to be protected. People that Twitter using the hashtag I am affected by poverty are faced with hatred, up to death threats. They cannot just travel to Berlin or take time off their care work or their regular work. And I want to really talk about money. For what I am doing today, I will be paid 350 euro. I wouldn't have been able to afford the work for that if I wasn't also a recipient of unemployment benefit. And that, again, might make me the only person in that situation on this stage. Back to Haftbefehl, the rapper. He is politically relevant, as the journalist Miriam Dawood-Wandi has described in a fantastic piece on Spiegel News magazine. She writes, many rappers just by birth are a political issue. Haftbefehl, a child of migrant parents who fought his way up, always mentions social injustices in his lyrics and the emotional effect of criminality, which doesn't just consist of the simple formula illegal equals immoral. It is politically very relevant.
It's important that Haftbefehl and his music exist. It's important that there are role models. My role model was Carla Kolumna, which is a fantasy figure, journalistic fantasy figure from Child's TV, Child's audio cassette series. Without her, I probably wouldn't have known that being curious and putting a stop to the mayor's job is a job. But it's just as important that these individual climate stories do not blur the view of on our unjust system. My favorite slide
shows Angela Merkel.
Angela Merkel as Chancellor does not mean that we live in an equal society. I could, as a millionaire celebrated rapper with an entry in the dictionary, does not mean that all the boys from the Frankfurt train station can make it. Me on this stage does not mean that all working-class children can make it into journalism without a university degree, and certainly not that way. That is clear for people who are affected by poverty. It's cash, green, yellow, preferably black. Think like a banker, funk the cent amount. While children are starving, here we are wearing fur, GG money saving, BB Benz driving. Like I said, we're getting close to the end. The train has left and everything. Now you're thinking. This is a digital conference. Last year, the movement on the internet that made really a difference was that I'm affected by poverty. When we talk about money here, not only people with money should be speaking here. Then it's up to the people with money to invite people without and to make the conditions so that it's possible for them to speak here. And then, yes, that means that things have to change. Maybe there will be new formats, simplified call for papers, more accessibility and direct contact everywhere. Maybe understanding, maybe making it easier for people who don't speak English. And above all, the question, what do you need to be there? Imagine not having any more dreams because they have never come true. This is how the author Daniela Brotesser described poverty in the book with the same name. The state of the nation will be different, look different when a rich man explains it to us, as if the state of the nation is coming from a single mother. By the way, the group of population that is most affected by poverty, and Dani W. is the initiator of I Am Affected by Poverty. She wrote, I'm poor and I live from Hartz IV, which is the German state subsidies, and here comes her state of the nation. And I'm happy to share this with you.
So the state of the nation is simple. It's not about climate justice. 10% own more than 60%. That is the situation. And people affected by poverty are suffering of lack of participation, of lack of educational opportunities. We have no perspectives. And the worst thing is we are suffering from a terrible lack of solidarity. We are suffering from non-visibility. We're not seen as what we are, that is the precursors of a broken system, but we are framed, put into the drawer of cliches, it's closed and the key is thrown away. That is the situation. Our lack of participation extends to the political sphere as well. Is that just? Meanwhile, more and more people are affected. People in employment, the real wages index is falling. People don't have the money in the pockets anymore that they should have. Is that just? Is that fair? We need solidarity. We need to stand together against a system, stand up against a system that burns out people far beyond burnout, that always looks for people that perform, even from those that cannot perform anymore because they have been broken for a long time. That is the state of the nation. Solidarity has become a foreign word.
When we talk about money, it's not just about money. It's about spaces, about education, and about power. It's all about sharing all of this. So not only talking about what is a good start, but also feeling good doing it, so that everybody feels comfortable on all these stages, and that at some point there need to be stages so that all voices are heard.
Thank you. Mareike Kaiser, fantastic talk. And now, in a quarter of an hour, we'll have the last keynote of the evening, and you will know what is going to be happening. But we'll meet again shortly before it. So the grand final of the first day in a quarter of an hour here on stage 1. See you there. And again, that will be in German, and you will be able to participate and ingest it through us.
Hallo Kaline, mein Name ist Lisa Dellert und ich rede im Internet, besonders auf Social Media, ganz viel über Klima- und Umweltschutz, berate Unternehmen, bin Moderatorin, Podcasterin und habe eine Produktionsfirma.
Lief das schon immer so gut bei dir?
Es läuft auch jetzt nicht immer gut bei mir. Das denkt man vielleicht immer, aber es gibt natürlich auch Phasen, die gar nicht gut laufen. Und so eine Ups und Downs hatte ich schon immer in meinem Leben und das auch bevor ich Influencerin geworden bin.
Was hast du für Jobs gemacht, um Cash zu verdienen, bevor du das gemacht hast, was du heute machst?
Für mein erstes Auto, das ich damals auf dem Dorf haben wollte, habe ich alles gemacht. In der Fahrschule gearbeitet, im Kiosk, ich habe Müll aufgesammelt, ich habe Menschen gezählt.
Du hast Menschen gezählt?
Ja, ich habe Menschen gezählt in einer Einkaufspassage. Die wollten damals dann wissen, wie viel gehen denn da am Tag so durch. Und ich habe dann da mit meinem Stühlchen und mit meinem Klicker in der Hand gesessen und von morgens bis abends mit kleiner Pause die Leute gezählt.
Also auch nichts gelernt, was dir bei deinem heutigen Job noch weiterhilft?
Boah, das ist jetzt so eine tiefgründige Frage. Ich würde jetzt nicht sagen, dass ich explizit beim Menschenzählen was fürs Leben gelernt habe, außer dass es ganz viele unterschiedliche Menschen gibt, die unterschiedliche Dinge da einkaufen. Aber ansonsten habe ich da keine Skills mit rausgenommen. Ich glaube, das ist eher so eine Summe aus allen Nebenjobs, die ich damals so irgendwie umgesetzt habe. Ich habe einfach gelernt, mal auszuprobieren, mal zu machen, auf sich selber zu hören und dass man auch bei jedem Job einfach mit ganz viel Interesse ganz viel mit rausnehmen kann. Und ich habe 2 gesunde Hände, mit denen kann man arbeiten, egal wo, mit denen kann ich immer Geld verdienen. Und ich glaube, das ist das, was ich auch so fürs Leben für mich mitgenommen habe.
Dein Rat an die jungen Leute, die vielleicht noch nicht wissen, wo sie das Leben irgendwann mal hinbringen wird?
Liebe junge Leute, macht das, auf was ihr Bock habt und lasst euch auch nicht so viel vielleicht von Eltern oder Leuten um euch herum reinreden. Also hört wirklich auf euch und es gibt ja vielleicht Jobs, die andere nicht so geil finden, ihr aber voll interessant, probiert es einfach aus. Und wenn ihr dann merkt, es ist nichts, dann macht was Neues. Es gibt überall ganz viel Arbeit, die umzusetzen ist. Wir brauchen Menschen, die das tun. Deswegen, ja, probiert es einfach mal aus und bitte werdet nicht alle Influencer.
So, ihr kleinen Mäuse. Mensch, das ist ja noch richtig voll geworden hier.
Well, it's filling up here. Welcome to the big final of day one at Republica. And we chose someone who's a legend of the internet. Of course, at day one on the big stage, we have to have an internet legend. We are happy he's here. Last time he was also on stage one, but just short pieces. And today a big keynote. And he has the title, Getting Old on the Internet, A Cry for Help. And please give a big hand for Sebastian Hotz, El Hotzo.
Ja, vielen lieben Dank für die Vorstellung.
Thank you for this presentation. I don't know if I need to tell who I am, but it's always getting more funny. I'm really happy to be here today. Before me, very intelligent people have spoken to you, and this will change. It's getting dumber and maybe also entertaining, but it'll show itself in the next minutes. I was born 1996. 1996 was a good year for someone who makes jokes on the internet. Because I can choose whether I'm Gen Z or millennial, depending on the study, I can choose that. Because I can make jokes about Hügge Harry Potter millennials or about TikTok Zoomers. Well, now I'm the end of my 20s. It's quite shitty because of the climate change. I won't ever get pension, and I'm not gonna have a house at any time, but everything's gonna be great. Well, furthermore, I spent the first 20 years in a small village, and things take a little longer there. It's no joke. Half of the population of my village, many people still think Franz Rudolf Strauss is in charge. I'm from Oberfranken. 2018, when Berlin had floodwaters in the avocado house in Treindorf, that was a big thing. I didn't know how to eat the first avocado in my life, and I bit into this avocado like in an apple. And I thought, like, these big city freaks have weird hypes. I didn't like it at all. But it was, getting bigger in the 21st century. Well, I'm Gen Z, I'm a little millennial, but I'm also, by means of my birthplace, I'm a child of the 80s because everything took so long to reach me. When I talk to older people, I feel like I've been born at 1976. Yeah, well, in the early days when you had to dial up to the internet, you young people don't know that anymore. Yes, I've done that when I was 14.
And so, in the meantime, a lot has changed in this village in Bavaria. So we have high-speed internet now. There was this, populist movement against having high-speed internet. Not a joke. So, we don't have any. We have high-speed internet, but no renewable energies. And so maybe the next world champion in Fortnite will be from my village. And so maybe, he'll take number one most well-known person from Rheindorf, from me. But right now it's still me, right? And so we talk so much about these stupid generational conflicts, about how it would be so important that, young people would like to have more free time instead of more money. And I don't really think that means anything, right? So these cliches of a certain generation, like every 2 weeks you have this article in the news. It's like, millennials would like to own their own apartment. Yeah, of course we want to do that. And of course we want to do less work, right? And of course people don't like that because it means someone has to work more. But, you know, in the past 5 years of okay boomer jokes, which I've made a lot of, I can say that, you know, it's enough. We've had all these likes, and so, you know, let's just bury this generational conflict, right? So this okay boomer, yeah, so, you know, it goes against like people born between the mid-50s and the mid-70s. It's not really talking about a certain generation, right? It's more about a certain mindset of people. So Philipp Amthor, a German right-wing politician, he's 3 years older than me, but he's obviously a boomer, right? We have to, yeah, really just let this be, this generational fight. Because really it's a fight between the haves and have-nots, or the people who won't ever have something. So maybe we could talk about this in terms of class warfare, but that's an older term. But yeah, there's small differences, right? And so when we look at this conflict between generations, then we find that online there's this like aesthetic conflict, aesthetic differentiations. And so people from different age groups, they behave differently on the internet. Wow, huge fucking news. Pat on my back for, finding that out. And yeah, someone has to make jokes about it, right? Someone has to make jokes on the internet. But for example, the behavior of my parents on the internet, I really admire that. Because my father, he was born in 1961. And he grew up in a time in Rheindorf. Also, he was born in the house that he still lives in today, on the kitchen table. So it's kind of weird when you're, over for dinner. Anyway, so my father was born in 1961. And back then there was one single telephone in that village. And so, when the first Star Wars movie came out, it's not that far off from Nuremberg. And, there were more telephones over time, a second Star Wars movie, television, and between episode 6 and episode 1, there were, these computers, color TVs, the internet, MP3 players, digital photo frames, which really, I'm so glad those are gone because that's just such a waste of resources. And so my father was a part of all that, right? He lived through this. And so even though I sometimes despise him, he kind of deserves my respect for that, because I don't know if my brain could stomach all of that. From having a single telephone for the whole village to my son earns his money by making jokes on the internet. I don't know if I could you grasp that, right? And so this sort of digital, growing old digitally, that's so weird. And so I never told my father what an Instagram story was, right? But at some point I had to block him on Instagram to prevent him from seeing how I was going insane live on Instagram back when I did my own tattoos for a live stream. And so, yeah, this, I don't know if I should be afraid of that. Can I adapt to new technologies in the future? Can I stop this calcification of my brain? So maybe within a few months, a few years, I will grow into this thing that, I always make jokes about on the internet. Maybe I'll become this sort of joke. And so the first signs of my own growing old, they're here already. I don't have an account on TikTok because it's just overwhelming to my brain, all of those sounds and images. But every day I spend 9 or 10 hours looking at screens. So what's the difference with TikTok? And the pants I'm wearing today, those are the pants I'm wearing. Those are the style of pants I'm wearing, and I'm not going to change that style of pants ever again. It's enough. And yeah, I'm not gonna, be allowed to learn new youth parlance. So, for example, cringe, right? It's kind of credible, it's kind of okay, but if I say the word slay, that's weird, right? That's a line I'm not allowed to trespass. It's a hard barrier, and it sort of constricts me, and I can't grow beyond that. And so this calcification of the brain, this sort of becoming inflexible, it started. So for example, I'm not able to open a restaurant menu using a QR code. And I know that's wrong. You save paper, you save like the hassle of having the service workers cleaning the tomato sauce off of my menu because I'm an idiot. And so, but still, it's hard. And so, really, I have to sort of like okay relationship to growing old. And I think it's kind of a nice process, right? And I have this sort of hopes for growing old. So in theory, old folks' homes, it's fantastic, right? If you don't think about the service personnel and the the lack of finances and the dying, then, it's kind of nice. So the last 25 years of your life, you hang out with your friends. Sometimes you drink a beer in the sun. You go to sleep at 6:30 p.m. and you eat dinner at 4:30 p.m. And that's a life I want to live. So in theory, growing old is fantastic.
Well, in aging, small things are getting better. For example, watching TV. My grandma watched a lot of TV. She had a screen time even when she was fit, like in heights I can only dream of. I have a small theory, maybe a trace of hope. There's always this fear when you have new series, a new podcast, new movie, that you can miss it. And you can miss watching it, and at some point it's too late for it. All the things you have missed, like Game of Thrones, all of Harry Potter movies or whatever, you can watch it when you're really old. All this content that people put into this room, it's not gone in a few decades, and we can still look at it. And I'm really interested in, if I miss Succession, because I can look at it when I'm 75, and it's going to be great, and I can be with my friends in an old people's home and watch Game of Thrones, and I really look forward to it. Furthermore, a different thing when you're getting older, you don't have to be productive anymore. The day when I don't do anything at all, even if it's day of holiday and not jumping into a pool, not eating something nice, that's an unproductive day. It's lost time. That pushes me. But when I'm older, it doesn't really matter. I can just be myself and do nothing, and no one will show me that I'm just doing nothing. And I'm really looking forward to it. And the second best thing when I'm older, I'm 27, I don't know how it is. The second best thing is the loss of embarrassment, something that's, you can see when your parents, they can just, change without having towels in the bath, and they don't feel like they need to be beautiful or fit. They can just send a good morning picture in a WhatsApp group. They're not getting any reactions, no haha, whatever. But they're still doing it on the next day. I delete a tweet if it only has 80 likes after 5 minutes. My father posts good morning pictures on the family WhatsApp group and never had doubt what a great life he has. Well, also in my fitness studio, McFit, that old guys are moaning, and I really feel like I want to do that as well, and I want to show, I really try hard, but they're just doing it because there's no reason to be embarrassed. They don't have to show themselves, The whole life from 70 on, I hope, is like the last lesson before holidays start. That's really awesome.
Das Alter, hoffe ich, ist eine Befreiung vom Cringe.
The age is like freedom of cringe, and I think we all deserve it, because the human is a human's cringe, and if we can free ourselves from the expectations other people have for us, I really hope for that we can just leave everything behind and just be ourselves. On the other hand, there's also panic in my head. My body can have more problems in the next years. I have the same expectations like to my computer. Everything is supposed to work, and I don't want to know anything else. I don't want to take care of it. And like a computer that's slowly aging, my body makes weird noises, and I really hope that everything will be all right, if we clean it, or just switch it off for 12 hours. And at the moment, that still works. My fear of age is that I just, can put off with everything, because I have to fight my body, and I have to invest time to keep it up. I need to invest time for work, for hobbies, for hobbies that became work, and they don't make fun anymore, Without being too dark and too sad. I don't know if I stick to my life enough to think about my body. It's like a used car that you've bought at some point. It's just enough at some point. Even if the self-repair function of my body that 20-year-old bodies have, it doesn't work as good as before. Last year, in January, first time since 9 years I've been to the dentist. That's a long time, but it didn't really matter. I went there, they looked into my mouth, and they were like, okay, everything's fine, and I haven't learned anything, and I won't go to the dentist for the next 9 years. And I guess there's some kind of stand from a dentist's insurance. Don't listen and don't raise my insurance. To summarize, I don't want to be responsible for the stuff I do to my body. I want to be like an oil company, to just take everything out of my body without actually looking at it. And besides all the good sides that aging can have, maybe the worst of it is that I have to face the consequences. But all these thoughts about aging don't really matter, because getting old is something really private. It sometimes happens when I look at my parents or my grandparents. Their world always gets a little smaller with each year. Your job isn't there anymore. The private world gets smaller because people die, and your marriage doesn't work out anymore. Well, we just live with it. Being old is something really private, while being young, is being on the stage, even in my last traces of my youth. And getting older is like my Christian Lindner Tag. It's only my thing. And maybe my doctor, maybe my insurance, and maybe the people who have to care for me and to listen to my stupid stories, that's something that has to be in the family. But also, this isn't like that anymore because of the internet. The internet puts us on the stage we put ourselves to. And while aging is pretty normal for for men, and you get some kind of sex appeal, and women aren't supposed to get old, or they are old already, thanks to social media. We're aging in an official area and openly, and we can see it ourselves. On my Instagram profile, when I scroll down, I can see how I look like in 2017. I haven't made the best of it.
So this process of growing old online on the internet, it's not just optical, right? It's not just our bodies, but it's also like within these minor differences between generations, and that exists within small details. So for example, emoji usage, our family WhatsApp group, right? My mom doesn't understand that emoji with like the tears streaming down a face that can represent tears of joy, being moved by something. And so if she posts like a picture of our dog, and I'm like cute with this emoji with the tears, then she feels like, ooh, he's crying because he thinks the dog is dying, and calls me, right? And me, on the other hand, I'm concerned with her emoji usage because she has like this sort of mouth blowing a kiss with a heart, and really you have to be over 50 years old to use this emoji. You have to be the most arrogant prick to use that emoji. And here I am saying this as a keynote speaker at Republica. And so really, it's a very fragile piece within our family household. And yeah, really, that fucking emoji, I would have not talked to my parents for 30 years. Anyway, so this term boomer, how did that grow to be like the sort of umbrella term for old people on the internet? I think it's because they're so easy to identify. And no other demographic group shares on Facebook using their public, proper, official name, with their families, public threats of murder, right? On Facebook. And I know that also is not new, right? I don't know. And continuing with TikTok live streams, right? The TikTok account of my best friend, I can watch their account on my TV because, of course, like a grown-up, I watch TikTok on a huge-ass TV. And so a lot of live streams contain elderly people. And maybe that's my algorithm, but it's a sort of like magical, not caring. Us millennials, we have these Tessas, private birthday party invitation in Hamburg that got out of hand, and there were thousands of people invited, and so we have to sort of, limit. But these elderly people on the internet are just like, they threaten murder just because someone posts an article about like heating pumps. And so, yeah, I really like that because it just makes us human, right? And it gives me a warm feeling in my heart. And so, yeah, a little bit on a passion of mine, the medium of Facebook. You all are probably not that much on Facebook anymore, right? But I still really enjoy using Facebook. I think using Facebook is, Facebook, the people on there are normal people, right? It's not like the sort of like internet-y bubble. So I'm on a, Mallorca group to get, I'm on a motorcycle group. I'm on a group on the so-called Walz, so, where people have to leave their home village after to finish their school. And so you'll never find content on Instagram that's as good as that content on Facebook. And so, for example, a Tupperware group on Facebook, right? It's fantastic. There's always disagreement. We talk about shitstorms and about people being mean online. Really, you all live in the most peaceful world unless you're in that Tupperware group on Facebook. I'm going to read a quote now from the 14th of February 2022 from Denise P. in that Tupperware group on Facebook, and it goes, multiple people in this group call me a whore. I don't know what sort of situation led to that, but I was so amazed by this post that until today, that's an image file that I have on my desktop, and I look at it from time to time, because that's the internet, that's us, and that's the magic of the internet. It turns, it makes us terrible human beings, but it also makes us like warm and friendly and gets the best of us. And so, yeah, Tupperware groups. And outside of this, like, generational communication problems, I think that being old on the internet is not a problem at all. The German comedian Otto Walkes is on TikTok now. So if you scroll way down on the German newspaper site Spiegel Online, you find that. And, like also the German singer Heino, right? Or maybe like old Italian guys on TikTok, they can like make a ciabatta on TikTok and people will watch that. And it's just, so amazing. And so they can... and so, of course, they cannot be like too old. They cannot be, they have to be healthy, right? They have to be friendly. They have to be like friendly grandmas and grandpas. And so this match, that's the magic of capitalism. You can like sell your own growing old. You can market that. And so there's a different problem. And what I worry about, not just, growing old in my body, but growing old digitally. So another anecdote. My first experiences of the internet, or I should say social media experience, I made on the forum of heft.de with an R umlaut and 2 Fs. And so this was like a school planner for pupils. And my mom always said it's way too expensive, and she was right. But they had like these little jokes in there, and this, some crosswords and stuff like that, and comics. So it was like a cool planner for your school days, and for your homework. And so I logged into this forum of this homework planner, and all the jokes within this planner, I learned by heart. To become popular, and it didn't work. But in preparation for this keynote, I checked their Facebook account, and they steal my jokes today to fill their social media accounts with content. And so I feel like there's no real winners or losers here in this battle. And so, yeah, I logged on there to, have chats, to meet people. I did that for like half a year. It was too long a time. It was like 2007, 2008. And so at some point, the forum closed down. And so much content was lost, so many blog posts, so many forum posts. Maybe, relationships, were formed because of this platform, and then it got lost. And so my account, hot and cold, after the Katy Perry song, obviously, and a way better name than my now nickname, El Hotzo. It was also lost. And so, this is a common problem. All these early platforms have vanished. StudiVZ, SchülerVZ, MySpace, examples of early social media platforms. And so, of course, we can be sad about that. And so we now have Zuckerberg, Musk, and whoever owns TikTok. But this sort of this loss of social media platforms, it was like this cleansing fire, right? And I think we should be grateful for that, because no one can check what I did on the SchülerVZ platform 15 years ago. And we say that the internet doesn't forget, right? But it only doesn't forget while it's still profitable to have servers online. And when there's no more cash flow and when it's unprofitable to have servers online, then they vanish. And that's great. Like, I think that's the most beautiful thing in the world that, that happens. And so as soon as SchülerVZ, it wasn't profitable anymore, they were so fast in pulling the plug from the wall. And so there's a German coin term, kruscheln, that was popular back then, but no one says that anymore because the servers were unplugged. And so it's this cultural treasure trove from the early internet that we lost. But on the bright side, there's also a great cultural treasure trove of the early internet that's vanished. And nothing of value has vanished. And we lost this knowledge that we had back then. But yeah, so for example, the Library of Alexandria, right? It was burned, it burned down, and probably SchülerVZ had more data than that, but it wasn't anything of value. And so it's just so great, right? And of course, you can be pessimistic about this, people create so much data that we don't need. But I think it's really beautiful that we can create this content for years on end that nobody gives a damn about.
No one will ever find out what kind of embarrassments I had on SchülerVZ. No one will ever find out how the photos looked like I made with my 2.3 million megapixel camera and that I put onto my laptop with an SD card. No one will ever find out that I made copied the text from the Blink-182 booklet. No one will ever know that because, the person I typed this text for never answered, by the way. Never ever someone will see these party pictures I made when I was 15 or 16 in the disco of Gunzendorf, a place that also tells you about the disco itself. Everything is lost. And of course, everything is lost and everything is lost. That's really good. I guess when I was 13, I wrote something into the I don't like category of SchülerVZ that I don't like. I don't like a co-pupil of mine. And minutes later, his mother called my mother that I am supposed to delete this. I clicked on save and went down for dinner, and then the phone rang, and I still don't know how this could work. If I hadn't said that today, no one would ever have found out. And this is a really freeing situation. Before social media and maybe before tattoos, it's always been like that, like the youth and everything you've done, it was all gone. And it's a good situation that we should have back. Same like SchülerVZ or Heft.de. All the early platforms, it's happened to them. MySpace, Lokalisten. There were so many different social networks that all, were deleted by Facebook or Twitter. But no one cares. Because obviously you can cry about it, but the cringe is dead, and this is good for us. It's awful what kind of opinions I had when I was 14. I had an average political view when I was, in a Franconian village, but one of them was I was part of the group. The Böse Onkels are not right-wing, okay? It's an important political topic still in our village, but no one will ever dig this out because my digital youth is dead and I can dance on its fucking grave. And there's one problem, since my body doesn't have a self-repair function, also the self-cleaning situation of social media doesn't work. Facebook, Instagram, and even Elon Musk's Twitter are too big. They feel too big to be, to go bankrupt. Mark Zuckerberg was able to do this metaverse thing. It looked a bit like we avatars. it was presented last year. No one cares about it anymore. But Facebook is still alive. I mean, that's how big it is. I'm talking on Republica. I guess someone here might have invested in metaverse and feels ashamed now. And now we are having leaks on metaverse, and now you know it wasn't a good idea. I'm sorry, I'm a bit cynical here and mean, but the world is grey, and something I can be happy about is that when investors who have too much money and they lose everything, be it crypto or NFT, when you lose something, I have a good time, so let me have it, please. There's banks that are too big to fail, who are supported with tax money, and I guess this might happen with big platforms like Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter. That might also happen. And I think, and that's bad news for me, that our digital sins won't be cleaned by the big fire. Everything that we've done since 2012, that's still lingering around in our profiles. That has bad takeouts. You can still look back in my Instagram profile and have thousands of my screenshot posts from, and you have summer holidays as well there, that's still there. You can see I'm not used at all, and I had a sleep rhythm, this nice little 21-year-old guy, and it's still there. It's not only on Instagram, as well on Twitter. People stumbled about their opinions from earlier years, and it's usually things that are even worse than the böse Onkels are not right-wing. It's important to delete all that shit, because I don't think it's a crime to have had a bad opinion on something. When I was on Instagram, on Facebook, I talked about the lyrical eye of Till Lindemann, and it was the worst idea to have, and there's no sign of it because I deleted it. And before, you know, before people had interest in me, I deleted everything before 2019 because I had bad opinions on some stuff. And if you want to have a societal peace, like it should be, we're sitting here, we have to have the option that people can get better, and it's really elementary. And 39 minutes after starting this talk, it's a big question. We need a social media purge each 5 to 8 years. It would be so nice, you know, all social media platforms would be set to zero. The world would be a better place, really. You can talk a lot about God, but the flood was a good idea, and we could build ourselves tiny little digital arcs where we can, you know, take a bit of every meme, and we still have a collective event. For example, the Eurovision Song Contest or a soccer mastership. After summer, there's a social media purge, and we have a nice little summer where we share all our embarrassments. And we live into the free summer, and on 1st September, we wake up and everything's gone that we haven't saved at some place. And I think it's a real nice prospect.
Yeah, and like every utopia, you know, it's unrealistic a little bit. And so until then, it's we have it in our own hands, right, to have this cleansing fire of a social media flood, of a social media purge, to cleanse ourselves of these old posts, of these old sins. And so social media, you know, it can really bring out the worst in people, right? Our arrogance, our idiocy, And I don't think that's like this sort of cultural pessimism, right? It's just the way people are. And social media can also, like, you know, bring this warmth to people and amicability. The internet is just a lot of people interacting with each other. And where a lot of people interact with each other, great things happen because people are good, people are great. And we should have the right to grow old on the internet and to be old on the internet, but also to forget what awful, awful beings we were 5 years ago, 7 years ago, 2 years ago, or maybe even yesterday. And so I believe that every person, chronically online people like me, or someone who only like posts a pancake breakfast every 2 years, we all deserve like a growing old in dignity in real life and on the internet. And so to grow old in dignity means forgetting about the cringe, to leave the cringe behind. And there shouldn't like be these, you know, statues that remind us of this old stuff. And so really, I can only encourage you to, on the last day of the year, delete everything that you posted this year, or, you know, trust in the cleansing power of capitalism and of companies going bust. And so if you're not professionally, you know, in need of there being content online, really, just delete your stuff from time to time. I cannot stress enough how important that is. And yeah, so the digital cringe, you know, as with everything else, no one's going to save us from it. We have to do it ourselves. And so a couple of minutes before the end of my talk, I'm going to come to an end because I talk too fast. And so I have one more thing to say besides deleting your stuff, and that's buy my book.
Ja, das war's wirklich. Das war
Yeah, that's it. It wasn't a joke, so thank you. El Hotzo! Great. Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you very much for listening. And delete your stuff. Truly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give it up for El Hotzo.
Ich habe auch schon öfter überlegt.
Yeah, I, you know, oftentimes thought about like deleting tweets, but then, you know, you scroll down, and I just gave up. But he's right, you know, this was a great first day of Republica. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for still being here. You know, maybe have a drink, have a Coke, have a beer, have some water. I don't know how long you're allowed to stay, but, you know, like, just wait until someone kicks you out, right? And so tomorrow, Anna Deschine will be here, my colleague, and she has a broken ankle, but she's going to talk you through stage 1. I'll be back the day after tomorrow, together with Anna, moderating stage 1 on the last day. It's been a blast. Have a great evening. Ciao.